Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku led the last rebellion back in time? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku will never be able to get over the sunset, no matter how destroyed the country and society have become. The colors remind him of Shouto and Kaken, and even if just the thought of his fallen comrades makes his CST tight, he will never give up anything that reminds him of them. Just like how the shine of the midday sun over the broken city skyline reminds him of Tenya. Or how the sight of the retrashed Dagoba beach will remind him of Tsu and Toshinori. Or how a thunderstorm reminds him of Denki, or a moonless night reminds him of Fumikage, or there are far too many, and yet not nearly enough, reminders of those that they have lost along the way. Problem child. Shuta's voice sounds behind him. Izuku doesn't startle, he had heard the familiar limping footsteps as light as they were, coming up from behind. The nickname makes him smile nostalgically. He only ever calls him anything other than Deku when they are somewhere relatively safe. Nowhere is truly safe these days. You shouldn't be outside, we don't want to attract attention. Come on. Momo managed to gather a decent spread of food on her last supply run. Izuku sighs long and quietly, taking one last chance to look at the fading light of the sunset before he pulls himself back up onto the roof. He dusts himself off gently, as though it'll make much of a difference. His hero's suit has long since turned black from the dirt, grime, and dried BLD. It isn't like they have the ability to wash themselves very often, let alone their war-torn, too small for some of them, too big for others, nasty, patchy old hero costumes. Izuku turns to his old teacher, his now brother-in-arms, silently. As he looks at Eraserhead, a nostalgic image of the man from before flashes across his vision. Eraserhead has long since lost the sight in his right eye, his left leg missing from just below the knee and his right arm held close to his T as it tries to recover from the recent break. Once upon a time long gone, Eraserhead was mighty, tall and strong. The rhyme makes another pang of grief and nostalgia ring in his T airy loved rhymes. Her loss is the freshest and most painful one to date. Izuku's little hero, gone in the blink of an eye. He looks away from Shoyuta before the tears can build. There is no time or place for grief anymore. Even on grieving day, he can't make himself grieve like he should. The two of them make their way back down the crumbling, abandoned building that was once an apartment building. All the way to the basement. It takes longer than they probably should have, but today is the anniversary of the first loss of the war. The end of before and beginning of the end. Nezu, the little genius rat, was a very strategic loss for the enemy. Take out the brain and the body stops functioning. Joke's on them, Nezu wasn't the only brain. He was just the greatest one they had. Izuku helps Shoyuta down the last few feet to the basement, since the stairs were long since destroyed. Shoyuta frowns in frustration at his weakness, but he doesn't say anything. Maybe he understands that helping someone, even just a little bit, makes Izuku feel less despair. Or maybe he hates to admit that he's not the underground legend he used to be. Maybe it's both. There you are, Momo says. Her relief is not hidden very well in her tone, but she doesn't show it on her face. He didn't mean to worry her, but at this point, without being within her eyesight at all times, there's no point in trying not to. He understands. Loss affects people differently. Mei hands Izuku both his and Shuta's meal as he passes, a tight smile on her lips. Immediately after handing Izuku the food, half a can of non-perishable tomato soup for each of them, she turns back to her support item repairs in silence. It's a recent development as well. After the loss of Power Loader 2 months ago, Mei has not spoken a word, not even to talk about her babies. Grief hangs heavy in the air. Everyone knows the date, the anniversary. The one day of the year they allow themselves to just grieve and hide and let go of the fight. Neito lands behind them not even a minute later, grimy blonde hair tied tight in a braid that reaches his shoulder blades. I've secured the perimeter. No signs of any Nomu or League members. Neito informs. His voice is quiet, nearly a whisper, due to an injury he had gotten years ago to his throat. the same day present Mike met his end. He can barely speak anymore, but he still fights with all the fury and mania of someone who's lost almost everything. He's the last of Old 1B. Toshi, Shouto says, and Izuku turns around to see him nudging Hitoshi awake with his crappy prosthetic made of random materials. Since they saved his knee joint, it didn't have to be anything fancy, at Shuta's demand. Even now, years and years later, he still systematically shuts Momo down on her offer for a better one. They all do. Momo's quirk is reserved for medical supplies, small parts for repair work, and sometimes a new knife when one of theirs breaks or is lost. Get your butt up or I'm eating your portion. Lay off, old man. Hitoshi groans out, muffled by the torn-up capture weapon he uses as a pillow. I'm up. Izuku, in the resulting silence that always descends over mealtime, surveys all the remaining survivors of the last remaining rebel faction. Momo, whose hair is sheared in a short, choppy bob that is a homage to Kyoka, is carefully wrapping a blanket over Mei's shoulders, even as she doesn't acknowledge it. Neito, who rubs his scarred throat after every small bite, is resharpening everyone's blades. Hitoshi, who eats so fast it might make him nauseous later and then passes right back out, possibly from quirk overuse. He's been pushing himself further and further with every fight since Eri was killed. Mei, who doesn't even bother, slides her portion to Momo and returns back to her tinkering. Eijiro is in the corner, re-sewing the gloves that used to be Kaken's, with a few silent tears falling down his face. Izuku doesn't draw attention to it. Snipe, Yurashi, and Ectoplasm are all holding a quiet conversation, probably planning for the next round of patrols. Hanta is using his tape to patch the holes in everyone's torn-up costumes as much as he can. And that's it. 11. The last 11 who still choose to fight back. Only 3 who were already heroes, only 7 who were heroes in training, 1 isn't even from UA, and 1 lone support designer. 3, 7, and 1. They really are pathetic, aren't they? How are 11, or perhaps just 10, trained heroes supposed to overturn the apocalypse? 10 heroes against an army of villains. 11 rebels. Is that all that they had been reduced to? Izuku, Momo says, getting his attention quietly as she sits beside him, pressed close to his side for some semblance of comfort. He wraps an arm around her gently and holds her close. It's a small thing, but it makes her feel better to be touching them when she can. After a moment, he pulls his arm back to his side as she holds onto it tightly. Yemo? Do you think it's truly possible? Momo asks. And the question silences the room. All attention is on them now. Even Eijiro looks up, Hitoshi opens his eyes, and Mei looks away from her work. He wishes he could pretend he doesn't know what she's asking of him. Izuku takes a deep breath, closing his eyes briefly as he reminds himself what it is she wants to know. What everyone is looking to him for answers for. Izuku was approached 3 weeks ago by a civilian. Said civilian, a man named Ikimi Kazuko, told Izuku that he had a quirk that made it possible to send someone back in time. Or rather their consciousness. Izuku hadn't really believed it at first. It seemed too good to be true. But the man proved it by telling Izuku the secret Izuku had apparently told him, although nothing about one for all, as much as it doesn't matter anymore. After 2 weeks of secret meetings between the two of them, Izuku was sent back himself. A week after that he told the others that he has a way to fix everything by going back in time. That was yesterday. He's refused to talk about it more due to grieving day. He opens his eyes again. The room has gone devastatingly still as the 10 people staring at him wait for an answer. I do. He proved it by telling me a secret about myself that he should not have known no matter how much digging he did into my past. Izuku responds. According to Ikimi, he doesn't know if he can send all 11 of us back though. Not if we go back to before it all began. Does he know the limits to his quirk? Shouto asks. Izuku tries not to sigh. This is their grieving day. He wanted to hold off until after today, so that they all can grieve in peace. Grieving day is not for strategizing further than perimeter checks. It's not for fighting a war. I told you all I don't want to dash. Please Zuku. Mei says the first word she's spoken in 2 months. Her voice is scratchy and unused. Izuku is helpless, unable to deny her. Not when she sounds so sad. He does sigh this time, but he smiles shakily anyways, hoping to bring some comfort to everyone in the basement with it. It's strong to smile when he has nothing and no one to smile for after all. But he has his brothers and sisters, his comrades, his last remaining family. He can smile for them at least. He feels some of the tension in Momo's shoulders ease slightly because of it, and that's all he can really hope for these days. He places a hand over the one's gripping his arm before letting it fall and letting her keep her hold on him. Alright, gather round everyone, Izuku says, and there's some brief shifting as they all form a circle. According to Ikimi, he's been able to send himself back all the way to the beginning multiple times. He's never really sent anyone else back that far though, so it'll be a new experience all around. How does it work? Hitoshi asks, seeming more awake than he has been in days. The energy used for his quirk materializes in the form of a marble-like sphere. While thinking of a specific year, you have to crush the marble between your teeth. He's used it on me already? Izuku says. It's the only reason why we still have Snipe. I managed to save him with it. Snipe, not having known this beforehand, judges slightly, his hands going to tug at his dreadlocks much like Momo used to do before she cut her hair off. Any side effects? Hana asks. He's still working on patching the holes as they speak. Izuku will have to hand over his hero suit later to get his own patching done. At this point his costume is more tape than fabric. Maybe he should take Momo up on the offer of a new outfit, but he doesn't want to waste her quirk. She's already too thin. A few minutes of nausea and disorientation, phantom pains from old wounds, and a slight headache. Izuku answers. How it works is, instead of sending your body, it sends your consciousness, or maybe just your memories, back in time to your old body. When the jump, as he calls it, is a short one, he can specify the day, or even the hour, that you want to go back to. But in longer jumps like we'll be making, it'll automatically send you to midnight on the morning of that year's birthday. So we wouldn't all appear at the same time. So the first of us would be Ecto. Shoyuta says. Izuku nods in response. If all 11 of us manage to jump, then yes. Ectoplasm in March, May in April. Neito in May. Hitoshi, then me, then Hanta in July. Momo first, then Yurashi in September. Aijiro in October. Snipe and then Eraser, a day apart, in November. Which, of course, means that I'm the last one to show up. Fantastic. Shoyuta grumbles. Izuku smiles a bit at his misfortune. So, what happens if we can't all jump? Aijiro asks next. Depending on what the limit would be, we would have to make a decision on who goes back. Of course there is always a chance that we go one at a time on this end, but it would be a lot of risk to Ikimi to be near us for that long of a time. So who would we have to send if we have to choose a limited amount? Hitoshi asks. I would like to remove myself from the running please. Momo says quietly. Izuku looks at her in shock and concern. She has her body curled around his arm, her head tucked into his shoulder. Why? Neito's voice is near silent, but they all hear him anyway. Momo shifts closer to Izuku again, holding onto his arm tighter. Her smile is dry as she raises her head. Is it really so surprising? After Kyo, I've been unable to do hardly anything more than patch you all up. Every time one or more of you leave, it sends me into a near panic attack. I wouldn't be much use the way I am now. Momo says. And besides, if we go back, I'll be in my younger self's body, in my old home. My childhood was extremely strict, I wouldn't manage to disappear quietly, or sneak out at night if we decided to stay. But, Momo, you can see Kyuka again? Aijiro says quietly. Momo smiles sadly at him. Eiji, that's the problem. I wouldn't be able to pretend like I don't know her if I happen to pass her on the street. I wouldn't be able to stay away, or keep myself together and not break down in tears. Momo explains. Izuku has to admit, her reasoning is sound. If he sees Kaken or Shouto, or his mother or Toshinori or Ochako or... Then maybe I shouldn't dash, he starts to say. You have to go Deku. Shoyuta cuts him off sharply. Izuku's head snaps up from where he had let it drop. Why? Looks are shared around the circle. Hitoshi is the one to answer him, giving him a deadpan stare that could have rivaled Shouto when they first met. Isn't it obvious? You are our leader, the mastermind. Not to mention you have a near photographic memory. If we want to fix everything, which I'm sure we do, you're the best bet at remembering all the information we'll need. Your quirk analysis is invaluable, you have a mind for strategy comparable to Nezu, and most of all, you will know when to stop. When to stop. Not everyone who brought the end is unsavable. Some of them could be saved before they turn down the path of villainy and destruction. I can name 3 off the top of my head. Hitoshi holds up his hand, his right, which still has all of his fingers, and counts those 3 off. Dabi, Toga, and Hawks to start. Possibly even Shigaraki. The reminder of Hawks, who turned traitor due to his treatment by the Commission, stings. He's the reason Nezu is dead. He's the reason today is Grieving Day. Shouto killed him a few months later in revenge. Eraserhead's first kill, and the event that got the ball rolling. I guarantee that at least half of us might not be able to hold back from killing someone for crimes they haven't committed yet. You're not like that, Izuku. I bet you still think even Shigaraki can be saved. Hitoshi continues. Izuku doesn't bother to contradict him. Shigaraki is a homicidal, psychopathic, villainous maniac, but he is still just a victim. All for one is the reason Shigaraki is the way he is. Izuku hates him, and Shigaraki isn't free of blame, but he is still a victim of his upbringing. Well, based on Mo's logic, I don't think I should go either. Aijiro suddenly says. I would give anything to see Katsuki again, but it would break me to do so when he won't be my Katsuki. He won't call me Iai, he won't embrace me, hell he'd probably just be mean to me. Okay, so that leaves 9 of dash. Mei says. She doesn't elaborate, and no one asks her to. Shouto corrects himself after a moment, clearing his throat and looking back at Izuku. That leaves 8 of us left. Technically 7, since we all agree Deku should go no matter what. Hitoshi says. Izuku twists his lips as he thinks about the best options of who should go. It's easy to choose the next person. Eraserhead has to go as well. His quirk will be invaluable. And also, Izuku doesn't want to go without him. Most days Shouto is all that keeps him standing tall for the others. He lets Izuku be weak, vulnerable. He lets him speak his thoughts and doubts and emotions without judgment or pity. He lets Izuku break when he refuses in front of everyone else. How he got the position of their leader is beyond him sometimes. Fine, whatever. Shouto grunts. Izuku can't read the look on his face since it's buried in his capture scarf. For we continue, I think a decision must be made. Snipe says. For Hooer jumps, the choice must be made on whether to disappear without a word and focus on the mission, or to go about their days as normal and use the night for the mission. In my opinion, I think we need to just disappear. Hitoshi responds, picking at his nails with strange intensity. I think I speak for everyone that it would be too much for us to pretend to be who we aren't anymore. There's been too much death, loss, and BLD on our hands. We've been through too much for us to fly completely off the radar around those who know us best. At least when the mission is over, we can claim trauma for the holes in our stories. Not to mention that once I go back, Nezu will immediately see something wrong in the way I act around everyone. Rat always was too smart for my own good. Shouto adds. Almost simultaneously, Snipe, Ecto, and Shouto all mutter its praise the rat god under their breaths, an old joke turned into a phrase of honor. Then I won't go, Hizashi says. I couldn't do that to my family. It wouldn't matter either way for me. Neito immediately adds on quietly, rubbing his throat absent-mindedly. I was a foster child. Me too. Hitoshi mumbles. He clears his throat and speaks louder. So Deku and Eraser are musts, Neito and I are possible. Inasa, Mei, Aijiro, and Mo are out. That leaves Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Hanta. Personally, I don't think I would be a great asset in the jump. Due to my quirk, I'm easily identifiable, Hanta says, gesturing loosely to the large dispensers on his elbows. Then I, as well, cannot go, Ectoplasm says. I think it'd raise too much attention if 2 UA teachers disappeared, so I'm have tea back out. Snipe responds. One'll already be too much attention as is. So to reiterate, Hitoshi says. Deku and Eraser are musts, Neito and I are possibilities, and everyone else is out. So if we can manage 4, then all 4 of us will go. But at minimum Eraser and Deku are going. Good talk. Do we want to leave it at that tonight? Izuku asks. Another round of looks around the room. No, let's hash it all out. Right now. Eijiro says, gritting what's left of his shark teeth. I can't stand another minute of silence. Grieving day. Let's make the most of tonight and make a plan to save the world. For Katsuki. And Kyuka? Momo adds, voice cracking but still strong. A round of quiet agreements around the room, names of those they'd lost floating across the room before it silences. Izuku looks at them in silence for a moment, and Eijiro holds his gaze. He looks more determined than he has in years. Izuku looks around the room, meeting 9 more gazes just like Eijiro. These people, the last of his family, are ready to end this war once and for all. Izuku's lips stretch in the sharpest smile he's made in years. Then let's get started, Izuku says. And for the first time in what feels like an eternity, every single one of his remaining family smiles in response. Ikimi Kazuko, in Shouto's opinion, is a very plain, very unassuming man. In all honesty, he kind of reminds Shouto of Tsukachi. Average height, plain brown hair that's longer than Tsukachi's hair ever was in all the years Shouto knew the detective. Blue eyes, frown lines, pale white skin. Plain, but not unhandsome. Hizashi could have outshone him any day of the week. Ikimi's shoulders hang heavy, like a heavy burden weighs them down. Given that this man is their last chance of survival, maybe Shouto isn't too far off the mark. His eyes are red-rimmed, and Shouto could know that kind of grief with his eyes closed. Like after all, he's lost a child. Shouto turns his eyes, or just eye away in polite ignorance. Let the man grieve in peace. Instead, he looks at Izuku, his biggest problem child. Izuku's tired eyes still shine with determination, days of planning for the past having lifted the blanket of grief he usually carries like a second skin. It's been a long time since he's seen Izuku so alive. Which is saying something, given he could blow away with a particularly harsh wind. Shouto hates watching his last remaining kids slowly starve to death. Between the borders having been shut down for years, the League ruling with an iron fist, and having to keep moving, which means packing light, it's no wonder they are starving to death. What food they do find is already rare, given that stores and markets across the country have long since been scavenged. At the thought of food, his stomach tightens, but it doesn't growl. His stomach gave up the cry for attention a long time ago. Ikimi greets them all quietly as he settles into their new temporary safe house. Not much of a house though, given 2 walls are nearly completely rubble. Welcome Ikimi. I'm glad you got my message for the relocation. We've already hashed out our plans. We just need to clear a few things up with you, and then we're ready when you are. Izuku says, standing tall and shaking Ikimi's hand with as much dignity as a starving man who has seen too much can. It's a surprising amount, in Shouto's opinion. No need for formality, Deku. Call me Kazu. Ikimi says, his lips formed in a tight smile. What's the need for political correctness when we have no government, right? As you wish then, Kazu. Call me Izuku or Deku, I don't care either way. Izuku responds easily. Shouto never understood how Izuku can keep up his smile all these years, even if it pains him to smile. Hopefully, after the jump, Izuku can smile like he used to again. Neito comes to stand against the wall beside him, bringing his attention away from his thoughts. Hey kiddo. Shouto greets quietly, keeping his eyes on the outside, watching for danger as Izuku and the others finish with the last of the plan. Neito doesn't say anything, and Shouto understands why. The past 3 days he's talked more than he has since Hizashi died. His voice is probably gone, though whether permanently remains to be seen. Neito waves his hand to grab Shouto's attention. How do you feel about the jump? Neito signs to him, and Shouto hums non-committedly. That's not exactly an easy question to answer. On one hand, Shouto is a hero. Or he was in the before. Going back in time, stopping the end, saving his kids and his friends and random civilians he'll never know. The names of. It's all a dream come true. He can see his sunshine again, and watch his kids grow up and become heroes the way they were supposed to, instead of watching them die one by one in a war they didn't deserve to be thrown into. He can show them how to be a hero, instead of having to teach them the best way to kill. But on the other hand, is he really ready to face all the people he's lost when they won't even know what he's been through with them? Can he face a Tenya who didn't sacrifice his life to save the rest of his class? A Katsuki who never took out an entire armada of villains and Nomu alone so the others could get to safety, turning himself into a nuclear suicide bomber and destroying the entirety of Hokkaido? Can he face a Shouto who still shuts everyone around him out instead of being the closest thing to a therapist for everyone before he was taken and broken? Can Shouto look his sunshine in the eyes and not break down in grief? He doesn't know if he can do that. And he doesn't know if he'll be able to walk away without a word like they planned. Shouto would have to disappear on his own FANG birthday because he knows he's too damaged to play pretend like he isn't for even a day. What kind of husband must he be to not be able to look Hizashi in the eyes? I don't know, kiddo. Shouto finally answers. When he looks to make sure no one is paying attention, he curls an arm around Neito's shoulders to press the kid into his side. Yurashi and Neito may not have started out as his kids, but they sure as hell are now. It's been years since these two came to this group, after Squad B, or Old 1B as the other kids call it, and Squadus, Yurashi's old class, were systematically wiped off the maps. Now it's only Squad A left and not many of them. Shouto tunes into the conversation Izuku and Kazu are having just as Izuku finishes explaining the nature of his quirk. So what do you think? Will I be jumping with my quirk, or will I be quirkless again? Kazu breathes out long and slow, seeming to be processing the new information. If Shouto were a betting man, and if he had anything left to bet with, he would say Kazu is reeling more from the fact that one for all can't be taken by force, rather than the whole history of it all. It's easier to accept a quirk that can be passed on to another like a torch, what with the whole all for one thing. Theoretically, Izuku will always be the last one standing. Shigaraki, who is also all for one now, can take any of their quirks at any moment. But in Izuku's case, he has to give it willingly. And from experience, not even prolonged torture will force that kid to give up one for all. He's certainly become a force of nature over the years, picking up skills left and right, becoming his own one-man army. A strategic and analytical mind on par with Nezu, an aim as sharp as snipes. The agility Shouto himself carries, or used to carry before he lost his FANG leg. The rage and determination of Bakugo Katsuki. A heart of gold and stone like Toshinori, the skill with a blade like Stain or Toga. The experience of a quirkless kid which gives him empathy. Maybe if All for One had killed Deku first, they wouldn't have lasted this long. It's a train of thought that Shouto has often gone down. If he was All for One, before the war truly went full swing, he would have killed Deku right after the last sports festival. Izuku didn't have control of his terrifying quirk yet, he hadn't gained the quirks of the past users yet, and he had revealed to the world exactly who he was. Not that anyone but All for One, Deku, All Might, Night, Tsukachi, Gran Torino and Nezu knew that yet. If he had been in All for One's shoes, he wouldn't have waited until the summer camp to make the first move, and then consequently fail, and lose to All Might in their last fight. In all honesty, Shouto believes that Izuku is the only reason they lasted for as many years as they have. Shouto had tried his best to lead after Nezu was killed, but he was never meant to be an army commander. He's too brash, he doesn't take instruction easily, and he never had the mind for strategic battle. He's an ambush fighter, at worst an assassin. He's not good at the whole leadership thing. Or the follower thing. Ever since he was a kid, Shouto has always been a lone wolf who doesn't play well with others unless it's absolutely necessary. But Izuku? Izuku was born to lead, quirk or no. Izuku has the heart, mind, soul, and strength of will needed of a leader. When Izuku took command alongside his classmates, they didn't look to Tenya or Momo, the class reps, for direction. They looked at Izuku. Even Katsuki, who is too much like Shouto when it comes to the whole lone wolf thing, would listen to Izuku's instructions. And only Izuku. Not even Eijiro could command him. Honestly, I don't think so. It's only the memories or the consciousness that gets jumped. Kazu replies, bringing Shouto's attention out of his head again. He's been doing that a lot lately, becoming stuck in his own head. He hopes to break that habit when they jump. If you jump to a time where you didn't have a quirk, which I assume you will, then I don't think it's possible. Sorry, Izuku. Izuku shrugs it off, but Shouto sees the sorrow in his eyes at the information. It's alright, even if I did keep one for all, I wasn't planning on using it for the mission unless absolutely necessary. It draws too much attention, and we plan to be shadows in the dark. Kazu smiles at him, but it's weak. Shouto isn't the only one who sees the sorrow in Izuku's eyes. Which reminds him. I have a question. Shouto says. You say you've jumped to the beginning a few times, right? That is correct. Kazu says. Then why is all of this still happening? Why didn't you change things? Shouto asks, and he keeps the judgment out of his voice. It's a valid question. If he's always had the ability to change things, why are they still the same? Why is the country still on its knees? Kazu winces at the question anyways. The thing is, I did change things. Kazu says, sweeping an arm to gesture around them. The first jump was not nearly as bad as this timeline. Every time I go back and interfere in any way, things have only gotten worse. I've tried enlisting the help of the real heroes, but no one believes me. We still endure an apocalypse. I go back and meddle by myself. We still endure an apocalypse. This time, I'm deciding to send someone else back in hopes that they can change what I can't. Which is where we come in. Shouto responds. So then why wait until there's only 11 of us left? Short answer? I was looking for Deku. Kazu says. Me? Why? Izuku asks, and Shouto almost wants to laugh. This kid is joking, right? Isn't it obvious? Every single timeline, no matter what I change, Deku is the key player. Kazu explains, pausing a moment to gather his words before speaking again. If this were chess, you would be the king and queen pieces. Take out the king, game over. But the queen is the strongest piece on the board, able to move in every direction the other pieces can. That would be you. What's so special about me? Just because I have one for all? Actually no. Kazu responds, and Shouto can't help but become curious. The second time I jumped, I accidentally interfered in the sludge villain incident, and now that I know about one for all, I understand why such a minor incident changed so much of the timeline. In that jump, Deku never had the awe-inspiring quirk I could remember him having. But he was still a key player. He was just a lot easier to kill. I didn't even stick around for the aftermath when you died, I just automatically jumped. Wait, so I still become a hero without one for all? Izuku says, eyes wide and hopeful and misty with unshed tears, and Shouto wants so badly to wrap the kid up and never let go. He knew Izuku never believed him when he said that a quirk doesn't make a hero. Kazu hums, tilting his head from side to side. Not quite. It's like you skipped the step of becoming a hero student and went right to being a war commander. 1 second, Deku doesn't exist. The next second, Nezu is killed, society almost breaks apart, and bam. Some random quirkless kid was leading the war effort like he was always there. Always knew you were a force to be reckoned with, whether you had one for all or not. Hitoshi says. Izuku startles with a squeak, and Shouto actually does chuckle this time. Not to say I told you so, but I told you so. Shouto says. Izuku flushes red in embarrassment, and Shouto turns to Kazu. So basically, this time you decided to send Deku back instead of yourself because he's the key to success. Got it in one. Shouto shakes his head, hiding his smile in his ratty old capture scarf. He can't help the rush of pride filling his tea at the information. He knew from day one that Izuku was going to be great. Thank you. Izuku whispers after the group descends into silence. Well then, since everything is sorted out, should we go ahead and do this now? Momo asks. I'm ready when you dash. Kazu never finishes his sentence, because right then, the world explodes into chaos. Shigaraki has found them. Neito is the first to react, shoving Shouto towards Izuku, Kazu, and Hitoshi. He raises his voice, despite the excruciating pain that spasms through his throat. Go. We'll hold them back. I can dash, Izuku starts to say, but Neito cuts him off. We don't have time. Go. Neito doesn't wait for a response, already moving towards the horde of Nomu heading in their direction. Spitting out BLD from the reopened scar, he takes a deep breath, and he uses voice to scream. Yihia Aizawa. The force of mixed quirk blasts Nomu back enough to give him some breathing room. The commission, before it was torn apart by the enemy, had taken and broken many of the rebellion's heavy hitters. For Neito, they tried to make him into another all-for-one, taking copy and breaking it. They had tried to make it into permanent copy, so that he can use any quirk he copies without a time limit. And in a way, they succeeded. But because they broke his quirk, his body no longer adapts to hold the quirk he copies like it used to. Using any quirk now gives him the quirk backlash the original owner experiences, except tenfold. Voice tears his throat apart and bursts his eardrums. Erasure makes him slowly go blind. Explosion breaks his wrists and bursts his eardrums. Half hot, half cold will give him frostbite, hyperthermia, hypothermia, heatstroke, all of it, and within a few uses. He can even copy one for all, even if using it will kill him. But he doesn't plan to survive this fight, so he doesn't care. Snapping his eyes open, he uses erasure to cancel the quirks of a group of villains, shooting both ice and fire out of their respective sides before using one for all to surge forward at the group. They see him coming and attempt to separate, but Neito doesn't give them the chance. Using explosion, he blasts them apart and himself back simultaneously. As he soars through the air, Neito tries to see the state of his remaining comrades. Deku, Eraserhead and Mindjack are nowhere to be found. He hopes that means they jumped without him. Neito lands on his feet, gritting his teeth as he finds out the bones in feet are broken from that last move with one for all, his wrist snapped from explosion. Willing himself to keep going, he sends out a stream of fire at the same time as he aims his face to the sky to use voice, blasting a handful of flying Noma backwards. They are all promptly shot down by Snipe. He hears the cackle before anything else. Neito, knowing Mei's mad scientist laugh like the back of his hand, snaps his eyes in her direction. He does it just in time to see a veritable army of Nomu descend on Mei at once, and then all that's left is fire. Mei pulled a Katsuki and suicide-bombed her way out. The blast is big enough that the entire area for 3 blocks is leveled, and Neito is knocked off his feet and onto his back. The breath is knocked out of him, and he wheezes as he tries to get it back. When danger sense tingles in the back of his head, Neito promptly rolls to the side. A flying Nomu hits the ground where he had been, having dive-bombed him, and Neito doesn't even hesitate to send ice shards through it, skewering the beast. He forces down the blurriness and nausea and pain to make himself move again. This is nothing, he tells himself. A few broken bones, burned and frozen skin, that's no big deal. That isn't pain. In quick movements, he uses one for all, explosion, fire, ice and voice. One for all to the left, explosion to right simultaneously. The moment those two are done, he shifts his feet and uses Shouto's quirk to take out the other 2 quarters of the battlefield, and voice to take out the enemies in the sky. This sequence of quirks make his body tremble from all of the different pain. This isn't pain. Neito thinks, gritting his teeth to do it again. Pain is watching your friends die before your eyes. His eyes lock onto Momo in the distance, out of his range, lying motionless on a pile of Nomu. She's so thin he doesn't even know if there are any lipids left in her frail body. He hopes she gets to see Kyuker again. Pain is watching your friends suffer. Neito doesn't bother with that same all-out attack. The Nomu adapted too quickly and most of them dodged the attacks. His eyes are constantly roaming, searching for his remaining allies. Ectoplasm is still going strong. He had gathered all of his clones to form his giant form, and he's rampaging across the battlefield. Crushing Nomu in his grip, stomping on them, throwing them around. Snipe is nowhere to be found, but if Neito strains his bursted ears, he still hears gunshots. Ectoplasm spots him in the center of the fray, and scoops him up with one hand. Having the chance to breathe may be harmful in the long run since it'll let the adrenaline keeping him awake fade, but he has to take it anyway. He uses the opportunity of a better vantage point to survey the war zone they've walked into. He can see Kazu cornered by a few lowlifes as he's killed, but he grins victoriously as he goes. Neito will take it to mean the other three did make the jump. Pain is knowing that you can't change the hand that fate has dealt you. The gunshots stop ringing at the same time a building collapses with a Nomu taking it down. Neito doesn't even have to guess. Snipe's gone. He went out doing what he's always done, being a hero. They all have, even Kazu. And Neito wants that. He wants to go out in a blaze of glory. He wants to see fear in his enemy's eyes as he goes. He wants to take out Shigaraki. Renewed with determination, Neito forces his vision to focus with the use of one for all. Shigaraki likes the chaos of battle. He likes watching his enemies flounder and fail to survive. And with as many Nomu as there are right now, they need someone to control them. So Shigaraki will likely be close, but on the sidelines. Somewhere he feels powerful. Somewhere he can see everything. Blue hair. Blue. That rotten BSTRD. Shigaraki, standing tall and unbothered by the death of his Nomu, is standing on top of a pile of them. A pile at which Momo created. A pile she died on. He is standing on her. How dare he treat her like trash? How dare he make a mockery of her final breaths? Standing on top of her like she's dirt, like she didn't mean anything to anyone. Momo is a warrior, a goddess among men, a ray of love in a world full of hate, and he dares to defile her lifeless body? Physical pain fades, but grief never dies. Forcing himself to his feet, and without a moment of delay, Neito rockets into the air. Float, one for all, and explosions send him soaring into the sky. Higher, higher than he's ever been. So high he can't choke down any oxygen through his battered throat, because there isn't hardly any around him. When he can't make himself go higher, he spins to face the ground. Using Black Whip is strangely easy for a quirk that would never activate for him. Izuku had told him that Black Whip was semi-sentient and that it feeds off of anger. Neito has plenty of that right now. The tendrils rocket towards the earth, stretching and stretching until it feels like it'll snap. Neito only allows himself to fall a few feet, and that's all he needed to pierce the ground beside the pile of Nomu Shigaraki stands on. With a scream of rage but not of voice, Neito reels himself in like a RBB band snapping shut. Explosion gives him a boost, one for all numbs the pain. Fire flares out from his left side like a wing of red and orange and blue, ice shards trailing through the air behind him. His eyes lock onto Shigaraki, and a moment later their eyes meet. Neito activates Erasure, the base power of one for all, giving the quirk the ability to see other quirks' cores. He'll make an impact in about 3 seconds, give or take. Neito finds the core of all for one, and then cuts the strings connecting it to the host. It's strangely appealing to look at, the cores of quirks dotting his vision like miniature stars. Izuku would have loved to see this. Neito looks at Momo's lifeless eyes, looking up at him blankly. Still underfoot. Still inciting rage in his heart. In his eyes, Momo is far more appealing than the paltry show the quirk cores put on. He'd say the same of Mei if she hadn't blown herself up. Time seems to slow as he runs the faces of all those he's lost through his mind. Kendo, Tetsu, Vlad Sensei. Nezu, Ms. Joke, Midnight, Present Mike Ketsuki, Shouto, Denki. Every single person they've lost in this godforsaken war runs across his mind's eye. Some of them he doesn't even know the names of. He hopes Aijiro, wherever he is with Katsuki again, and Hanta has found peace. They aren't anywhere he can see, and he lost track of them the moment the battle began. He holds no hope that they're alive, he knows better by now. But the world explodes around him in a blaze of fire, ice, and noise. Minoma Neito, the Phantom Thief, has done the impossible and eliminated not only the leader of villains, but also a huge chunk of, if not all of, the Nomu army. Perhaps, if the whole time travel thing weren't possible, this day would be remembered as the last stand. This place, which happens to be Mizudafu, because of course it is, would be known as the Phantom Fields. Neito would go down in history as the man who ended the end. But this isn't that story, and a new war rages on without him. Shinso Hitoshi wakes up silently, stomach rolling harshly. The room he's in is dark, with no window, clock or light to guide him. He knows without even moving that a muzzle is on his face. Only 2 foster homes never used the muzzle. One turned into a real family with a little sister and 2 dads. The other never got the chance since his quirk had yet to come in before they shipped him off somewhere else. He takes a few minutes to himself, letting his head stop spinning like a top. When he feels like going back to sleep, he sits up slowly instead so he doesn't end up throwing up from the movement. That would be made even worse because of the muzzle. Running his hand lightly over the floor, he tries to find something to pick a lock with. After finding a paperclip and getting rid of the muzzle, he picks the lock to the door and slips out with his backpack. He needs to know if this is the foster home he thinks it is. If the jump worked like it should have, then he should be in the foster home when he was 12 years old. If his memory serves him right, and Hitoshi remembers everything about his foster homes, then this should be that rich couple. They had fostered him to gain sympathy points at their respective workplaces. They kept him well fed, and they never cared where he went or what he did so long as he was home by dark. During work dinners, he was allowed to talk, but never to ask questions. He learned not to test that rule only once, when they whipped him for daring to ask questions. They were, in his opinion, the best foster family he'd had, until he was adopted, that is. Hitoshi moves on silent feet to the living room. They should have, right there, an obnoxious baby grand piano that is bright fing pink. Neither of the couple knew how to play. They forced him to learn so he could entertain their guests. He's pretty sure he wasn't the first or last either. God, he hates the piano. When they were forcing him to learn, he wasn't allowed to stop playing for anything. Restroom, food, sleep. If he missed more than 3 notes each song, the foster father would whack his hands. He looked like he killed someone with his fists for 2 months straight. Hitoshi turns around to head upstairs. They keep their safe in the bedroom, and that's where they keep their money, so he's going to take as much of it as possible. He sticks close to walls to better avoid the creaky floorboards, and slips inside the bedroom without much trouble. Both of the couple, God, he can't remember their names, are sound asleep as he makes his way silently to the safe. It only takes a few minutes to find it, and cracking the code takes only a few more. Swiftly and silently, he empties out the safe full of yen until his bag is half full. Heading back out of the bedroom, he drops by his closet room to grab 3 pairs of clothes, 2 for the backpack, 1 to change into. Both his heavy and light jackets he goes ahead and puts on, strapping on his shoes before heading back out. This time he drops by the kitchen and grabs their sharpest kitchen knife, wraps it in a hand towel for safety and puts it in the side pocket for easy access. He's about to leave the kitchen when the fancy coffee maker catches his eye. God, he hasn't had coffee in over a decade. The smell of brewing coffee might wake the foster family, but it's worth it. He sets the coffee maker to roast the couple's best grinds and grabs 2 fancy thermoses. It takes a few minutes, and it makes his anxiety spike a bit with every groan of the fancy house. He wants to be far away by the time those 2 wake up. The foster father is a giant of a man, and it's not due to any quirk. He's just that effing big, unless his memories are distorted from being a child under their thumb at the time. Either way, Hitoshi is a scrawny twig of a kid. Even if he remembers how to fight, he doesn't have the body or weapons to do so. The moment the coffee is done, he pours it into both thermoses and chugs the little bit left over. He grabs a thick blanket on impulse and then he's out the door and moving, going as fast as he can without attracting too much attention to himself. It's a rich neighborhood, and it's midnight. Any self-respecting hero patrolling at this time would think he's up to no good. While keeping to the shadows, he rolls the blanket up tight and pins it between his back and backpack, using the excess of the straps to tie the backpack down so it doesn't bounce. With Neito having stayed behind to give them time to jump, Hitoshi is the first one back. It was originally Neito's job to secure a base of operations, since he would have had roughly 2 months to find one. Hitoshi only has 2 weeks. For the plan to be as smooth sailing as possible, he needs to have a place secured before Izuku jumps. Once Izuku gets here, they'll have about 4 months to prepare before Dad returns. There's a lot to do in 4 months. While planning, Mei had taken it upon herself to design battle suits that would prepare them for anything, as well as any and all support items, and then gave detailed instructions on how to build everything for Izuku to memorize. She got down to even the color schemes. Hitoshi thinks it was the most content she'd been since Power Loader. So Izuku has to build 3 very complicated, very decked-out suits and support gear. On top of that, there's the computer station. Izuku will be both the man in the chair and a field operative, so he'll need heavy-duty computer systems and somewhere safe to store them so they won't get sold for parts. There's also that fact that both of them will have to start training their bodies immediately since neither of them were very fit before UA. Not to mention the research and recon needed for their first job. Since Eri is probably 3, her quirk hasn't come in yet, which means they have no reliable reason to take her from overhaul yet. As much as it pains him to let it happen, she will have to suffer at least a little bit for them to have reason enough that the heroes won't send her right back in. Which means mission number 1, find Dabi. He's old enough to be on the streets already, but they don't know his exact age. If Shouto were here, he would know. Izuku will probably have a better estimate when he jumps. If the jump has already happened, does that mean they've landed? Either way, Dabi is a small-time criminal until the whole stain thing happened. So if they can save him, that's already a huge blow to the future league. Shigaraki too if they can manage it. This is going to be a long few years. Hitoshi hops on a night train to get out of town. They don't want their base to be too close to any of their old homes. So Mustafu is out, but that's a problem for the morning. Right now, he needs to find somewhere relatively safe to rest. Then he'll run to the store for heavy-calorie snacks and non-perishables. He'll need a healthy weight if he wants to get to be as fit as he was in his prime, before the borders closed and there was still food to be found. Now that he thinks about it, why the hell did he not grab some food from the foster house? Hitoshi sips lightly at the coffee, savoring the flavor of it more than he would have before. The train is pretty much empty, but there's a few people who are probably heading home from the night shifts. He keeps his head down, but his eyes on the people around him. There is a lot of FING yen in his bag right now. Being mugged is the last thing he wants to happen. Finding a safe place to sleep is easy, since he knows all of Dad's safe houses. Hitoshi knows better than to rely on Dad's safe houses the whole time. He doesn't want to interact with Eraserhead until his dad has landed. No, he hates it. He needs a better word for it. Either way, one night shouldn't be too bad. So long as he keeps an ear out for anyone approaching, he can get out the back door silently with no one the wiser. With a roof over his head, and 2 big thermoses of coffee in hand, he's ready to pull in all night. Hitoshi, as he settles into the corner closest to the back exit of the little hidey-hole room under a bridge, wonders idly at the mission looming before him. It'll be strong as F to manage to wipe out everyone who contributed to the end with only 3 people. Not to mention, they'll need to keep their heads down and noses clean to keep off of all for one's radar. He's by far the biggest threat right now. The main people they need to focus on first will be the Todoroki family, Shigaraki, and maybe Kurogiri. That's depending on if they can break all for one's hold on him and bring back Oboro. Todoroki Toya is the main concern. But in order to help Dabi, they need to help Shouto. And to do that, they need to take down Endeavor. The Todoroki scandal was the beginning of the Commission's attempts to take control. When the public lost faith in heroes because of Endeavor, they tried to biologically re-engineer some of the strongest heroes in training. That's how Shouto died. They played around in his quirk factor a bit too much, and by the time the rescue squad reached them, Shouto had already fried to a crisp on one side, and froze solid on the other, but on the sides that they didn't belong. They tried to combine the 2 separate quirk factors of fire and ice so he could use them both on both sides. It's also how they broke Neito's quirk. If they can manage to expose Endeavor early, it might allow the public a chance to move on before all mights fall from power. Risky, but necessary. After that, it'll likely be Hawks next, to start the Commission's reform before they have a chance to assume total control. God, and that's only the start. So much to do and not enough time. Hitoshi wishes he wasn't 12 years old, because he could really go for a shot of vodka right about now. Midoriya Izuku wakes up choking back a scream and a sob. He presses his hands to his face tightly, trying to muffle the sounds of his own ragged breath. He doesn't want to wake up his mother. He couldn't handle that right now. He can't let her see him like this, and he can't see her or he'll break down. Taking long, slow, deep breaths around his fingers, he calms himself down as much as possible. The rolling in his stomach is not as bad as it could have been, and he's used to pain, so he forces himself to sit up. This is no time to have a breakdown. Despite knowing in his heart that all the rest of his family are dead, he refuses to break down. They won't be able to go back to the future, since if this plan works like it should, their future will be gone in all but memory. The last 3 survivors. Izuku doesn't have time to break, there's too much to be done. First things first? He needs a notebook. Izuku crawls out of bed silently, going to his desk to grab a fresh notebook and a pen. He writes furiously by the light of the moon and his phone. He doesn't want to turn on his lamp in case his mother wakes up in the middle of the night. Belatedly, Izuku pauses in his writing to check the date, just to be sure he really is 12 years old. He makes sure to write down everything he can remember. Admittedly, it's a lot. Enough to fill 2 whole notebooks, one for the plan and targets, the other just for Mei's extensive explanation on how to build the suits to her exact specifications. He wonders if he should feel offended. He may not be good at the whole inventing part of the process, but he sure as hell can build something. He's not exactly incompetent. Nezu made sure Izuku had extensive knowledge on everything and anything. He knows how to build a bomb out of household items, how to hack into highly secure networks with only a phone. He knows heroic lasso. Well, he could probably take the bar exam in over 12 different countries and pass with flying colors. Izuku can perform surgery, albeit nothing very clean and clinical. Recovery Girl taught him that. He can recite from memory Nezu's backup plan to take over the world if he gets bored or annoyed with the commission. Not that he ever got the chance to test it because of Hawks. The list goes on. The moment the last word is put down on paper, Izuku checks his email. They had come up with a code to let each other know that their jump was successful. Hitoshi should have emailed him by now. There it is too, at the top of his multitude of emails. From Iris3rfan21@yahoo.com to SMA11M1GHT001@yahoo.com. 1217131SE. Really? That's his email address? Izuku can't really judge though, given his own. Wow, he was a cringy kid. The numbers may not mean anything to Hitoshi and Shouto, but they mean something to him. 12 rebels, including Kazu. 1 support engineer. 7 hero students. 1 civilian. 3 veteran heroes. 1 second chance. 1217131SH. Izuku responds with the same sequence. He wanted the numbers to appear random to anyone who might find them, given he knows for a fact that Nezu will end up searching Shuta's email when he goes missing, but he wanted them to mean something to them. If Hitoshi or Shouto asks, he'll tell them, but otherwise, it's just a code. It also gives him the chance to have something to send with Eri, and maybe others when they save them. It might not have been brought up during the planning process, but Izuku already knows where a few of the people they'll save will go. Eri to Hizashi, Toga to Vlad King. Shigaraki to either Gran Torino or All Might, depending on how bad Shigaraki's brainwashed hatred of All Might extends. Spinner to Recovery Girl. They had discovered pretty easily that Spinner turned villain because he was barred from getting a medical license due to his appearance. Dabi will likely go to Tsukachi, or perhaps even Izuku's own mother. By having this code be known to Nezu as being related to Shouto, he can send notes with each of the ones to be saved that'll basically say contact Principal Nezu, UA High School. 1217131SC. Or something like that anyways. Izuku finally gets the message back from Hitoshi that only says train station. It doesn't specify which one, but Izuku already knows. He means the station closest to UA. He doesn't bother responding, grabbing his backpack and emptying it out. In it he places in a few pairs of clothes to wear, a few of the essentials like toothbrush and toothpaste, and his spare pair of red shoes. He also puts 3 fresh notebooks, a pack of unopened pens, the notebooks with his plans, and a single All Might figurine. It's the oldest one he has, a toy he got when he was kid. Looking around the dark room, he tries to think of what else he'll need to bring with him. Hitoshi will have a base figured out by now, or he should. Izuku knows he was working with a lot less time than planned with Neito among them, but Hitoshi is crafty. He'll have figured something out. Twisting his lips as he thinks, he goes ahead and slips on both his lightest and heaviest jackets, tying his shoes. Is there anything else he can take that will be essential? He's got clothes and toiletries, he's got spare underwear, spare shoes, notebooks and pens. Most of the parts for the gear they'll need Izuku can scavenge, steal, or buy. There's not much else he needs to take. Izuku slips the backpack on and goes to leave, but pauses before he reaches the door. He doesn't want to just disappear like this, it'll break his mother's heart. Maybe he should leave a note? Yeah, he'll leave a note. Turning back to his desk, he grabs his latest hero analysis for the future volume, number 10. Smoothing it open to the first empty page, he sits down and writes his note. Dear Mom, it isn't easy to do this, but I left. I know it'll be strong to understand why today of all days, but it's something I must do. You have been there for me my entire life, keeping me safe, keeping me happy. You are the only thing I lived for so long, but it's my turn now. It's my turn to protect you. I'll come home, eventually, and when I do I might not be the same me that you remember, but it was all for you. Always for you. Know that no matter how long I'm gone, or what others try to tell you, I love you. I love you so much it hurts sometimes. Wait for me? I know it's a cruel thing to ask of you, after leaving so abruptly, but I can't help but do so anyway. I love you. Love, your baby boy, Izuku. 1217131SE. Izuku goes to leave it at that, but he freezes before he even puts down his pen. P.S. Tell Kaken it isn't his fault and that he'll always be my image of victory. Satisfied, despite the pain in his tea not due to old battle wounds, he opens his bedroom door and sneaks out of the apartment. He makes quick work of heading to the train station to meet Hitoshi, but he slows down when he passes Kaken's house. He allows himself a moment to stare at the front door. He lets himself reminisce of the good times for only a moment, before he turns away and heads to the train station. Hitoshi spots the head of unruly green hair before Izuku spots him. Pushing off the wall, he makes his way up behind Izuku silently. He gets all the way to a foot behind him as Izuku continues to walk around the relatively empty train station. Reaching forward, he taps Izuku's shoulder, only to have his wrist snatched before he can do anything else. Izuku glances behind him at Hitoshi wearily as he twists Hitoshi's wrist slightly. Hitoshi only reacts with a smirk. Seriously, Toshi? Hitoshi shrugs, still smirking as his wrist is given back to him. What can I say? I live to make you miserable. Izuku rolls his eyes, but Hitoshi can see a little smile peeking through. He'll consider that an accomplishment. The train ride from Mustafu is long and quiet, and Izuku falls asleep on his shoulder. He may not look like the scarred, war-torn, starving man he was before the jump, but he still has the eyes of him. World-weary and red-rimmed. Hitoshi hasn't actually seen Izuku cry for over a decade, only ever the aftermath. Dad's the one who Izuku could be weak in front of. Not for the first time, Hitoshi wishes he was given the honor of being there in Izuku's worst moments. He always keeps, or perhaps kept, since they're no longer in the middle of an apocalypse, a strong visage about him around the others. Especially Momo. After losing Kyuka in arguably one of the worst ways possible, she was too fragile of heart to be much of a hero. Kyuka's loss broke Momo, like Powerloader's death broke Mei. Izuku never got the chance to grieve for Shouto or Katsuki or anyone else, too busy leading a war effort. Hitoshi wonders if he ever let the wound close, or if it still bleeds sluggishly underneath the band-aid he slapped on it. The rest of them did. The rest of the remaining rebels, remaining heroes, all were given a chance to mourn and move on in their own time. Even so, some wounds never heal. Hitoshi wouldn't have kept going if not for Dad. Denki was Hitoshi's first big loss. It was early on in the war, right after the hero schools were systematically destroyed one by one, forcing students like them to go on the run and fight in a war they never should have been in. They never even got the chance to go on a real date. Stolen embraces in between battles. Promises to stay alive. Holding each other close on cold nights and telling stories of what they'll do after the war. That was all Hitoshi got. Denki broke his promise. Then it was Pops. In the rescue mission for those taken by the Commission, Pops died giving the ones who were taken a chance to get away. Neito had copied voice before the fact, and after Pops fell, had his throat crushed by a Nomu. That whole battle was nothing more than a massacre. A three-way fight between the heroes, the Commission, and the League. He still has nightmares of the slaughter that happened that day. Then it was little Eri. None of them, the last 11, ever knew what happened to her. All they knew was that Eri was stationed at the last remaining stronghold, caring for the injured as they came in droves. Centuries ago, an aid station was a taboo target. You strike an aid station and your own gets attacked right back, eye for an eye style. Not this time. The only reason they know the last stronghold fell is because when they went to try and get supplies, the entire city was leveled. No survivors that they could find. They never found Eri's body. For months, in the back of Hitoshi's mind, he wondered if his little sister would be the next Nomu they fought. Hitoshi snaps out of his melancholic thoughts as the train comes to a slow halt. Shaking Izuku awake, they head to the base. Finding it was hell. Sure, there's plenty of abandoned buildings across the country. But finding one that was easily defensible, unlikely to be found by heroes or villains alike, and still having running water and electricity is another thing altogether. The one he found was once an underground and above-ground parking garage. The top of the garage collapsed during a villain fight, presumably anyways, and it seems no one ever bothered trying to rebuild it. The underground part was buried, but after digging and maneuvering some debris around, he had a relatively concealed entrance. Since it's connected to city power lines, it still has power. No shower, though there are bathrooms at least. No matter, there's an abandoned apartment building a block down the road that gets water, so they can go there for a shower. If he's reading the graffiti right, it's basically all access to the homeless population. He hasn't run into any problems with it at least. There were other people around, using the rundown apartments as their places to sleep, but there's a single apartment that is all access. So long as you only use that one, and don't venture into other homeless people's claimed territories, there's no problems to be had. Izuku is quiet the entire time Hitoshi explains all of this, but there's something calculating in his eyes. Hitoshi bets he's already planning out how to get all of the parts they need for the suits, support items, and computer setup. Hitoshi waits patiently as Izuku looks around the underground parking garage. It's not too much to look at. Some of the topside rubble had collapsed along the outer edges of the entire garage, but luckily the center pillars were still standing steady, so the center of the large underground space is largely untouched. If Hitoshi were to guess, whatever happened to the garage happened in the center, at least a floor off of ground level and going outwards. Which is why most of the underground part is untouched in the center. As far as he could figure out, there's 1 or 2 stories below them, but he hasn't had time to clear the rubble enough to access them all. This is perfect, Hitoshi, Izuku says suddenly, still looking at the room with appraising eyes. Hitoshi absolutely does not puff his tea out in pride a little. 2 weeks was an awfully short time, but he still managed it with flying colors. I already know where some things will be set up. Izuku then starts a mumble fest, pointing out where he wants to put things and what things to put. Apparently, he's planning to place a large sparring circle in the center of the room and a workout area with weights and things in one part of the room to the left. A setup of aerial silks, to help with familiarizing themselves with the movements of the modified capture weapons. Along the farthest wall, that's where Izuku will set up his computer and hacking station. I want to have a few filing cabinets, to store all the files that aren't immediately needed. Oh, and we'll need a few beds, over in this corner. Yes, closest to the exit. Izuku keeps rambling. Hitoshi just leans against a pillar and watches in amusement. It's like Izuku is trying to turn this crappy, crumbling, underground garage into a mockery of hero agency. Actually, now that he thinks about it, he probably is. Should he tell Izuku to tone it down a bit? Maybe. Is he going to? Fat FING chance. If decking this place out is what makes Izuku happy, then by God, that's what they're gonna FING do. It's been a while since he's seen his fearless leader be so talkative. He's usually quiet and introspective, and has been for a long time. Even during those long days and nights of planning, he didn't talk so freely and certainly not with so much excitement. If Hitoshi weren't still in love with Denki all these years later, he thinks he could definitely fall for this cute green-haired genius. And maybe a sort of lounge area? It doesn't have to be fancy, just somewhere we can relax in between saving the world. And he's still FNG going. God, Hitoshi almost forgot how much this guy can talk. Is he even breathing while he speaks? Maybe that was his original quirk, the ability to not need to breathe as long as he's running his mouth. I'll need a workstation too, for making and repairing the suits and support items. And Izuku suddenly gasps and rounds on Hitoshi, startling him a bit as Izuku suddenly gets in his face. Can we steal a few motorcycles? Hitoshi, not the first nor the last time, has no idea how to respond for a moment. You are way too excited about the idea of stealing Zuku? Hitoshi says blandly, neither agreeing or disagreeing with the notion. He'll leave that problem for Dad. Izuku pouts at him. I've always wanted a motorcycle though. Was gonna get one when I became a hero, but that was before One for All, and frankly with One for All, I'm faster than a motorcycle. Izuku says. Hitoshi opens his mouth to respond, but Izuku has already moved away, already moving back into his plans for their base. Hitoshi shakes his head with a smile and decides to leave him to it while he sets Izuku up to sleep tonight. In the 2 weeks of waiting, Hitoshi has managed to buy a pile's worth of non-perishable food, 2 sleeping bags, a few extra blankets, and burner phones. If Hitoshi knows Izuku at all, and he knows him fairly well by now, he'll probably end up revamping the burner phones to be far more high-tech. Whatever, let Zuku have his fun. When Dad gets back, the real work will begin, so might as well make use of what time they have right now. Wait, Izuku suddenly says, turning to Hitoshi with narrowed eyes. He raises an eyebrow as he continues to spread out Izuku's sleeping bag. How much money did you steal from your foster family? Hitoshi grins, grabs his backpack, and holds it open for Izuku to look into. Izuku just kind of stares at the stacks of yen he's not even made a dent in before a sharp smile lights up his face. It's the same smile he wears when he goes to battle. Fierce, feral, a little bit too animalistic to be normal. If you ask him, Izuku got it from Nezu. A little too wide, baring the teeth a little too much, top lip curling back slightly to show his canines. Perhaps if they were a tiny bit sharper, it would be even more threatening than it already is. Oh, this'll do. It says quietly. This'll do very nicely. Izuku may have gone a little overboard. He can't help it though. Ever since he was a kid he's dreamed about opening his own agency. Designing it, running it, hell, he was even dreaming about the paperwork that comes with owning his own agency. Word he knows. Even still, he kind of went over the top. In his defense, all of this will be useful. Within the span of 3 weeks, Izuku has managed to turn the drab underground parking garage into somewhat of his dream agency. A fully decked-out gym area complete with weights, a small but realistic rock climbing wall, a bench press, and yoga mats to use since the floor is still concrete. The gym area is along the left wall about the center of the room, and next to it on the right is 3 sets of aerial silks. Black, purple and green. On the left side of the gym area is Izuku's workstation. A workbench that is basically just a large L-shaped desk, with various heavy-duty tools on or around it. A sewing machine and a welding block to start with. Closest to their hidden entrance, on the right side of the room are 3 sleeping areas. Not beds, areas. They're all sectioned off by dividers with curtains as doors. Each one comes with enough space for a small bedside drawer with a lamp on top, a waist-high bookshelf, a standing mirror, and a makeshift sink. Basically a sink, but instead of plumbing pipes, the used water empties into a bucket that needs to be manually changed. In the farthest corner to the right, a large computer station with 4 computer screens and its own small generator to avoid showing the spike of energy use to officials. Next to it is a small bookshelf and a filing cabinet, as well as one of those collapsible drawer things filled with blank notebooks. Very center of the room there's a large set of mats which he drilled to the floor so they don't move, with a big white circle painted on it. Along the ceiling, strings of fairy lights are used to brighten up the place and make it feel homier. There's also a lounge area along the back wall beside the computer station, complete with a couch, coffee table, and TV. Izuku also put in a makeshift kitchen area, with bookshelves for the storage instead of cabinets, a desk instead of a countertop, another makeshift sink, and 2 mini fridges. When everything is done, set up, and ready for use, Izuku looks at Hitoshi with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, Toshi, thank you for letting me have this?" Izuku whispers. Hitoshi only smiles at him softly. If this is what makes you happy, then no problem. Hitoshi rubs his neck sheepishly as he looks away. It does make me feel better that we mostly scavenged half the stuff from Dagoba and abandoned buildings though. Plus it helped get us started on strength training. Izuku adds in helpfully. His arms still ache from lugging all of the big items from Mustafu, and then getting them into the base? God, that was terrible. He forgot how much his body hurt while preparing for One for All so many years ago. Now that it's all set up, we need to make a schedule for our preparations until Shouto shows up. Hitoshi groans low in his throat. God, just call him Dad already. Izuku's face lights on fire as he splutters indignantly, before deciding to just ignore that comment. Come on, let's sit on the couch while we work up a schedule. Izuku makes a detour to grab a fresh notebook from the computer station and a pen before collapsing into Hitoshi's side on the couch. Propping the notebook up on his knees, Izuku labels the book as simply preparations. He flips it to the first page so he can start off with a bulleted list. The pages aren't numbered, so he goes ahead and numbers each page back and front in the outer corners up to 50, that way they can keep the notebook organized. Hizashi taught him that. So, to begin, we need a list of everything that we need to do before Shouto jumps, simplified into a few words. Izuku starts. He goes ahead and labels the first 4 bulleted points as Hitoshi's workout plan, Hitoshi's meal plan, Izuku's workout plan, and Izuku's meal plan. Hitoshi, reading over his shoulder, makes a noise that draws his attention. Do we really need to separate our meal plans and workout plans? Wouldn't it be simpler to just do one workout and meal plan? Hitoshi asks. Izuku is already shaking his head before Hitoshi finishes the question. We have very different bodies, which have different needs. It's better to plan out different ones for each of us so it's better tailored to our specific requirements. Izuku explains. For example, the biggest difference, your workout plan will have to include quirk training. Since it'll be years yet if and when I get One for All, I don't have to worry quite as much about it. Hitoshi nods. Makes sense. The next bullet point will have to be either the suits or support items. Izuku writes down those in the next 2 bullet points. We also need to make sure our combat skills stay sharp, but sparring against each other too much will lead to developing weird habits. There's always gyms. Hitoshi says. Izuku hums in thought for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons in his head, before refusing. No, we don't want to have to explain why we're already so skilled. And besides, gym memberships lead to paper trails, and people knowing our faces. We are technically runaways right now, and I don't want to give my mother a chance to find me. Izuku says, even as pain flares up in his heart at the mere thought of pushing his mother away so callously. It's needed, but that makes it no less painful to do. Well, we're already planning on being sort of vigilantes, why not go ahead and start doing so now? Izuku goes to reject but Hitoshi continues before he gets the chance. Think about it. Being your everyday type of vigilante now gives us a chance to keep our skills sharp, identities hidden, let us get out of this garage so we don't go mad, and we can use it as another form of information gathering. Plus, if we get our names out as vigilantes sooner, instead of all 3 of us at once, it won't be as strange to anyone assigned to our cases. Like, I go out first, get my name out a little, then you, then Dad, and it'll be more like I'm just picking up strays instead of an organized group. I hate that you make so many good points. Izuku grumbles after a moment of consideration. Okay, fine. He says, marking down vigilante work on the next bullet point. Got any ideas for what else absolutely needs to be done that can't wait until Dad gets here? Hitoshi asks. Izuku considers the short list already down. Both workout plans, both meal plans, suit and support item construction, and vigilante work. I can go ahead and start building my information network now as a hacker. Put it down then. Izuku does so obediently, and then taps his pen against his chin. Suddenly a thought races across his mind. Wait, if we're going to go ahead and start getting our names out there as vigilantes, what will our names be? Hitoshi kind of just stares for a moment but groaning and sliding lower on the couch. This is figuring out hero names all over again. He complains. Hitoshi's head lolls to the side so it's in Izuku's lap, covering his notebook. Izuku can't help the exasperated amusement that fills him. You didn't even pick your name out, Denki did? Hitoshi only groans louder and lets his full weight crush Izuku's legs. Izuku hums out lazily. Like father, like son as they say. Izuku has to lean sharply to the side to avoid Hitoshi hitting him. With a flailing hand. I don't even know what my name would be. We can't have it related to our quirks to both minimize connections to our old lives and keep our quirks as wild cards? Hitoshi whines. Izuku hums in agreement. I could list out themes and you shoot them down to help narrow our thought process? Hitoshi huffs and sits up. Sure, go for it. Mythology, like Greek or Roman or one of the other million ancient religions' gods? No, because if we get into that you won't shut up for days, and also, it's a little cliché. Hitoshi responds immediately. Izuku grumbles, he liked that idea though. Okay fine. How about important numbers to us? Like I could be 9, as in the 9th holder of One for All? Hitoshi shakes his head. That'll bring too much attention from All for One. No dice. Something related to shadows? Lame. Hitoshi drawls, dragging the word out a moment. Izuku pouts at him. Nicknames that are important to us from our past lives? Connections to our past future? Is a bad idea all around. Hitoshi says with a raised eyebrow. Okay fine, let's speed round it. Izuku offers. I say something and all you say is yes or no. Hitoshi shrugs. Hit me. Colors. Hitoshi says no. Gems. Hitoshi says no. Old cartoon characters. Hitoshi actually laughs at him. Alcohol brands. Hitoshi, thankfully because Izuku only said that to say it, says no with a snort. Nature-based things. Another no. Something Fumikage would say. Hitoshi hesitates, but eventually decides to say no. Card suits? Hitoshi pauses, considers it, and then shakes his head. Izuku is getting frustrated. Why is he making this so difficult? Oh come on. I like that last one. We could use playing cards as calling cards. Do you want to mass buy a bunch of card decks? Hitoshi fires back, and Izuku wilts with a mumbled no. Shouto would be so disappointed to learn where all their yen was going towards when he jumps. Why not choose something that has meaning to us and us alone? Like what? Izuku asks. Hitoshi blows out a breath. I don't know. Something that would mean something to us alone, but wouldn't be easily connected to us from before or after our disappearances. Plus we have to keep it open-ended so Dad can choose his own name. I'm drawing a blank on what we could use. Izuku admits. Oh come on Zuku, you chose your hero name before, why is this so strong for you? Hitoshi laments. Izuku gives him a blank look. Hitoshi, my hero name was the nickname Kaken called me to make fun of me for being quirkless, and I just reclaimed it. You and Shouto both just used the first name your crushes suggested. None of us ever actually put deep thought into our hero names before. Izuku says. Hitoshi looks at him for a moment before just collapsing backwards onto the other end of the couch, sprawling out haphazardly and refusing to get up when Izuku nudges him. Where's Neito when you need him? He's done this before. Izuku snorts. Neito stole his hero name from an old play or whatever. The Phantom of the Opera? Yeah, he stole it. Momo then shortened and cutesified her quirk name. Hitoshi raises his head with a desperate look on his face. Shouto? Katsuki? Afeni Tenya? Went with his first name and never changed his mind. Tried to call himself Lord Explosion Murder the first try, and Igenium was inherited from his brother. Izuku explains, watching with amusement as Hitoshi flounders. Tsu? He whispers quietly. She's one of the only ones who actually had a name picked out since childhood and kept it. Ochako Mina, Denki? First name plus gravity equals Uravity. Tried Alien Queen but got shot down and went with Pinky, and Charger plus Lightning Bolt equals Charge Bolt. Our friends were, largely, uncreative. Izuku snickers, taking pleasure in Hitoshi's long-suffering Deciding to draw out his pain a little, he goes down the list of the rest of his old classmates. There was Tailman and Invisible Girl. Tokoyami actually went with a god of death as Tsukuyami, so that was cool, if slightly unoriginal. Red Riot as in Crimson Riot. Kaken eventually decided with Great Explosion Murder god Dynamite. Kyuka went with Earphone Jack, as in her quirk name. Anima, as an animal, again, relating to Koji's quirk? Please stop. Yuga chose can't stop twinkling, but it was originally I cannot stop twinkling. A whole but sentence, why not? Please stop. I forgot how bad everyone's hero names were. Hitoshi says weakly. Says you mind it? Izuku fires back. My Neito went with grape juice before he was kicked out. Tentacle. Sugar man for Rikido. Cellophane was decent at least? My god, I hate this. Can we just leave the naming to the cops then? Do you want to leave it to the cops and press? Izuku asks, slightly curious if he'll say yes just to avoid doing it himself. No, Hitoshi sighs out. Then get the hell up and help me figure this out. Izuku demands, patting Hitoshi's leg. Come on, the sooner we figure this out, the sooner we can get to work. I hate you. Love you too, Toshi. 1 month, a sheet ton of sweat and aches and exhaustion, and many nights of no sleep, and Hitoshi is ready to hit the streets at last. He's bulked up considerably, at least compared to when he first woke up. He really needs a better name for the aftermath of the jump, because this is ridiculous. He can at least be in constant exertion for hours at a time without stopping, so there's that. Hitoshi can't wait to finally get out of this garage. He feels like he's going insane. All he's done since they finished fleshing out the preparations notebook is work out, sleep, and go get food, with the occasional quirk training peppered in. Mostly, for his quirk training, he would just practice holding the string without pulling it taut or letting it go. Other training for his quirk is rapid control and release, or fighting against someone trying to break free. Without one for all, it's a hell of a lot easier keeping Izuku under, but that doesn't mean it's easy overall. But finally, Izuku has finished Hitoshi's suit. The anticipation is worse than actual torture, especially since Izuku's moved his workstation to the second floor and forbidden Hitoshi to come down. Said it was a surprise, and that he has to wait. But it's done. All he has to wait for now is for Izuku to bring it upstairs to the main area and let him try it on. Zuku! Hitoshi hollers down the hallway/driveway thing since he's still not allowed to go down there. Hurry you up! Hold your horses! Izuku yells back up at him, and finally he rounds the bend where Hitoshi can see him, holding a box that most surely has his outfit. He's so excited he can feel his vocal cords vibrating without making noise. If I had a horse I still wouldn't hold it. Hitoshi yells back at him, being extra loud just to make Izuku glare at him as he comes within capture scarf distance. Hitoshi trails behind Izuku closely as they go further into the main area, where there's plenty of space. He barely holds himself back from pouncing on the box when Izuku sets it down. Izuku huffs, turns to him and crosses his arms. Alright Strip, I'll give you it piece by piece so I can explain what you need to know as we go. Izuku commands, and Hitoshi is already ripping his shirt off before he finishes. After years of living in close quarters with the last 11 with no space for privacy, he doesn't feel self-conscious to be mostly naked in front of anyone anymore. Izuku's seen the scars he has now, as well as all of the scars he's gained over the years so many times, it's like there's no scars in the first place. He doesn't even care about the WHP scars along his back anymore. To Hitoshi, his scars are marks of honor. Proof that he survived, that he endured, and that he still showed everyone who ever doubted him that they're wrong, and that he can be a hero. He's just throwing his jeans to the side when Izuku hands him a heavy shirt. While he was undressing down to his boxers, Izuku went to grab one of the standing mirrors. The shirt is black, with strips of dark purple down the sides, fitting close to his body. The shirt is made of slash, fire, and water-resistant fabric, all of it is, and it's double-layered. In between layers are thin metal plates over vital areas, disconnected for ease of movement. Izuku says, on the collarbones you'll notice 2 buttons. They're temperature regulators, one for heating, one for cooling. They coincide with Shouto's original quirk, so to heat your body up, press the left, to cool it down press the right. It happens in 30-minute intervals, and the battery only needs to recharge once every 2 or 3 days, longer if it stays unused. Hitoshi grabs the breathes as Izuku hands them to him, slipping them on. The breathes, like the shirt, is made of the same resistant material, this time triple-layered with 2 separate layers of the metal sheets on your thighs and calves. Izuku hands him 2 white boxes. Those are both full of emergency medical supplies, and the boxes themselves are reinforced steel. They can be used as a blunt force weapon if need be. They go in the 2 pockets on your outer thighs. Nodding to show he's still listening, Hitoshi opens one of the boxes to see heavy-duty medical supplies before closing it and slipping them in the right pockets. The pockets are secured by a buckle, which he tightens to avoid rattling the supplies around as he moves. Down the outer line of his breathes is another set of purple stripes, which help make him look taller. Apparently Mei and Izuku went with a theme. With the breathes, goes the holster belt and suspender straps to make sure the breathes don't slip down. Izuku says, handing him both items which he quickly puts on. Hitoshi doesn't question why the pockets on his calves were glossed over, just deciding to let Izuku do his thing. The front of the hips on the belt are magnetic dagger holsters. The sides of the hips are for throwing knives, also magnetic. Having the holsters be magnetic eliminates the problem of losing knives while jumping around, and the problem of a complicated strap to hold them in. Hitoshi tries to draw one of the daggers, and is surprised by the amount of force he'll have to use to do so. Is it supposed to be that strong to grab? Hitoshi asks. Yes, this way if any villains try to steal a dagger from your belt, they'll be thrown off by the force required to grab it, allowing you to use their distraction to your advantage. Izuku explains, holding out a jacket. He slips it on and zips it up, twisting in the mirror to appreciate its sleek look. It's black, like the shirt, with 2 strips of purple down the sides as well. 2 more strips of purple run down the length of his arms, over his shoulders and up into the collar. Its zipper is on his side instead of down his front, and can zip all the way up his neck if he wants. He leaves it loose and open for the moment. The hood is large and stiff against his back, and when he draws it up, it stays standing, lifted off of his forehead and shadowing his face. The outer seam is purple too, from collar to collar. The jackets, like the breathes and shirt, are made of resistant fabric, this one triple layered like the breathes with the 2 layers of metal plating. Izuku explains, looking him up and down with a considerating look. He can feel the metal plates most prominently between his shoulder blades and on his lower back. Diamond, this outfit is heavy. It's also reversible. On the end of the sleeve, you'll see a hole. That's where your thumbs go. Grip the holes and slide the jacket off quickly. Hitoshi does as commanded, grinning when it comes off in one smooth motion, held off the floor only by his fists. This side is completely purple, a brighter color than the dark purple of the stripes on the other side. He pulls it on again, and this side has the zipper down the middle like a normal jacket. When he looks in the mirror, it looks like he's wearing a normal hoodie. A hoodie with cat ears. Hell yeah. I wanted the hoodie side to look normal and not sketchy, at least for you and me, so hence the cat ears and bright color. Izuku says, sounding a little bit more smug than he should. It wasn't a part of the design Mei made for us, but at least this way we can quickly shout the jacket to conceal our identities if the heroes get too close. Turn it back around, I'm not done with it. Feeling distinctly like a mannequin, he does as ordered and puts the jacket back on with the sleek black side out. Right, so underneath your right arm there's a small pocket with a zipper. That's for your primary lockpicking set. Izuku says, handing him a lockpicking set to put in the pocket it belongs to. Also, the hand pockets have a heating feature. Just press the button and it'll warm your hands for 30 minutes. Nice. There's one last part of the jacket, and then we'll move on. On your shoulders, there's another set of magnetic holsters. These are upside down, so you just reach across your body to grab a dagger. I suggest you keep these as a last resort, Izuku says. And now for the boots. Hitoshi takes the pair of socks and boots handed to him, sitting down in front of the mirror to slip them on. The boots are normal combat boots in appearance, but knowing Mei and knowing Izuku, it has some extra goodies hidden by the normal look. The boots have modified soles to soften impact and improve jumping power, as well as reinforced steel on the tips for extra power in your kicks. Izuku continues to explain. You'll notice the space between the breathes and the boots. Your left foot has a taser holster, the right a gun holster. Guns are loaded with safety on. Izuku hands him a sleek black taser and a handgun. Both weapons have purple on the grips. Also for the boots, hidden in the soles will be a backup lockpicking set, and a small dagger, left, and right accordingly. Hitoshi lifts his feet to see the barest outline of the dagger and lockpicking set in the center of the soles. And last but not least for the outfit part, the gloves. Simple fingerless LTHR gloves, with cushion and steel over the knuckles. The palm has enhanced grip as well. Izuku says, and Hitoshi slips the gloves on, tightening the buckles, and flexing his hands to test out elasticity. He takes Izuku's offered hand and is hauled to his feet. For support items there's more? We have a modified version of the capture scarf. It goes on your arms. Under the jacket? Izuku hands him a set of gauntlet-looking items, and he slips them on under his jacket sleeves. They're heavy on his arms. God, this whole setup weighs the same amount he does. With a permissive nod from Izuku, he holds an arm out away from them to test it. It takes a moment to get it to work, but when he tilts his wrist down, a black whip-like piece of fabric surges out and wraps around one of the nearby pillars. He giggles giddily, raising his wrist to retract the fabric, sending him launching to and past the pillar. When the fabric retreats back into the gauntlet, he stumbles slightly from the backlash of it. Izuku makes his way over to him, carrying the box with him under one arm. It works just like the capture scarf, using nanotechnology to respond smoothly to its owner. Each set will carry all three of our DNA, that way we can use each other's weapons without difficulty, Izuku says, setting the box back down. The gauntlet itself is reinforced steel, in case you need to tank a hit. Here, this one is next. Izuku hands him a pair of goggles, which he slips over his head, leaving the hair trapped underneath the strap to keep it out of his face. Purple, because of course, gotta keep on theme. The goggles have night vision, heat vision, and for Shouto, a mist spray. Resistant to damage, and the lenses are bulletproof glass, so they aren't likely to shatter easily. And finally, these. Izuku hands him a mask that looks a lot like his persona cords. God, he hasn't used persona cords in years, since it was damaged and lost in a battle, and at that point, Momo didn't have enough lipids to spare for a whole new set. Slipping on the mask is like coming home. Even if, in the beginning when he first got them, they felt like another muzzle, something to silence him, his persona cords had saved his life on multiple occasions before they were lost to him. These are an updated version of your old persona cords. Like the original version, these will mimic voices for you, but they also serve as comm links. They'll only connect to paired devices, even with something that'll block electrical signals. Each set is designed with the person in mind though. Izuku explains. Hitoshi fiddles with the settings a moment, and when he speaks, Izuku's voice comes out instead of his own. What will your mask do? All of our masks will silence us to outsiders, but mine will be connected to a backup drive. It'll be designed to record whatever analysis I mumble for later use. Shouto's won't have a specific feature, but his goggles will. Izuku goes on to say, all of our masks will filter out any toxic gases, silence us to outsiders, and have GPS locators built in. When you reverse the jacket, to hide the mask, all you have to do is turn it around. It should be easily hidden in the folds of the hoodie whether your hood is raised or not. This is all wonderfully made, Izuku. Hitoshi praises, moving back to the mirror to see the whole effect. Izuku trails after him with a pleased hum. With the mask and goggles on, hood raised, and black fabric hanging lazily to the floor, he looks like a badass. He never wants to take this outfit off. It makes him feel powerful, invincible. Like maybe this endeavor to save the world won't be so strong after all. You look amazing, Toshi, Izuku says. All thanks to you and Mei. Think I could go out tonight and get a real feel for the suit in action? Hitoshi asks, hope and excitement leaking into his voice, which still sounds like Izuku. Izuku purses his lips. Maybe you should practice with the gauntlets first. The fabric is heavier than the normal capture scarf, so you can use it like Midnight's WHP, and it's different being yanked around by the arms rather than the body. Izuku says. Hitoshi deflates slightly. 2 hours. If you can get the hang of it within 2 hours, you can go out tonight, and when you get back you can let me know if anything needs adjustments. I only need one, Hitoshi says, determination flooding his veins as he makes his way to the aerial silks. I'll be at the workstation finishing up my own outfit. Come get me before you go so I can be sure you're ready. Izuku hollers at him, already heading downstairs. Hitoshi waves his hand dismissively in response, sending out the gauntlet WHPIS to get himself off the ground. He's gonna master this in no time, and then it's time to hit the streets at last. Shouto doesn't get paid enough for this. He's been assigned to the case of 2 new vigilantes, partners, who showed up 2 and 3 months ago. They're slippery, skilled in ways Shouto can't comprehend. Fast enough they could both have minor speed enhancement quirks. Smart enough to have intelligence quirks. Skilled enough to be actual heroes. The first one, the one with purple accents on his suit, goes by Silence. Fitting, given he's never heard the vigilante speak in his own voice. Silence's voice always mimics Shouto's own, or Tsukachi, or Hizashi, or Nezu, or random people. Never the same voice twice in one conversation. Then again, for someone calling themselves Silence, he's pretty chatty. He's sarcastic, antagonizing, and he likes to rile Shouto up. For an entire month, Shouto had worked on building a rapport with this vigilante, trying to get information on the sly. But Silence is clever. He gives Shouto vague answers, which answer his question but never gives anything away. Has the height and build of a child, but acts like a mature, seasoned pro. His fights are always over quickly, using WHPS or something like them to take out enemies by using them against each other. He likes to taunt his victims, asking inane questions to confuse and disorient and PSS them off. Things like, nice weather we're having, don't you think? Or, did you know that ice is a rock? Or, think your mother will appreciate flowers. Silence is the one that likes to stick around and talk to Shouto for a minute before disappearing. Then there's the other one, Secret. Secret came along about a month after Silence, and at first Shouto didn't think there was a correlation between the two, given they patrol separately. But then Shouto and Silence had been outnumbered and were losing a fight against an entire gang of criminals. Silence, using Shouto's voice, which never fails to irritate him, simply said back up and bam. There was Secret, crashing into 2 criminals not a few minutes later. Secret is, well, Secret. He's only gotten a response out of Secret twice, and one of those was asking for his name. The other one was asking if Silence was his partner. Other than that, nothing. He doesn't speak during a fight, doesn't speak after a fight. Doesn't like to stick around for very long, and won't let Shouto close often enough for him to get a word in edgewise. Getting close to Secret is like coaxing a stray cat close enough to give them food. Getting close to Silence is like trying to keep a stray cat from following you home. It's frustrating, knowing he's been working their case for almost 3 months with no progress. Estimated age range is about 16 to 25. They're skilled enough that they could have been taught at a hero school but never made the cut when the cards were down. Estimated biological gender are male for both, but it's strong to really nail it down for sure. He has no answer for any appearance-based questions. No eye or hair color, and it's strong to see skin color in the dark unless it's bright and eye-catching. They don't travel outside of their zones often, but it's not unheard of for them both to be spotted somewhere else. They won't take any peace offerings. Shouto once brought them both snacks, because they work sundown to sunup, but they refused to even touch it. He once brought a few extra water bottles for them, but nothing. Silence once started to doze off on one of the rare times the two of them took a break and let him close enough to take a break with them, and then immediately snapped awake the moment Shouto tried to reach out and wake him up. They reject his touch, Secret won't even look at him half the time, let alone speak to him, and Silence only speaks to him to PSS him off. It's infuriating. He's getting nowhere with these brats because they won't let him close enough to do so. Is it so bad that Shouto wants to help them, steer them towards getting actual licenses? Silence, the chatty one, shut him down strong when Shouto brought it up once. Strong as in, shut Shouto up with a few sharp words and then take off with Secret before Shouto could even think about trying to follow them. They plague his mind day and night. Sometimes he wonders if they're sleeping at all. Sometimes he wonders if tonight will be the night he loses one of them. Even Hizashi is starting to worry about them, because Shouto talks about them enough it feels like Hizashi is in Shouto's shoes. He worries if they're eating enough, resting their bodies, and healing after getting injured. Maybe he's getting too close to this case? Eraser. About time. And here I thought you had a hot date? Silence chirps from below, Shouto having barely noticed his presence in the alley below him. He wastes no time in jumping down into the alley, expecting a fight, but getting none. The alleyway is empty except for Silence and Secret, who seem to have been waiting for him. The thought of them waiting for him makes his shoulders tense. They wouldn't ambush him, would they? Eraserhead. Secret says, and it makes Shouto tense even further. Something must be going on if Secret is speaking to him. Is everything alright? Shouto asks cautiously. He wants to give these two the benefit of the doubt and not suspect they're fixing to attack him in a secluded alleyway, where they block the entrance to the street. The alley is small enough that getting back to the roofs will be a little more difficult to manage than usual. If a fight breaks out between them, Shouto is outnumbered and outclassed. These two could take him apart in mere minutes with their skill and efficiency. No, nothing's wrong, Eraser. Just wanted to chat. Silence says, copying Shouto's voice in that eerie way of his. Chat. Shouto says blandly, resisting the urge to grab his scarf and lower his goggles. Yup, walk with us, won't you? Silence says. There's an edge of a threat in his voice. He knows because that's how Shouto sounds when he's threatening someone subtly. Shouto swallows down the dread the notion fills him with. Sure. Maybe he should go ahead and press his panic button now while he has the chance? No, what is he thinking? There's just two of them. Shouto's fought more than that with his eyes closed, literally. The two step off the walls of the alley they were leaning on and slip out onto the streets, heading up to the rooftops. Shouto follows, though he wishes he didn't, considering a fight on the rooftops is worse than a fight in a crowded alley. If they get the drop on him on a roof, especially a high one, they could throw him off it. He suddenly wishes he had woken Hizashi up for an embrace before he left. They lead him onto a thankfully short building, where they lean against a railing and give him the center of the roof. It makes some of the rising panic in his throat fade. This means they aren't here for a fight, right? It's silent between the three of them for a minute, which usually means Shouto will have to speak first. So Dash. Your birthday is coming up soon. Secret says, not like it's a question but a fact. How did they dash? No, better not to question Secret. It'll make him shut down and refuse to speak again. And if Secret is leading the conversation, it means that if Secret shuts down, so will Silence. That is correct. Shouto responds. Why do they want to talk about his birthday of all things? You're planning on patrolling the night before your birthday? Again, Secret doesn't phrase it as a question but a fact. They have his patrolling schedule? Again, that is correct. Shouto says, keeping his voice level and face emotionless. Don't. Silence speaks up. Shouto hesitates before responding. They don't want him to patrol the night before his birthday? But what are they planning to do? Why? Shouto asks. Wouldn't want you to wake up falling between buildings? Secret says, and Silence snorts, the sounds briefly making the voice modulator fritz. So it was the mask all along, but what for? Also, are they threatening him? I'm not sure what you mean. It means what it means. Don't patrol the night before your birthday. Mark my words, you very well might regret it. Secret continues, and Shouto just now realized that there isn't a voice modulator like Silence has. At least, he doesn't think so. The voice sounds young, but he knows better than to take anything at face value with these two. You can't make me not patrol, I'm a hero. It's my job. Shouto says. Even so, he's starting to think it'll be good to stay home that night. If Secret is the one telling him to do this, doesn't that make it important? Secret's not exactly talkative. Not to him at least. He does sometimes hear Silence respond to something no one asked, so maybe only Silence can hear him? Maybe it's something Secret decides himself? A telepathic quirk maybe? Well then, hero, let's put it this way. Stay home with Hizashi or else. Secret says, and it makes Shouto JRK in place. He never even told these two he was married, let alone to who. Just how much does Secret know about him? How do you dash? I know a lot of things, Eraser. Secret cuts him off, raising a hand as if to examine his nails, but Shouto doesn't feel the eyes that are so sharp beneath those goggles leave him. I know you teach as a homeroom teacher to Class 1A at UA. I know you like cats. I know you pretend to prefer to drink your coffee black in front of people, but you actually really like the extremely sugary iced coffees more. Or that you are the first and only UA student to have transferred to heroics from Gen Ed. Shouto feels himself go cold as Secret keeps going, telling Shouto things about himself he hasn't told these two. I know you lost a friend before you ever even graduated, the only heroic student to have died on a work study. I know your favorite color is yellow, like Hizashi's hair. Oh God, what is happening? I know you sleep in pink pajama briefs because it was the last gift Shirakumo ever gave you. And above all, I know you need to stay home the night before your birthday. Do we have an understanding here? Shouto nods slowly, thoroughly intimidated. Secret knows too many things about him for Shouto to just refuse, especially when he can hear the threat in Secret's words. He knows Oboro's name, he knows Shuta's preferred coffee, he knows about Hizashi, about Shuta's favorite color and why. Just who the hell are Secret and Silence? Good. Secret says, sounding satisfied with himself. Shouto tries to swallow down the lump of coal in his throat. Now go home. Silence and I have it handled tonight. Shouto doesn't even hesitate to listen this time. On his way back to his apartment, the first number he calls is Hizashi. Hizashi picks up the phone on the fourth ring, voice slurred from sleep. It makes the knot in his isi loosen a little. I'm on my way home. Shouto says, short and sharp, and doesn't give his husband a chance to respond before hanging up and calling Tsukachi. Detective Tsukachi starts to say in a lazy drawl. Meet me at my apartment pronto. It's an emergency. Eraser? Is everything dash? Just do it. Shouto hangs up the phone and picks up the pace. He needs to see Hizashi, needs to confirm with his own eyes that he's okay. Even though his breathing is shallow, even though his isi is tightening in the signs of a panic attack, he moves over the rooftops faster than the wind. What the hell has he gotten himself into? Did you have to freak him out so much? Hitoshi asks, and Izuku doesn't even look back at him as they fly across the rooftops. Hitoshi barely refrains from rolling his eyes. He knows better than to get distracted while roof hopping. It's not like I had any other choice. You know how Shouto is, had to make sure that he would listen to my demands. Izuku responds through the comm link. Still, you didn't have to send him halfway into a panic attack. Hitoshi grumbles. Better a panic attack in the safety of his home than being disoriented mid-jump between buildings. I'd rather freak him out than risk him waking up falling through the air to his death. Izuku responds. Hitoshi has to admit, it's a logical fear. At their ages, neither of them had to wake up from the jump while their past self was already awake, let alone patrolling. Only a week away. In 1 week, Dad will be back with them, and then they can really get down to business. Hitoshi and Izuku have already started chipping away at the outer edges of All for One's empire, but they've kept it sporadic enough so as not to raise too much suspicion. This way it seems as if they're just pesky little vigilantes nipping at All for One's heels without knowing that they could be crushed at any moment. All for One is the type to not dirty his hands with what he deems insects in his web. Besides, according to Izuku, All Might's big clash with All for One happened when they were about 10, so it's likely that All for One is still recovering. 2 years can be a long time, but not long enough to heal the type of injuries All Might gave him. Ideally, now would be the time to strike, while All for One is still weak and recovering. Problem with that is they don't have the manpower for a full frontal assault. Even with Dad, it still won't be an easy fight. They need to creep up from behind. Keep their movements relatively quiet, keep AFO from seeing their intentions. Slowly whittle away at AFO's forces, then strike when the iron is hot. Tipping their hand too early will just lead to death. And given that Izuku doesn't have one for all, it'll be that much harder to manage. Hitoshi suddenly feels homesick. Not for the destroyed future where all his friends and family were dead or dying, but for the home he barely got to have before it was ripped away. With Pops in the kitchen, dancing to a song in his head as he makes breakfast. Where Eri manages without fail to sneak into Hitoshi's room at night without waking him up. Where Dad never forgets to show Hitoshi affection, even though Eri needs 10 times more attention than he does. Mirio dropping by on the weekends to take Eri and Hitoshi to the movies, the park, wherever. Izuku and the rest of 1A in the dorms having movie nights and cuddle sessions and study groups, and always making sure Hitoshi feels included and accepted. He misses home. Toshi, Izuku says through the comms. Go check on them, I've got it handled tonight. Are you sure? Hitoshi asks, but he's already tensing midair to make a U-turn and head to Dad and Pop's apartment. It's a bad habit, checking in on them when they don't know he's there. He doesn't do it often. Sometimes he just needs to see them, alive and happy. He does it with the others too, and so does Izuku, but Hitoshi isn't supposed to know that. Go. Without wasting time, Hitoshi twists his body, shoots out a gauntlet and heads in the direction Dad took off to. He lands in the tree not much later, the one just outside their apartment building. Climbing the branches to get to the right apartment, Hitoshi settles into the leaves and just watches. Dad is sitting on the couch with a mug of what Hitoshi assumes is coffee, Pop's hovering beside him with a look of worry. Tsukachi is there too, a serious frown on his face. Adjusting his mask, he listens in to the conversation in silence. It's a new feature, allowing them to amp up the auditory intake to hear things they usually wouldn't be able to. Settling further into the canopy, Hitoshi just watches and listens. Are you sure? Tsukachi says, frowning down at his notepad. Hitoshi can't see it from here, but he assumes Dad told him about his meeting with Silence and Secret. I'm sure. They knew too much about me. Secret made it very clear that he could have kept listing more things about me if he wanted. Dad says, and even Hitoshi can see him give a full body shiver. It's the most Secret ever said to me at once. But how did they know so much about you? Pops asks, and he's picking at his lip in the way he does when he's nervous. Izuku does it too. I've no idea. Neither of them let me get very close where I could share all of those things with them. They're skittish and paranoid, and frankly, I don't think Secret likes me very much. Dad says. I can't explain it, but they scared me. I've never been so intimidated in my life. Did they show any signs of aggression? Tsukachi asks. No, at least not through body language. Their words were enough. Dad says. Was there anything in particular you could have done to make Secret so interested in you? Not that I can think of. Silence likes to irritate me, but Secret barely even looks at me half the time. Hitoshi leans forward to try and listen closer, not that it would help much, but the movement he does startles the sleeping birds into taking off violently. All three heads snap in his direction, and Hitoshi sees the exact moment Dad notices his position. He bites back a wince. If he runs, that'll solidify to Dad that he's a threat. Deciding to wing it, he stands up on the tree branch and walks down with ease. Hopping down on the balcony of their apartment, he straightens to see Dad and Pops both in a fighting stance. Tsukachi has his phone out, probably calling for backup. Not about to let this get any worse, Hitoshi taps a nice little device secured in one of his calf pockets. It blocks electronic signals, something Izuku made while bored one night. Tsukachi exclaims in shock and Hitoshi reaches out to slide the balcony door open. He doesn't step inside, just leans against the frame. Silence. Dad breathes out, voice shaky. This probably looks bad. Eraser, Mike, detective. Fancy seeing you here. Hitoshi says, deciding to keep mimicking Dad's voice for the time being. He'd rather not make any sudden movements that'll make them spring into action and attack him. What are you doing here? Dad demands, shakiness fading as he crouches into a lower stance, one hand on his capture scarf. Can't I just come to say hello? No one answers him, and he bites back a sigh. Man, he effed up tonight. Alright. I came to apologize. He didn't, but that's his story and he's sticking to it, despite the way Tsukachi's eye twitches at the lie. He forgot. No, you aren't. Tell the truth. Hitoshi steps off the frame and spreads his hands out placatingly. You're right, but since I'm here anyways. What are you apologizing for? Pop says. My partner can be a bit intense, that's all. Just so you don't freak out, neither of us want you hurt. True. Tsukachi says. Then why did you tell Eraser not to patrol the night before his birthday? Hitoshi tilts his head. Because it would be wise if he didn't. For his own safety, of course. But what are you planning? Oh, Dad is a lot more confident asking questions now. Maybe because it's just him and no Secret? I'm not planning anything. Which is true he's not. Then what is secret? Planning? Tsukachi asks. He always knew how to manipulate a conversation. That's a secret, Hitoshi says, giggling a little. Get it? Secret? I thought that was cute. What were you doing outside my apartment? Dad asks, looking unfazed. Dimon, one of these days, probably after Dad jumps, he'll get him to smile. I was enjoying the scenery. Silence, I might need backup? Izuku says through the comms suddenly. Be right there, just let me wrap this up. Who are you talking to? Pop says. It's secret, they have a comm link. Dad responds. Hitoshi is barely paying attention. Wrap what up? What did you do? Might have been spotted and am now confronting Eraser, Mike, and Tsukachi. Might not have. Who can really say? There's silence both in the apartment and on the comms for a moment. And then, I'm on my way. No need, head back, I'll meet you there shortly. Toshi dashed. I'll be fine. Hitoshi drawls, still eyeing the three in front of him who are still watching him in silence. They won't hurt me because they won't get the chance. I've got this handled. Fine. Be careful. Always am. Hitoshi responds brightly, and he hears a snort on the other end before the comm is disconnected. Hitoshi slowly takes a step backwards. Now then. This has been fun, but that's my cue to leave. Oh no you don't dash, Dad growls, snapping out a length of his scarf. Hitoshi reacts quickly, sending out a gauntlet strip to tangle the scarf with and yanks strong. It makes Dad stumble. Reaching into his right calf pocket, he grabs a dummy grenade and tosses it. Hirsch. Dad scrambles to catch the fake explosive before it hits the ground, and when he does that, Hitoshi makes his escape. He's flying across rooftops before anyone has the chance to follow, and with the auditory intake still high, he hears Dad yell out a very heartfelt F-. Hitoshi lowers the auditory sensors back to normal as he heads back to base. Izuku is going to be said. Shouto wakes up sitting in a chair in a police precinct. He's alone, so he doesn't even bother trying to hide his groan of suffering as a headache blooms in his forehead and his stomach twists itself into knots. His leg aches where what should have been a stump rests, so he knows the jump was at least somewhat successful. Even so, the side effects are no joke. Groaning, he blinks his eyes open slowly, and then shuts them right after when the double vision makes his stomach hurt worse. He doesn't have time for this, he needs to find his kids. As if on cue, his phone dings and he digs it out of his pocket, blinking at the brightness. Unlocking it is easy, he used to only put in the date the Oboro supposedly died as his lock code. Opening up his email, he sees a message from an unknown address. From C0mim3n3zoo@yahoo.com. To eraserhead@yahoo.com. 1217131SE. Shouto responds accordingly, still unsure what the hell those numbers even mean. Also, he'd bet good money it was Hitoshi who made the email address a challenge to the smartest rat in Japan, because Izuku is too polite to be so bold. In response to his confirmation email, he gets a simple address that he knows is a cafe he used to frequent. Will frequent? That was where he and Hizashi offered to adopt Hitoshi. So at least he knows which brat is emailing him, though whether both kids made it back safely is a question left unanswered. He checks the date, just to be sure, and sighs in relief when it shows he's in the correct year. Shouto gathers his capture scarf and goggles, still unsure why he's sleeping at the precinct and not in his own bed, and heads out the door. It's odd having both feet and eyes. Being able to properly discern depth and not walk with a limp is a luxury he will never take for granted again. Naomasa comes across him before he can get away quietly. It's strong to shut down the choking tears before they fall at seeing an old friend alive and kicking. Years of compartmentalizing is the only reason he can look Naomasa in the eye without breaking down. Eraser, where are you going? Now says, sounding oddly alarmed. Immediately, Shouto knows this is the kid's fault. Whatever they did to freak out Naomasa so easily couldn't have been good. God, why does he have to deal with this? I'm going out. You can't. Naomasa says, sounding almost desperate. Shouto's eyes narrow. And why the hell not? The vigilantes threatened you. I know you hate being told what to do, but I can't let you leave this precinct. It's for your safety, Naomasa says, crossing his arms. He looks more frazzled than usual, and that's saying something to Shouto, who watched this man spiral downwards after Toshinori was killed when Yue fell. Vigilantes? Birthday? Safety? This is Hitoshi's fault, he knows it. It's always Hitoshi's fault. Shouto will die on this hill. Sighing through his nose, he puts on his most defiant look and stares Naomasa down. I'm not going to roll over because a couple vigilantes told me to. I'm going out and you can't stop me. Shouto, please don't dash. Shouto ignores him and marches quickly out of the precinct, shoving him to the side to slow him down so Shouto can get away faster. He races through the bullpen quickly, the other officers barely batting an eye as they move aside. Shouto has long conditioned all the precincts and officers he interacts with to get the hell out of his way when he's moving with purpose. He gets out of the doors just as Naomasa reaches the bullpen, and a round of shouts follow him as he leaves, taking to the rooftops quickly with Naomasa hollering behind him. God damn it, what did his brats do? He's gonna wring their necks for making this so strong for him. He was supposed to disappear quietly. This is not quiet. Shouto lands on a rooftop and stumbles, nearly falling flat on his face. He's used to having to rely on his only remaining foot. He's not used to having 2 feet to work with anymore. Stupid FNG apocalypse. Stupid FNG Nomu. Shouto grits his teeth and flies across the rooftops as well as he can manage, stumbling as he lands harshly at the address of the cafe. Or the address of where the cafe will be, given this is only an abandoned building at the moment. Eyeing the security cameras nearby, he slips inside and avoids as many as possible. Nezu will track his movements after he disappears, so he might as well make it harder on the rat. He automatically heads to the 2nd floor, knowing his kids won't stay on ground level. They've gotten used to staying in the center floors when in a building, so they can't be blindsided by flying Nomu, but they also won't be completely crushed should the building collapse. Shouto spots his kids easily when he enters the 2nd room on the 2nd floor. They're wearing well-designed black suits, probably Mei's design for their battle gear. Hitoshi lights up when he sees Shouto, mask dangling on his neck and goggles pushed into his hair. Dad. Hey brats. Shouto says fondly, holding the boys close as they go in for a hug. They let him go soon after, and Shouto crosses his arms and raises an eyebrow. Either of you want to explain why I woke up in a police precinct, and why Naomasa was refusing to let me leave? Izuku immediately pins Hitoshi with a glare. Ask your son. Hitoshi rubs his neck sheepishly and doesn't answer. Shouto rubs a hand down his face in exasperation. He knew it. Of course this is Hitoshi's fault. Never mind, do you guys have a base yet? Izuku immediately lights up with a smile, free and happy in a way he hasn't seen since Katsuki. Yeah, and Hitoshi let me decorate it however I wanted. As if Hitoshi is the boss here. Shouto and Hitoshi share a look of amusement at Izuku's naivete. Then let's go. You can tell me everything you've been up to without me when we get there. And boy, what a story it is. Apparently, they threatened his younger self to keep him from patrolling tonight. Then Hitoshi got caught spying outside of his apartment, which turned into a whole ordeal, and in response, Naomasa forbade him from leaving the precinct until after his birthday had passed. Which is why, when Shouto tried to leave, Naomasa refused to let him. Not that it did much to stop him. Looking from an outsider's perspective, he can see how this will look to Nezu and Naomasa. 2 vigilantes which Shouto had been trying to get close to for 3 months suddenly warn him not to go out on his birthday, but he does it anyway, and then suddenly he disappears? They'll likely think the 2 vigilantes knew something would happen, either through a quirk like foresight, or from whispers through the underground, and tried to warn him to stay home. So when Shouto doesn't listen, and he disappears, it'll look less like they were trying to threaten him and more like they were trying to keep him safe from what would happen tonight. On the bright side, this will play into our favor. I wasn't sure how I was going to just disappear with no warning or reasoning, so this kind of set it up for me. Shouto says when they're done with their story. I agree, I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Izuku says, sounding much more like the war veteran Shouto remembers him being. It's okay, at least this way we can get our job done more easily, and we won't have to pretend to be someone we aren't anymore. Shouto says, feeling like he's said this 100 times. Deciding to change the subject, Shouto stands up from the bed he was sitting on. It's the only part of the base he's seen except for a quick glance around when he came in. "Why don't you show me around the base, yeah?" Izuku perks up and immediately starts running his mouth. Shouto dutifully follows behind him to every station as Izuku explains what it is, what they got to put it together, and reasoning behind it. Hitoshi walks beside him, hands tucked into the jacket of the vigilante suit he's still wearing. Quietly, he leans down to speak to Hitoshi without grabbing Izuku's attention. "You did good, kid. Thanks for making him as happy as possible until I returned," Shouto says. Hitoshi smiles softly, ducking his head even though there's no capture scarf to hide the tiny pleased smile. "Anything for you, Dad," Hitoshi responds. The day before they met with Kazu to perform the jump, Shouto had pulled Hitoshi and Neito aside. He asked them to watch over Izuku and over each other. They all knew it would be harder for Izuku without Shouto there to be his rock, so they agreed readily. Izuku may be the best of them all, but no man is a mountain, and Izuku had only ever let Shouto see his cracks. He's so glad Hitoshi and Izuku had each other to lean on. But it's your problem if he wants to bring up stealing motorcycles again? Shouto stumbles slightly mid-step. "Do what?" Shouto asks incredulously, but Hitoshi never answers, instead speeding up to walk by Izuku, who is still rambling excitedly about everything in the base, throwing a smirk over his shoulder. Cheeky brat. He's got to admit though, they did a hell of a job with their new base. Lit up by a canopy of fairy lights and the bright lights that came with the garage. Relatively large spaces separated out to make rooms for them to sleep in. Somehow Izuku reconfigured the piping in the bathroom to create a makeshift shower. They even have access to the second floor underground, which Izuku has claimed as his workstation. A makeshift kitchen, a lounge area, even a huge sparring circle in the center of the room. Shouto gets the feeling that Izuku tried to make this crappy underground parking garage into something of his dream agency. He used to talk to him about it all the time. Used to dream about his entire class running the agency together, as one large group. How everyone would group off to run different aspects of the agency. Like Hitoshi, Toru, and a few others going underground would run the underground aspects such as undercover missions, gang busts, things of that nature. And how Katsuki, Izuku and Shouto would be the faces of the agency. How Ochako would be head over rescue, and Tsu would be head over water-based ops. Talking about his dream agency used to be a coping mechanism for the deaths of his classmates. Shouto can't for the life of him remember the last time Izuku talked about that old dream of his. Poor kid has suffered so much pain, so much loss, and yet he was still going strong. Never giving up the good fight. Never backing down. This time, Shouto will protect his kids. This time, he won't lose them so brutally. Hitoshi said something to Izuku in the midst of his rambling that made the two of them start wrestling on the floor like they're five. Sighing in defeat, despite the slight smile on his face, Shouto goes to break them up. He won't say it out loud, but seeing Izuku act like a child again helps mend some of the cracks in his heart. Nezu isn't the type to get angry easily, but right now he's infuriated. Someone stole from him, took away one of his favorite humans. They took something that is his, someone he calls precious. Shouto is one of the few of his staff that aren't remotely terrified of him. Shouto understands him in ways no human has ever understood him before. They aren't nearly on the same level intellectually, but Shouto is, in a way, one of the only things keeping him from going off the deep end. And someone took him. Right out from under Nezu's nose, like it was easy. Shouto is an incredibly stubborn man. Nezu isn't surprised that he got anxious from being forced to stay either in UA's walls or a precinct. He's the type of human that doesn't let anyone command him, who does his own thing, and doesn't work well with authority. Being told what to do is one of Shouto's biggest pet peeves, Nezu understands. It's one of the reasons he let the man get away with so many expulsions every year. But someone stole him. Took away something precious, something good in Nezu's life, and what's worse? They left no evidence for Nezu to track them down and rain down the fires of hell. The only thing Nezu has to go off of is a single email address and message. The address itself is an immature kind of challenge to Nezu, but the message is what's important. It's short and cryptic, a sequence of numbers and letters that Nezu can't determine the meaning of. 1217131SC. Not an address. Not coordinates. Not a zip code or phone number. It isn't decipherable by any code-breaking technique Nezu knows, and he knows them all. No one's birth, death, or anniversary date that Shouto would know. By all means, it looks like a random string of numbers and letters. But it means something, to Shouto at least. Followed by the same sequence of numbers sent to the email from Shouto, is an address. An abandoned building, one that has no significance to Shouto that Nezu or Yamada can think of. The dust in the second floor is disturbed in one of the rooms, showing evidence of at least 3 people, but possibly more. No fingerprints or DNA left behind. No evidence that who was there left or entered the room naturally. Did they use the window or was it a warp quirk? There's no signs of a struggle, so either Shouto went willingly or he was taken out before he had the chance to fight. Did Shouto know these people? Is that why there's no struggle marks on the floor? It's no secret that of all the heroes in the area, Shouto has the most extensive underground network of informants and spies. Could it be a contact he's made in the past? Then there's the reason Shouto was grounded to UA or a police precinct. 2 vigilantes, part of a case Shouto had been working on. According to Tsukachi, Shouto wasn't making very much progress in the case. The vigilantes, Silence and Secret, were accepting of his help when taking down criminals and villains, but any further and they would back away. Shouto's analysis of the 2 vigilantes was threadbare, which is unusual for someone with such a high rehabilitation rate as Shouto had. Silence, despite his name, is chatty and antagonizing. He finds joy in pissing off his enemies and Shouto alike. Angstiar manipulator of words, intelligent, but not quite up to Nezu's standards. Possible minor intelligence quirk. He's fast, skilled, and clearly trained in some way or another. Possible speed quirk, possible voice mimicry quirk. Shouto had noted down the possibility that he was a hero school dropout, but he was unsure. Secret, the partner to Silence, is almost completely a mystery. Not one to interact verbally, keeping his distance, staying silent 99% of the time. He's closed off, wary, and judging by what Shouto told Tsukachi of their last encounter, very likely the leader of the 2. Silence defers to Secret when Secret decides to speak up. Fast, skilled, trained. Possible intelligence or speed quirk. Like Silence, Shouto noted the possibility of a hero school dropout. But Secret is also incredibly intelligent, more so than Silence. Genius levels, if Shouto was correct in his assumptions. And Shouto is very rarely wrong when it comes to potential. Silence was the first to hit the scene, but Secret runs the show. Silence likes to talk, but will go silent if Secret starts the conversation. Secret only ever has meaningful things to say, whereas Silence talks just to talk and annoy Shouto. According to Shouto's personal notes, he was playing with the idea to bring Nezu in on the case. Shouto is Nezu's favorite human, and he will very easily burn the world down if Shouto simply says the word. However, that doesn't mean he asks for Nezu's help on cases. It is a dire situation if Shouto wants his help and asks for it willingly. The implications of this does not make Nezu feel any less uncomfortable. Those 2 knew something would happen the night before Shouto's birthday, and warned him. That's the important part. They knew something would happen. Went out of their ways to threaten Shouto to stay home. Silence even followed Shouto home that night. Tsukachi never got his answer for why the vigilante was truly there, but Nezu has an idea. Silence was there to make sure Shouto got home safe. It had to be, why else would Silence show up outside the apartment the way he did? He doesn't know, and it's killing him. Surely he's overlooked something somewhere. Surely there's some sort of clue, some sort of pattern that he's missing. Surely, Nezu, the smartest being in Japan, can figure out who took his human. There's a knock on his office door, and Nezu startles, realizing he missed seeing someone walking close to his office to open the door preemptively. Not one to delay, Nezu opens the door for his guest, watching as Kayama walks in. She looks as immaculate as ever, but Nezu sees the weariness in her posture, the bags hidden underneath a layer of makeup. He can see that her smile is fake, a little less stuck than she usually uses. "Kiyama, please come in. Would you like some tea?" Nezu says, trying to retain his usual cheer to put her more at ease. It doesn't work, and her shoulders slump just that minuscule amount more. "No thank you. I came to check up on you," Kiyama says, apparently too tired to put up any pretenses. "You've been locked in your office for a week now, it's not healthy." Nezu disagrees. He's staying hydrated and he eats the food lunch rush brings him even when he doesn't want to. He's making sure he sleeps at the very minimum amount to be functional. He thinks he's handling this all very well. All things considered, that is. "Don't worry about me so much, I'm doing just fine," Nezu says, and belatedly realized that perhaps his tone was too sharp. After a moment, he also realizes he had let his smile drop. "Sir, please. This is strong on all of us, and you working yourself into an early grave isn't helping," Kiyama says, ignoring his words. She cuts him off when he goes to reply, and while usually that would irritate him, it just makes him tired. He's so very tired. "I know you want to find Shouto, we all do and we will, but we can't do that when our brightest mind and strongest asset is not at his best. I understand your concern, but the longer Shouto is not found, the higher the statistic of him never being found grows. I cannot stand by and fail him," Nezu tries to explain. He turns back to his computer to continue working while they speak, so as not to waste any time he could be using to find his human. "Someone took what belongs to me and I will make them pay. That is a promise. So you're dismissed, Midnight." Kiyama winces at the informal address and the cold tone Nezu uses, but he's far too busy to deal with silly things as emotions. He has to find his human. The key must lie with the vigilantes. They knew something that Nezu didn't. They knew something bad would happen and tried to keep his human safe. He just has to find a way to track them down and get into contact. It won't be easy. Vigilantes are skittish when it comes to Nezu. He's too much of a threat to those in between the black and white sides of the law. But he has to find his human, he has to bring him home. Nezu is intelligent enough to know his fatal flaws intimately. His possessiveness is one of them, his need to be the smartest in the room, the most powerful, is another. Most of the time, these flaws are a detriment to his work, but right now it's the only thing keeping him motivated. Shouto is his human. And he will not rest until his human is back with his lover and friends and students. 2 weeks after Shouto disappeared, Izuku is contacted by Principal Nezu. He's not surprised, what with how the situation probably looks to an outsider. Nezu probably assumes they had threatened Shouto to keep him safe, only to fail due to Shuta's notorious stubbornness. How Nezu figured out his hacker persona, sequence, was connected to silence and secret, Izuku doesn't know, and frankly he doesn't care. Nezu had managed to contact Sequence through less than legal channels, not bothering to disguise his identity. If Izuku had to guess, he would say that Nezu kept his identity clear to try and bridge a form of trust between himself and Sequence, and therefore the two vigilantes Sequence is associated with. Izuku is currently engaging in a back-and-forth negotiation with Nezu regarding a possible meetup. Hitoshi is out on patrol, and Shouto is asleep. They don't want to bring him in until enough time passes that there is no logical reason to assume Soldier Shuta's new vigilante name, to represent their pasts as soldiers fighting a losing war, is also Eraserhead. For the most part, Shouto has been retraining himself with the gauntlets, so that he doesn't make the mistake of accidentally reaching to his neck for his capture scarf. Nezu is surely pressing strong for an in-person meeting right. He must be desperate, with the trail having gone cold in the search for Eraserhead, given they haven't let Shouto out of the base at all for any chances of accidental witnesses. Izuku hates having to put Nezu through this, hates having to put anyone through this, but they only have so much time to stop the end of the world, and they've already wasted 4.5 months. It'll be 5 months before they can really get things done. Nipping at the edges is fine and all, but time flies faster when you have something to do. Izuku idly wonders if they should have jumped further back. Give themselves more time to work. The only thing is, they were already pushing it, having Kazu send 3 grown but humans into the past as far back as he did. Kazu was about a decade younger than Izuku himself. He would have just received his quirk when things went downhill, and 5-year-olds can only do so much. By the time Kazu was old enough to do anything, the country had already fallen into ruin. So it's up to them, 3 of the last surviving heroes, the last rebels in a losing war. They can't afford to lose. There is no guarantee that Kazu will be able to do this all over again, having not sent himself back. He'll have no memories of how to use his quirk, no idea who the 3 of them are. Kazu will, naturally, be distrustful of them, which means not relying on the possibility of another jump. But first, before they can start making real changes, they need to contend with Nezu. The sooner Izuku gets Nezu to give up his search, or at least not get any further, the sooner they can bring Shouto into the open as the vigilante soldier. The wait is making Izuku anxious. He doesn't want to miss out on Yua, miss out on rebuilding the relationships of their past. But none of them can go back to Yue until All for One is taken out. The sooner the better. Izuku's ears twitch with the sound of movement behind him, the sound of familiar footsteps approaching. "Problem child, what are you still doing up?" Shouto says, sounding groggy and barely alive. He must have just woken up. "Expediting Nezu's fruitless search for you so we can get started for real. The sooner he realizes he has nothing to go on to find you, the better. So I'm setting up a meeting between us." Izuku responds, also typing out a response to Nezu. Nezu is trying to retain control of the meeting, but Izuku knows better. He won't allow Nezu to hold any control, because Nezu is too smart. Give him an inch and he'll steal a mile out from under your nose. You think that's wise? Probably not, at least if we aren't careful. I'll have Hitoshi let me do the talking. I know how to play Nezu's games better than anyone else, and I don't want Hitoshi unintentionally giving anything away that we want to keep close to the Tt. Izuku explains, typing out another response to Nezu. He's starting to wear Nezu down, making him give in to having no control over the situation. Besides, at this point, Nezu is desperate enough to give up control of the meeting to me, or rather sequence. 2 weeks is a long time when it comes to kidnapping cases. Just be careful, kiddo. Shouto sighs after a moment of silent consideration. He puts a hand into Izuku's hair, soothing his fingers through Izuku's shorn locks. He keeps his hair extremely short now to avoid his wild curls getting out from underneath the hood. Hitoshi just keeps his braided tightly to the back of his head, and likely so will Shouto when the time comes. Izuku leans into the gentle contact for a moment. "Of course, when am I ever not careful?" Izuku says, pouting when Shouto snorts like he just made a hilarious joke. He turns back to the computer, answering Nezu's message and finally gaining total control. Now that Nezu has given up his own need for control, Izuku sends the rat a meeting address, telling him to be there in an hour. Getting up from his place at his computer station when Nezu agrees, he makes his way to the displays where they keep their suits. It makes the base feel a lot more like an agency when they have their suits on proud display like this, and he can never thank Shouto and Hitoshi enough for letting him have this small piece of comfort. Dressing quickly, he makes his way to the kitchenette where Shouto is making a cup of coffee to wake himself up. Hood and mask lowered and goggles on top of his head, Izuku makes a noise to grab Shouto's attention. "Shouto, I've set the meeting up to be in an hour to give Nezu less time to be prepared. If you want to observe, the camera on my goggles will be activated and you can watch from my computer station. I've already pulled up the program for you. It'll have audio as well." Shouto nods. "Thank you. I'll be ready in my suit in case you need backup. You know the code word." "Thanks. Though I doubt we'll need it, it makes me feel better knowing you're prepared for a fight." Izuku says, "I'll be going now. I'll contact Hitoshi on the way to have him meet me there." With a grunt of acknowledgement, another pat on Izuku's head, and a bland statement of good luck, Izuku heads out of the base. Tapping his mask to activate the comm link, he connects to Hitoshi. "Silence, a meeting has been called with Principal Nezu. I don't know who all he's bringing, but be prepared for a possible ambush." Izuku says, "Understood, send the coordinates." "Dad?" Hitoshi asks. "Watching and listening from home base and suited up in case of the need for backup. Let me handle the talking." "Will do, boss." Hitoshi says, cutting the connection in the middle of Izuku's grumbles. He hates it when they call him that. They're equals, not MSTR and his servants. Izuku gets to the meeting spot with about a half hour to spare, and he crouches on top of an adjacent building as he waits for everyone else to arrive. The place he chose is a park, the specific location being the center fountain. The space is wide open enough to not allow an easy ambush without Izuku or Hitoshi seeing anyone coming, and also out in the open, where Nezu won't be able to hide listening devices or trackers. 10 minutes before the designated meeting time, Hitoshi lands silently on the rooftop beside him. No words are exchanged between them as they keep an eye on their surroundings. A few minutes later and a car pulls up, lights off. Izuku watches for who will exit the car. Tsukachi, Hizashi, Nezu and Nemuri all exit the vehicle, with Nezu hitching a ride on Hizashi's shoulders. Hitoshi and him exchange a glance, and then they simultaneously shoot out a gauntlet, latching onto a light pole across the street to swing to ground level. Their approach is noticed immediately, given that's what Izuku chose the park for in the first place, and as Izuku gets closer he can see how much of a wreck the four of them are. Nemuri's hair looks a little matted at the ends, like she had started to brush her hair and then never finished the job. Her eyes look weary and tired, and she isn't wearing her makeup and mask, only her suit. She's also only wearing a pair of combat boots instead of her ridiculously impractical high heels. Tsukachi looks like he hasn't slept in 5 days, but that he has gotten plastered for all 5 of them. His stubble is growing in, like he just didn't bother shaving, and he's not even wearing his hat. Nezu looks more put together than them both, but only by a margin. He too looks sleep-deprived and weary. His fur doesn't look like its usual shiny coat, dulled by poor self-care. No cheery smile, whether fake or not, is plastered on his snout, and he looks more desperate than manic. And poor Hizashi. It's clear to Izuku just who is suffering the most. Matted hair tied up in a knotty bun with flyaways sticking in the air at an angle that suggests he never fully washed out the hair gel for his usual wild hairstyle. Swollen eyes, red from crying, and bruised from lack of sleep. He's wearing one of Shouto's shirts, judging by its looseness on his lithe figure, and a familiar pair of pink sweatpants. His shoulders are hunched into the spare capture scarf tied around his neck. Hitoshi reaches up to his mask and suches to private comms. I know we hurt people by disappearing, but it's one thing to know it and another to see it in person, Hitoshi says, sounding forlorn. Izuku hums in agreement, and Hitoshi doesn't cut the line of communication. Likely because, even though he's staying silent throughout this conversation, he can still speak to Izuku. Izuku comforts himself with the fact that this is all for their own good. They'll suffer for now, but when the 3 of them return to the world as themselves, they won't have to worry about their loved ones being in danger. They won't have to worry about the gnome apocalypse. Won't have to worry about the Commission taking their friends and family and breaking their quirks in order to form better soldiers. When it's all said and done, they can live their lives peacefully. It's all for their sakes. Secret, silence, thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Nezu greets them as brightly as a grieving rat can. I'm surprised Sequence didn't join you. And the fishing for information begins. Sequence doesn't do field work. Izuku responds calmly. His voice modulator is barely applied, just enough to keep his real voice concealed, but not enough to make it obvious. We just have a few questions, off the record, Tsukachi says, sounding more put together than he looks. His mask would work better if he didn't look like an absolute wreck. When the meeting is over with, we will part ways without trying to apprehend you. Quite courteous of you, Izuku says. I assume the information you're looking for has to do with your missing hero. As if there was any doubt. Hizashi breathes a quiet but broken breath, and Izuku's hurts knowing how much the man must be suffering right now. I hate this. I wish there was another way. Hitoshi mumbles through the comm. Izuku doesn't give any indication that Hitoshi said anything, but he silently agrees. Right then, straight to the point? Nezu says. A week before he went missing, you confronted Eraserhead to warn him. How did you know something would happen the night before his birthday? There was talk between vigilantes about a rumor of Eraserhead going missing that night. We saw fit to try and keep him safe. Izuku says. None of it is a lie. They are the vigilantes who talked about it, sure, and they also wanted to keep him safe in the moments after the jump's success. True, but why? Tsukachi asks. You two never seemed to care for Eraser's presence before, so what changed? Izuku and Hitoshi share a look before Izuku answers. We didn't care for him trying to arrest us or rehabilitate us, but that doesn't mean we don't care about a good hero's life. Then why, in his personal notes and the interview after your warning, did Eraser think you, specifically, didn't like him? Tsukachi asks. He said silence only spoke to him to aggravate him, and you barely spoke to him at all. I didn't speak to him, because I know he would have gotten too much information out of a few conversations from me. Izuku explains. Also true. Keeping his mouth shut around the old version of Shouto was torture, but it was better than trying to keep himself from being too familiar with him when he wasn't Izuku's Shouto. And silence is just like that. Hitoshi punches him in the arm, and Izuku absently rubs the ache it left behind. Dimen, those gloves are well made. Hitoshi grumbles. Can you go into more detail on how the vigilante community got word of Eraser's supposed impending disappearance? Nezu asks, eyes far more sharp than they were when the conversation started. Izuku carefully words his answer to keep it truthful, but not exposing. All I know is what Sequence knows. Izuku says slowly. Eraserhead's life was in danger, and it was going to happen on the night before his birthday. Sequence didn't know what would happen exactly, only that the possibility of Eraser going missing that night was high. All true. Tsukachi says, voice cracking. He clears his throat before speaking again. Why were you really at the apartment that same night? Silence? Hitoshi taps his arm to get his attention, tapping his mask as if asking for silent permission to speak while speaking through the calm, mind if I answer? Izuku nods silently at him. I went there to make sure Eraser was okay. We didn't want to scare him, but Eraser is a stubborn man. He wouldn't just bow down and do what we said without reason. Hitoshi says, his mask mimicking that of Nezu's voice. I never meant to get caught. Izuku clicks his tongue at the reminder in annoyance. Hitoshi quickly silences his mask again, crossing his arms. He's probably pouting right now. Izuku chewed him out good when he got back to base. Are there any more questions you would like to ask? Do you have any clue as to Eraserhead's whereabouts? Nezu asks, and wow, that's a tricky answer. Izuku tilts his head side to side as tries to find the right wording. If he lies, they'll quickly assume that he and Hitoshi know more than they're letting on, which is no good for the mission. I can't say anything for sure, Izuku says. However, we'll keep on the lookout, and bring him to you when we can if we can. True. Tsukachi says, and Izuku almost lets out an audible sound of relief. That could have been bad. Hitoshi says. Nezu seems to relax a bit, but his frown is even deeper than before. Guilt rolling in his tea, Izuku tries to help ease some of the pain in the four people's eyes. Eraserhead is a good hero, one of the best in the business. He has more friends on his side than you would think, than even he himself might not know of. He'll come home to you one way or another. Thank you, Secret. Nezu says, voice soft. We appreciate the help. Izuku nods, nudging Hitoshi's side for a retreat now that the conversation is over. Hitoshi nods silently and sprints back the way they came. Izuku goes to follow, but he pauses and turns back to the heroes. He regards them silently for a moment before looking at Hizashi, who looks near to tears. Present, Mike? Izuku says. The blonde's head snaps up from where it had been hidden in the capture scarf. Have faith. Your husband is stronger than he looks. He'll come back to you. I'll make sure of it. After all, Izuku turns away, preparing his gauntlet to take him away. Eraserhead is no one-trick pony. Hizashi seks in a gasp that's equal parts shattered glass and tempered steel, and Izuku flies away. The calm link opens up as his feet hit the rooftop. Thank you for giving him hope. Shouto whispers. Izuku smiles to himself, a little sad, a little fond. That promise is not one I'll break. One way or another, Shouto, I'll get you home. Izuku responds. Shouto doesn't respond, the calm link cutting out, but Izuku knows he's grateful. One way or another. Even if it means sending him home before the work is done, or giving up his own life. Shouto is going home eventually, Izuku will make DMN sure of it. Right now, there's technically not many things for Hitoshi and him to go home to. Izuku has his mother, and maybe Kaken, but Hitoshi has no one. No one but Shouto and future that he will never let come true again. They don't have 1A, they don't have UA staff, but Shouto has way too much to lose. A husband and a daughter who is yet to be saved. An entire school's worth of friends. An underground information network that relies on him to keep streets safe. Heroes and vigilantes and villains across the country. Police, medical staff, firemen and more. He has so many people waiting for him to go home, searching for him, relying on him. Shouto will go home, it is the only certainty Izuku knows. Even if the mission fails, Shouto will go home again. It's the least Izuku can offer. Hitoshi shifts as he remains crouched on top of the building. Izuku says he found Dabi, Todoroki Toya, and now it's just a matter of confronting the young man. They're currently on Shikoku Island, deep in the heart of one of the major cities. Hitoshi can't remember which one this is, he didn't really care. But according to Izuku, this is the area where Toya was last seen. They're spread out across the city, trying to cover more ground to locate Toya as soon as possible. Given he's the biggest threat at the moment compared to every other person on the list, Toya comes first. Right now, Hitoshi is scoping out a building with suspicious activity. They've been searching for Toya in whatever city this is for a week now with no luck, and with Izuku's permission, Hitoshi is allowed to do a little work towards the other part of the mission. The building he's scoping out is one of all for ones, at least Izuku thinks it is. So he's scouting it out to see if maybe he can take it out alone, or if he'll need backup from his partners. So far he hasn't seen much comings and goings, but he knows there's people in there due to his goggles' heat vision. He wonders if he'll get lucky and they slip up for him, or if he'll have to scout from the inside instead. He'd rather not, honestly. With this type of building, he'd surely have to rely on the ventilation to move around silently, and Hitoshi isn't a big fan of small spaces. Some of that's due to always being shoved in a closet his foster families will call a room, some of that is because of future bullshit, as he likes to call it. Either way, he hates the very idea of it. His mask picks up on audio that isn't from the building, and out of curiosity, he goes to find what the ruckus is all about. It sounds like a fight, and with as high as he has the auditory sensors right now, the fight could be anywhere from the next building over to a few blocks away. He doesn't care, he's tired of playing the waiting game. Sitting still isn't his forte. You stand still during the apocalypse, you get ambushed and killed. The golden rule is never stop moving, and no one can catch you. The fight gets closer as Hitoshi crosses rooftops, changing his direction when the mask's sensors shift to a single ear to indicate general direction. When the noise becomes loud enough to be overwhelming, he turns the auditory intake back down to normal levels to follow with his own hearing and instincts. It's not strong to find the fight he was looking for when a flash of blue light erupts briefly in an alley a couple buildings ahead. If that light means what he thinks he means, he might have just found their target. Activating the tracking device secured to his jacket sleeve to indicate a need for backup, Hitoshi drops down into the alley on silent feet. He lands behind a figure holding a knife in his hands, and Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to knock the giant man out. It's boringly easy and quick, and Hitoshi almost sighs. Diamin, he didn't even get an adrenaline rush. Deeper into the alley, a face all too familiar and at the same time not at all, stands still with blue flames encasing his fists. You alright? Hitoshi asks, because that's how these kinds of things are supposed to go and he doesn't want to spook Toya into running or attacking. The blue flames are put out, making Hitoshi have to let his eyes adjust to the dark of night. I was doing perfectly fine, who the hell even are you? A hero? Toya, and yes, Hitoshi would recognize the voice of the homicidal maniac Dabi anywhere, bites out harshly. Nope. Just your friendly neighborhood vigilante, Hitoshi says. His voice is mimicking Tsukachi right now. Before they can speak any further, another figure lands in the alley beside Hitoshi, the height easily giving it away as Izuku. I see you found Toya? Izuku says in the private link. Oh great, now there's two of you. Good job, you stopped a mugging, you can go now. Toya growls. Hitoshi can see the slight panic hidden well by the mask of hate on Toya's face. He gets it, technically they are trapping Toya in the alley. Dad lands beside him soon after, and Toya's voice raises in pitch. Now three? Just get away from me already. Easy there. Izuku says. We aren't here to hurt you. Good, that's fine, so you can leave now. Toya snaps. He's edging further into the alley, but this one is a dead end from what Hitoshi can tell. Todoroki Toya? Izuku says, and Toya's movements halt, frozen in panic. Well, at least he hasn't tried to fry them yet. How do you know that name? Who are you? Toya yells. I'm Silence. This is secret. Hitoshi gestures to Izuku, who gives a cheeky two-fingered salute. And this is Soldier. We're vigilantes, like I said. We've been looking for you. Did my father send you? Toya accuses, what he can see of Toya's eyes narrowing. Quite the contrary. Dad responds. He's not even bothering to use the voice modulator. We're preparing a case against Endeavor for child abuse, child neglect, spousal abuse, and at least 30 counts of excessive property damage, a minimum of 20 counts of excessive force and wrongful murder, among other transgressions. Toya seems to ease slightly in his confusion, hands lowering from he had raised them in preparation of using his quirk. What? You heard us. We've been looking for you, because with your testimony and your family's testimonies, along with what we already have on Endeavor, he won't be able to get out scot-free like he usually does. We've already begun shifting the public opinion of him. Izuku explains, stepping closer to Toya with hands raised in the universal sign of surrender. Those articles, Toya whispers, sounding like he's in awe. That was you? An associate of ours, yes. Hitoshi says. And you want my help? That is correct. Dad says. But he's the number 2 pro hero. Toya says, voice wobbling as he gets closer and comes a little more out of the shadows. He sounds hopeful but wary. And that matters none. No man, not even All Might, is above the law. And from what we know, Endeavor has been breaking the law for years, not only by public standards, but also personal ones. Izuku says, sounding more like the war veteran Hitoshi knows. The last couple of months let the two of them be kids again, even if only in their downtime. Toya steps even closer, and Hitoshi can now see the state of his scars. They aren't as bad as they were before his suicide mission to take out Endeavor, but there's still a few prominent ones that he can see. On the right side of his neck, peeking out from underneath his frayed collar, is a fresh red burn that looks like it hasn't healed or been tended to yet. On his right arm, there's a few smatterings of red and purple scars, but these look half or fully healed to him. His left wrist has a fresher burn than his neck, still bubbling harshly. None on his face yet. He's still got his dyed black hair, and his clothes are half falling apart. Toya's shoes are held together only by duct tape and spite at this point. The ratty clothes hang loosely off his frame, meaning he's probably severely malnourished. Hitoshi knows that with a healthy diet his frame will bulk up more, and eventually, he'll be almost as tall as Endeavor. Do you really think you can win against him? Toya asks, voice still shaky. From what Hitoshi can gather, the streets have him jaded, but not nearly as bad as he'll be with a few more years on them. There's still a little hope flickering in Toya's heart. Small weak, but it's there. And that's all they need. I don't think I know. Izuku responds. Will you let us help you? Izuku holds out a hand but makes no move to get closer, allowing Toya the chance to refuse. Toya seems to hesitate, looking at all three of them one by one, but after a few moments he steps forward and grabs Izuku's hand with his own trembling one. What do I need to do? Hitoshi can feel the smile radiating off of Izuku, the loosening of the tension in the air. For a while, the past few months actually, Hitoshi wasn't sure they could save Dabi. He was afraid they hadn't jumped far enough, that Toya would be lost by the time they got to him. Now, Hitoshi has more hope than ever that they can manage to complete their mission. First, we need you off the streets, Dad says as Toya drops Izuku's hand. We want to take you to a friend of ours, he's trustworthy. That has Toya's face shutting down again, looking at Dad with heavy suspicion in his eyes. Who would that be? He's a detective. Hitoshi answers. His quirk is called lie detection. He'll listen to your story, and he'll know it's the truth. He'll help you. Detective Tsukachi has friends in high places as well, so you'll be protected. Dad continues. Friends like who? Toya asks, still suspicious, but opening back up again. Principal Nezu of UA for one. All Might for another. He's highly respected in the system, he'll give you a home, a bed, and a chance to save your family. Izuku says. He lives just outside of Mizudafu, so the trip will be a few hours. We'll take you somewhere safe for the night, and drop by a department store for some new clothes and supplies before we head to his place. Are you sure about this? Toya asks, looking directly at Hitoshi. Some reason, he seems to think Hitoshi is the one to ask if his partners are trustworthy. Hitoshi wants to smile under his mask. Usually it's Izuku who the victims trust first. I'm sure. Hitoshi responds kindly. We'll keep you safe tonight? I don't know what to say, why are you offering this to me? You barely even know me. Toya says. It reminds Hitoshi of himself from another time. I don't understand, why are you doing this for me? I'm not even your student, you barely even know me. I didn't even win the sports festival. I don't have to know you to know that you deserve a chance, kid. What do you say? Ready to be a hero? We don't have to know you to know you deserve a chance. Hitoshi says, repeating words that changed his life once upon a time. Words that led to a warm bed and a little sister, and a loud pops and sleepy dad. Words that led to 18 friends and a boyfriend, to cuddle sessions and movie nights and family. Dad breathes in a sharp breath. What do you say? Ready to save your family? Toya's eyes wells up with tears that don't fall and he smiles. The first smile he's given since Hitoshi knocked the villain out for him. Yeah, let's go. I'll call this guy in. Izuku says. Meet you guys later? Will do. Hitoshi says, and the three of them leave Izuku in the alley to call the cops for a pickup. Toya walks slightly behind them, but Hitoshi soon falls back to walk beside him. Dad leads the way through the dark streets to the house they're squatting in right now. The family is on vacation in the Bahamas, and won't be back for a week. Thank you, Toya whispers. Hitoshi hums in response for a moment, tucking his hands in his pockets and pressing the buttons to warm them up. Beating up criminals, saving damsels, all a part of the job. Hitoshi says lightly. Toya snorts. I was hardly a damsel. He holds up his right arm where he flicks a tiny blue flame between his fingers like he's rolling a coin over his knuckles. Maybe so, but I would prefer to have saved you the burns. Hitoshi says, gesturing with his head to the bubbling burn on his left arm. Toya moves to cover it, but ends up stopping the motion halfway through. My quirk isn't suited for my body. It's whatever though, I'm used to it. Used to cooking from the inside out? I doubt that. Hitoshi responds. Tell me what your quirk is, maybe I can help? Yeah? And how are you supposed to do that? Toya asks. He sounds like he's humoring Hitoshi. I'm no secret, but I can analyze a quirk too. Every drawback can be fought, you know, just let me know what I'm working with. Hitoshi says. Of course, he's only half telling the truth. He can analyze a quirk a little bit, but he's always been better at reading people than quirks. It's what makes the three of them work so well with each other. Izuku analyzes the quirk, Hitoshi analyzes the personality and mannerisms, and Dad analyzes the motivations. He only half listens when Toya explains the finer details of his quirk, prompted by questions Izuku asks through the comms that Hitoshi relays. It's not like they really need to know that much. Izuku and Hitoshi, and every one of the last 11, they all knew Dabi's quirk well enough. Izuku has a few theories on ways Dabi could use his quirk without hurting himself. The first theory is that it actually is a combination of his parents' quirks. The first direction it could go is that Toya's fire isn't supposed to be hot, it's supposed to be cold. Like an ice quirk inside of a fire quirk. The second direction is that his mother's constitution means the reason he keeps overheating and burning himself alive is because he's in the wrong environment. He's supposed to be living in freezing temperatures, which would make him a perfect candidate for mountain rescue heroics. The second theory is that because of Endeavor's training, he only ever uses it at max percentage, when it might work like One for All did with Izuku. Toya might be able to manipulate the temperature of his flames, making it possible for him to have a normal fire quirk that can just get really FING hot if he wants it to. There's more theories of course, Hitoshi just never bothered to learn them. Why would he? Dabi was dead for years before the jump, and B, all Hitoshi needed to know before Dabi's death was that fire is hot and to keep his distance. Hitoshi and Toya, with Izuku in Hitoshi's ear, discuss the details of Izuku's many theories as they make their way to their place for the night. The conversation helps Toya relax immensely. Dad keeps his distance, and Izuku trails behind them by a few blocks. It seems all three of them have clocked the fact that Toya is only comfortable with Hitoshi. Dad goes in first, while Hitoshi holds Toya back. At Toya's questioning and suspicious look, Hitoshi explains. Soldier is securing the house. After all, we have a high-profile witness to protect. You know, you guys act more like heroes than vigilantes. Toya muses, and Hitoshi fights to keep from tensing. A high-pitched whistle sounds out from inside the house, giving the all clear, so Hitoshi nudges Toya to head on inside. So what now? He asks once they're inside, Izuku coming in a few minutes after them. They're all in the living room for the moment, given the three of them aren't comfortable using another person's bed or to be separated from each other in unfamiliar territory. Right now, Izuku starts. You get some rest. There's another job we need to take care of before we head to the detectives tomorrow. What kind of job? Toya asks, raising an eyebrow. Dad flips on the light after closing the shades, and Hitoshi can see Toya more clearly. His raised eyebrow has a piercing, and there's a few cuts on his lip, possibly from other brawls. One you don't need to worry about, Dad says. He's in the kitchen, cooking up some food for Toya since he looks like he hasn't had a good meal in a long time. Of course, they're using food they bought themselves instead of what's already here. Toya looks displeased at the answer. Out of curiosity, Toya says a few minutes of silence later. Is there any way that I could join your little group? Not possible. Izuku says. Even if we were taking applicants, and we aren't, you couldn't join us anyways. We need you to be a credible source of information, and that means keeping you not only safe, but also above the law. I've already made sure there's no trace of your presence on any open cases, so now the rest is up to you. Just lay low, wait, and when the time comes, nail Endeavor to the floor with his own actions. Toya mutters, looking disappointed. Maybe if they weren't on the mission they were on, Hitoshi would fight to let the kid join them, but that's not the case. Besides, real vigilantes are notorious for being able to tip with a gust of wind. One bad night is all it takes sometimes to send them all the way into villainy. It's why underground heroes like Dad try to push them into getting licenses before they get the chance to fall into villainy. Keeping Toya as far away from becoming Dabi is the goal here, not give him a whole other opportunity to go villain. Don't worry. Secret and I can handle this little side job. Soldier will be here to keep you safe. Hitoshi says. Get some rest, we'll see you in the morning. Toya wakes up when Secret and Silence come back from whatever job they had to do. He can't help but feel relief. Silence is the only one he trusts, the other two just make him uncomfortable, in two entirely different ways. Secret creeps him out because he's always watching Toya, and the gaze reminds him a little bit like Endeavor, except a lot less malicious. Calculating and analyzing as if he's sizing Toya up like they're about to throw down in a fight, and Secret would win. Doesn't matter how short the guy is, Toya knows a threat when he sees one. And Soldier is just weird. Soldier makes him feel like a stray cat. Like at any moment, Soldier is going to snatch him up and take him home. It's not in any sort of disgusting way that he can tell, and Toya's instincts about people have sharpened since being on the streets, but still. It makes him uncomfortable. Is this, like, a pseudo-adoption thing going on? Is Soldier trying to parent him? Silence, he just seems like a pretty chill guy. Toya is about to sit up and welcome the two back when the three start talking. He stills immediately, keeping his breathing relaxed and even. He learned how to fake being asleep at a young age. He would be awake at night, silently crying in pain, and his mother had an almost compulsive need to check on her three kids. It was mainly when Shouto was still in the womb, her protectiveness rearing its head like a charging bull. When she checked on him and he was crying, then Mom would start crying, and then he'd have to calm her down before she woke Endeavor or Yumi or Natsu. It was just easier to pretend to be asleep. How is he? An unfamiliar voice answers, and Toya almost throws himself into a sitting position when he realizes that there's no subtle metallic tang to the voice indicating a voice modifier being used. They have their masks off. Holy shit, they have their masks off. He's been pretty quiet until he fell asleep. Not much talking, but he snores worse than Hizashi. This one, presumably, is Soldier. Toya kind of wants to feel offended, but honestly with years worth of smoke inhalation he wouldn't be surprised. I'd rather him snoring than trying to kill us. This voice snorts, and Toya gets the feeling this one is definitely Silence. That's true, I'll give you that. Soldier responds. How was the job? A groan echoes through the living room. Frustratingly easy, but at least it's done. Silence says. I wouldn't call a full-on raid with only 2 people easy. Secret says, and wow, maybe the shortness is due to how young he is. He sounds like a child just going through PBRY, cracky voice and all. Compared to Nomu it sure as hell was. Silence says. What's a Nomu? Is that a gang? Either of you hurt? A few bruises but nothing we can't handle. Pretty sure these suits could tank a nuclear bomb. Thank you, I try. Secret says, sounding smug and pleased. Why are you taking credit? These aren't your designs, you just made them. Silence fires back. There's a gasp of offense, presumably from Secret. Hey, I made a few modifications, which means I'm definitely a co-designer. Good thing May isn't here to hear you say that. Behave you too, I don't have the mental energy to deal with your bullshit. So what's the plan from here? Soldiers. Secret and Silence both grumble quietly for a moment. Right now we rest. In the morning we take Toya to get some clothes to wear until Tsukachi has the chance to take him to the store. When we're back in Mustafu, one of us will need to run back to the base to get the files pertaining to Endeavor for Tsukachi. Then we drop him off at Tsukachi's? Secret responds. We should give him a burner, just in case. That way if anything goes wrong he can contact us. Silence responds. Are you sure that's wise? You know how now is, and besides he shouldn't use us as a crutch, especially since we'll be extremely busy. Soldier says. I'm sure. I can coach him on how to answer Tsukachi's questions without giving us away. He needs a lifeline, he's too skittish to put full faith in us. Besides, he's a capable kid, more likely than not he'll rely on himself to get out of a heavy situation and then call us for backup. Secret responds. There's the sound of 2 zippers and some rustling. Are they taking off their badass jackets? Are they really not worried about Toya seeing their identities? Aren't vigilantes supposed to be paranoid with their identities? I'm actually surprised he wasn't as difficult to convince as I expected. I was fully expecting it to take weeks to get him to come with us, so this moves up the schedule a lot. What's next on the list then? Silence asks at the same time there's a loud from the couch. Toga Himiko. The sooner we get her out of that house the better. And actually, we only need 1 person for that job, so I'm thinking we split up to make things run faster. At least her case will be easier than exposing Endeavor or the Commission. Who else do you have in mind right now? Soldier says. I'm thinking twice. Do them 2 at the same time, and then we can focus on Shigaraki and Kurojiri. Their situations are more delicate than even Toya's, so it will take time, and we need to start as soon as possible. Secret responds. Toya wonders about that. His own situation is delicate. Due to his father's number 2 status, so does this mean he's not the only one? Are there more heroes abusing their kids? Toya wonders that if his theory is true, does this mean these 2 people are the kids of a hero even more high profile than Endeavor? Could they be All Might's kids? But that can't be true, this is All Might he's talking about. Would the symbol of peace really be like his father? Hey, Silence says suddenly, dragging Toya's attention back to his eavesdropping. I thought you said Toya snores? Busted. We know you're awake. Soldier says to Toya, and he bites back a flinch. No use pretending now. Toya sits up gingerly, keeping his eyes pointed at the ground out of respect towards their secret identities. Sorry. He mumbles. Don't worry about it, and you don't have to look at the ground, Toya. Silence says, still maskless. We have our hoods up. Toya hesitates, but he does look up to see that, yes, they are wearing their hoods up. Their jackets are still unzipped, showing a well-made set of shirts that look as heavy and uncomfortable as the jackets do. Their hoods hang over their faces in just enough shadow to disguise their features, but still see the colors of their eyes. Silence's eyes are the same shade of purple that accents their uniform, Secret's the same shade of green as well. Soldier's eyes are black, unlike the red on his uniform. On the coffee table lay 3 masks and 3 goggles, as well as a pair of gauntlet-looking things. Did we wake you? Secret asks. How much did you hear? I woke up when you walked in, so, everything? Toya answers awkwardly. Now he feels bad because these 3 are trying to help him and he's throwing it in their faces by eavesdropping. Then you should know. The names you heard? Don't repeat them to anyone else. Soldier says. Heroes are great and all, but these things, these people, need to be handled with a certain dash, Secret starts to say when Silence cuts him off with a helpful tone. C'est la vie. Secret hesitates, sighs, and then continues. Delicacy. Silence, I don't think that's the right expression. Silence shrugs, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. He definitely did that on purpose. I won't say anything, I promise. Toya says. Secret grins at him, and for some reason, it makes his shoulders relax a bit. Thank you. Now then, the sun should be up within the hour, so why don't you use the shower while the 3 of us get packed up? Toya tries not to sprint in the direction of the shower. They're on the train a little while later, Toya wearing some new clothes from a donation shop, clean like he is for the first time in months. The 3 vigilantes turned their jackets inside out while he was in the shower, and now they look like 2 kids and 2 teenagers. Secret and Silence have matching jackets in green and purple with cat ears on the hoods, while Soldier has a simple hoodie and Eltcher jacket combo on his. They keep their hoods up the entire time, and Toya valiantly keeps his eyes away from them given the broad daylight and the lack of masks to hide their faces. Before he knows it, they're standing across the street from an unassuming, middle-class apartment. Soldier took off towards their base to grab the files, at Secret's behest, while Secret and Silence are back to being fully suited up with masks and goggles and uniforms sides out. Toya feels like he's still dreaming. This is really happening. One moment he was a random kid on the street, starving and wary and untrusting, legally dead. Unable to find legal work due to not technically existing in the eyes of the law. Homeless and poor and bitter. The next moment he's psyching himself up to speak to this detective about his home life, armed with the backing of 3 vigilantes and a briefcase full of evidence on his father on the way. He's 20 years old and his life, his reality, has been completely upended by 3 strangers. 2 of which are actual children. Toya thinks they might be about how old Shouto is now. Thank you. Toya whispers to the 2 vigilantes on either side of him, flanking him like he's something to protect, someone important. He's not dumb. He knows most what they're doing for him is because he can be the last nail in his father's coffin. But they're still doing more for him than his parents, his tutors, teachers, and private doctors combined. Don't mention it. You know what you have to say? Toya nods, repeating the words he's rehearsed in his head the entire journey here. My name is Todoroki Toya, eldest son of pro-hero Endeavor. The vigilantes Silence, Secret, and Soldier brought me here after finding me in the search of your missing hero, Eraserhead. My father abused me, and is still abusing my family, and they want your help to take him down. No hero is untouchable. Good, that'll get you in the door. Once you're inside, answer his questions truthfully and thoroughly, even if it hurts to talk about. The sooner Tsukachi has all the information he needs, he can start working against Endeavor. Secret says for what must be the 10th time. He's a bit of a worrier, Toya has learned through this process. If he asks anything about us, and I'm sure he will, try to keep things vague. When you first walk in though, before he starts asking questions, give him this letter for me. Toya takes the envelope handed to him gently, slowly. He suddenly feels like he's running out of time. Is this it? Is this the last he'll see of his heroes? Toya. Silence says, making him look up through the stinging in his eyes. We'll be checking up on you periodically to make sure things are running smoothly and that you're safe. This isn't goodbye. Take care of yourself, all right? You have our number if you need us. I can't thank you enough for all of this. Toya says, thank us by being happy, safe, and taking care of your family. Soldier says from above, before landing gently enough on the ground of the alley that there's hardly any noise. He has the briefcase of evidence against his father in hand, which Toya takes hold of. Okay. Toya responds. He looks at the house he's expected to go to. It looks relatively normal. 2 stories, A red brick exterior, a small front lawn and a plain black car in the driveway. There's 2 little plants on the small concrete slab of a porch that look a little underwatered, and 2 chairs and a small end table to the side of the door. It looks well loved, but not immaculate, traditional but not suffocating. It looks like the exact opposite of the prison-like estate he was raised in. Okay. Toya repeats out loud, more sure of himself. With one last look to the vigilantes, who encourage him gently, Toya crosses the quiet street and knocks on the door. It's opened by a plain-looking man, who looks like he hasn't slept well in years, with morning shadow and a cup of coffee in hand. He's the type who's built for speed, but hides it under his trench coat, which is so cliché Toya doesn't want to call him on it. "Hello, can I help you?" the man says. Tired, but not unkind, gentle but firm. Taking a deep breath to steel his nerves, Toya rushes through the rehearsed words while also holding out the envelope. "My name is Todoroki Toya, and I'm the eldest son of pro-hero Endeavor. Naomasa, after registering that everything the kids said rang true, let Todoroki inside." Okay. Naomasa says, running a hand over his face and then over his head. "Would you be all right with answering questions at the station, or would you prefer to do it here instead?" "Here please," Todoroki says quietly, following after him when Naomasa heads to the living room. The kid sits hesitantly on the couch, clutching the giant briefcase like a lifeline. Naomasa gestures for him to hold on a second as he makes a phone call to the station he's scheduled to be at today. He kind of doesn't have a set location, they kind of let him jump around to different stations in the area as needed. It happens often enough that he gets his own office at every precinct he regularly visits. The call is quick, letting the answering officer know that he wouldn't be able to come in today due to unforeseen circumstances. When he's done, he drops by the kitchen to grab a couple bottles of water since his kitchen is bare of most everything. He was gonna go grocery shopping after work, but oh well. Back in the living room, he settles onto one of his love seats. Since he's already pretty much ready for work, he has his portable recorder with him, so he takes it out and holds it up to the nervous kid in front of him. "Do you mind if I record this so we don't have to start from the beginning when a case is officially open?" If a case is opened, he'll determine whether everything the kid says is actually true through questions, since there are ways of tricking his quirk, as difficult to do as they may be. "I don't mind," Todoroki says, still quiet and wary. His fingers nervously fiddle with the handle of the briefcase in his lap. The vigilantes told me to tell you to read the letter before questions though." Having almost completely forgotten about the letter, he pulls it out of his pocket to read as quickly as possible. "Dear Detective, the search for your hero is ongoing, and I know you blame yourself, but don't. Eraser is a stubborn man. Even if you had handcuffed him and drugged him, he would have found a way to leave if he really wanted to. I'm sorry we couldn't help more, but right now Toya needs your help more than anything. In the briefcase is all of the evidence compiled against Endeavor Sequence could find, not including evidence of abuse. At the very least, what's in that briefcase will get his hero license revoked. I suggest, to get evidence of the abuse, approach the Todoroki family in secret while Endeavor is away on a mission. Specifically Shouto. Rei as well, but keeping a visit to her quiet will be difficult, so use caution. Toya, Shouto and Rei are the main 3 who can give evidence against Endeavor for his crimes in the household. Fumi and Natsuo were largely neglected all their lives, so they will have less, but they will still be helpful. Be prudent, ask for help from Nezu, and trust us. Toya deserves a chance, so be the one to give him it. We owe you a favor for this, detective, use it wisely. After all, we have eyes in many places and we know many things. Secret, silence and soldier. P.S. Call him Toya, he doesn't like his family name. It'll help make him trust you more." Naomasa runs a hand through his hair, rereading the letter before tucking it back in the envelope for later use. "Are you ready to answer some questions, Toya?" Todoroki Toya looks up from the coffee table in shock at his formal name. "Is it all right if I call you Toya?" "Always better to be sure." "Toya is fine," he says, and Naomasa doesn't draw attention to the small smile on the kid's face. Setting the recorder up on the table between them, Naomasa starts the interview as he always does. "This is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa of the Mizudafu Police Department. It is 7:06 in the morning, and we are currently in my home as was requested. For legal purposes, I must inform you that my quirk is called lie detector. I will be able to tell if what you are saying is the truth or not. Do you accept the terms of the interview? Toya straightens up, clears his throat, and speaks louder than he has since he got here, but that's not saying much. I accept. Very well, I would like to inform you that at any time if you would like to take a break, just inform me, and we can continue the interview once you're ready. Can you please state your name, age, and date of birth for the record? My name is Todoroki Toya, eldest son of Pro Hero Endeavor. I'm 20 years old, and my date of birth is the 6th of December, 2XX. True. Can you state the reason for the interview, please? My father, Pro Hero Endeavor, has abused me and my family since his marriage to my mother, Todoroki Rei, maiden name Himura. Toya says, sounding far more confident than before. He's doing the interview very well, almost like he had been shown how to do so professionally. Sort of like a hero would. The Vigilantes, or Endeavor? True. Can you give a vague description of the abuse for now? We'll go into detail as the interview continues. The real abuse for me and my siblings didn't begin until I turned of age for my quirk, but he abused my mother from the day the marriage contract was signed. Endeavor bought my mother in a quirk marriage, making the contract in his favor so if she ever tried to leave him, she would be taken to court and sued for everything she owned, even us kids. When I turned 5, my twin sister, Todoroki Fumi, and I both received our quirks. Fumi's quirk wasn't a powerful one, so he ignored her, but mine was. He began abusing me in the guise of training for most of my life. Toya takes a deep breath to keep going, but Naomasa holds a hand up to stop him. His BLD is boiling underneath his skin as every word spoken rings true, but he keeps his cool as much as possible. This is all true. Before you continue, I have a few questions, if you are all right to continue? I'm fine. Ask away. Naomasa isn't fine, but that's not the point. You say that Endeavor bought your mother in a quirk marriage. Do you know of any surviving documents to confirm your claims? My mother kept a copy hidden inside the house, but I don't know where. She changed the hiding place every month to keep Endeavor from finding them. Toya informs him. Naomasa writes that down in his notepad as he asks his next question. And you say your quirk was deemed strong by Endeavor. Can you elaborate? My quirk is called cremation. I create flames that run as hot as 3,000 degrees Celsius, thus hotter than even Endeavor's quirk, Hell Flame. Toya produces a tiny blue flame on the end of his pointer finger, and Naomasa watches in concern as only those few seconds cause his skin to become red and agitated. Due to my mother's quirk, I don't know the exact name of it, but it's a relatively strong ice quirk. My body doesn't handle the flames that I produce, so they burn me. True. You may continue where you left off. Naomasa says, even though his stomach is churning already. They've barely gotten started and already he feels sick to his stomach and burning with rage. When the fact of my quirk hurting my body was discovered, Natsuo had already been diagnosed quirkless, and Shouto was already conceived. At the age of 3, Shouto's quirk came in early, the perfect balance of fire and ice Endeavor had been working towards. To prevent Endeavor from forcing a 3-year-old to train as strong as most hero schools train 15-year-olds, I offered myself as a distraction, training harder than ever without a complaint. Even as the burns started to become worse, ending up as scarring over my body. Toya's face begins to grow pale, but his eyes are focused strong on the recorder, his hands twitching as they fiddle with the handle of the briefcase more. By the age of 5, Shouto was forced into training as well, and we were forced to spar against one another. At the age of 17, Shouto the age of 10, at this Toya hesitates, clears his throat again, and looks away from Naomasa as he continues. Just that action has dread flooding his system. I couldn't take it much more. I had begun to hate my baby brother, and when I realized this myself, another hesitation. I faked my death and ran away. I've lived on the streets ever since. This is all true. Naomasa grits out between his teeth. We will take a break and continue this interview in a few minutes. With that he quickly shuts off the recorder. Toya startles. I don't need a break though. I do. Naomasa growls, standing up to get some distance. He doesn't leave the room, but he turns his back on the traumatized kid behind him to try and calm himself down. He's seen and heard of some pretty effed up things in his career, but this is by far one of the worst. In that moment, Naomasa knows in his heart, he's going to do anything and everything he can for this kid and his family. I'm putting you in therapy as soon as you're settled in, he says out loud. Settled in? Toya asks from behind him, sounding hesitant. Naomasa turns to look at him, and the hope on this kid's face absolutely rips his heart into a million pieces. God, this kid has been failed in so many ways. If and when they find Shouto, he'll never tease him for his dad tendencies again. You think I'm letting you back on the street after hearing all of that? And that's just a vague explanation? Hell no. Naomasa hisses out. I swear to God, if Endeavor comes within 10 feet of me anytime soon, we might be sending me to prison instead. You dash. Toya's breath hitches. You believe me? First of all, lie detection quirk. Second of all, this is all so effed up I wouldn't need a quirk to see you're telling the truth. Naomasa says. He groans long and strong. I need more coffee. He heads into the kitchen to brew another pot of coffee, using the waiting time to try and cool himself down. This is gonna be a long day. With a cup of coffee in hand, his breathing even again, and the rage simmering down enough he stops seeing red, he heads back into the living room to continue the interview. But first, he needs to make a list of things to do. Settling the notepad on his knee, he begins scribbling on a new page. What are you doing? Toya asks, curious and closer than before. When Naomasa looks up, the kid is standing to the side of his chair and trying to read his handwriting without getting too close. He tilts the notepad so the kid can see better. Making a list. You'll need clothes, a phone, some burn cream, a set of sheets and a comforter. I have a guest bedroom, but all that's in there is the bare furniture. A laptop, maybe some decorations? Naomasa continues muttering out loud as he lists more items on the notepad. Groceries for 2, some toiletries like toothbrushes and shampoo and things. A lamp for the desk. You said you left at 17, so I'll look into testing your school knowledge later. Oh, and some things to entertain you while I'm at work. Video games. Kids like video games, right? Never had the chance to play any. Toya says casually, getting closer and settling lightly on the arm of his chair. Naomasa is too distracted to notice or care. Definitely video games and books. You'll need a key to the house, and sheet. I need to get you re-registered in the system. God, that'll be a pain. And an emergency call button. You need that just in case you're in trouble and need help. Some therapy, maybe a quirk specialist too, to help with the flames burning you. You're really getting into this, huh? Toya says, sounding amused. Naomasa ignores him, still muttering as he continues his list. You'll need to be updated on all of your shots as well. Not a dog. I'll need to get you checked out by recovery girl. She's great with kids. Not a child. Oh my God, I'm too young to be a father. Naomasa suddenly whispers in horror, staring at the notepad in his lap blankly. What do fathers do? How does this work? How do you take care of a child? I barely take care of myself. You should slow down a bit there, buddy. I should buy parenting books. Surely they can tell me what to do. Not a toddler. Can take care of myself. And I need to lock up the weapons. I know how to use a gun, idiot. I lived on the streets. I should figure out rules too. Kids need rules, right? That's fair. Still not a child though. And maybe Detective. Toya yells, and Naomasa stops talking to look at the kid. He looks embarrassed, maybe a little pleased, more than a little annoyed. Don't we need to continue the interview? For a moment Naomasa flounders on what the hell he's talking about, and then it comes to him. Oh yeah. Oh my God, he's a dumbass. Toya whispers to himself, moving back to the couch. Naomasa gasps harshly. It rang true? That is so mean. That is a lie. You take that back? Aizawa Hizashi is not coping. The hope that Secret, the Vigilante, had kindled in his heart what seems like years ago burned out slowly within a matter of days. He's a hero. A good hero. And as a hero, he knows the statistics frighteningly well. The chances of a kidnap victim being found after the first 72 hours are slim to none. Shouto could be on the other side of the world at this point. He doesn't know how he let Shouto slip through his fingers so easily. He was supposed to be safe. He was supposed to be safe inside Tsukachi's precinct while Hizashi was on a mission, so he wouldn't be alone the night before his birthday when the bad thing that was supposed to happen did. Hizashi was supposed to pick him up from the precinct after the mission was completed, and they would go home to their cats and their cozy little apartment. They were going to cuddle through the night and watch movies until the sun rose and the main threat had passed, and then they would nap together. Hizashi would wake Shouto up with breakfast in bed, and they would go out and do something fun they haven't tried before, as is tradition. Every year on their birthdays or around it, they would pick something to do that they've never done before, like skydiving or riding horses, things like that. This year, the two of them were going to get away for a few days in Hong Kong and do all the touristy things people do. Instead, here he lies, silent and alone in his cold apartment, wrapped in a capture scarf that was retired years ago, but kept out of nostalgia. Even their cat, a gigantic mancoon named Goddess who hates everyone, including Shouto the cat whisperer, sits waiting at the windowsill. Miserably waiting for Shouto to fly over the rooftops and onto their small balcony like he usually does. Hizashi's eyes burn again, but no tears are left to fall. He's probably dehydrated from all of the crying, but who can blame him? His Shouto, his soulmate, the love of his life, is missing. Gone. Just like that. And there's no guarantee that whoever took him will keep him alive. He could be dead, in a ditch somewhere, if there's even a body to find in the first place. Exhausted already, despite having just woken up, Hizashi forces himself into the kitchen to shovel food and coffee down his throat. Once upon a time, he never drank coffee. He had plenty of energy naturally to handle 3 jobs at once. Now he barely has the energy for one. This kind of pain and heartache is worse than Oboro, worse than losing kids on the job, worse than watching previous students die. No matter how good of heroes they were. He feels empty, colorless, hopeless. The light of his life is gone, and now the world is gray. He stumbles through his new routine while biting back tears. Drink coffee and eat bland-tasting food, which is bland on his tongue even when he uses an entire bottle's worth of peas. Set up a bowl for Goddess. Place it next to her because she won't eat if she has to leave the windowsill. Attempt to pet her, sometimes succeed, which never fails to hurt worse than when he fails. Get washed up, change into his hero suit, and throw his hair up into a messy bun instead of styling it. Wrap that precious old scarf around his shoulders, low enough to not impede his speakers, tight enough to not slip down and to offer comfort. Check the Hero Network for updates, and then try not to cry when there isn't any. Put on his shoes, lock the door and go to UA. Quietly lead his classes through Heroics 101 and English, having to take over for Shouto until he comes home. If he comes home. After school will be the radio station, where he will attempt to keep up his usual happy self. After that is patrol. His new, quiet, colorless life. Hizashi thinks he hates the quiet the most. He's always hated the quiet, making a point to fill a room with noise and laughter and music to chase the silence away. But now he can't be bothered, so the silence closes in. There's no grumbling words in the morning that could be a death threat or could be a good morning. There's no quiet pleas to Goddess for any scrap of attention. There's no cursing over terrible grades and problem students. No reprimands for getting too loud. Nothing. Just the quiet, aching silence. A silence soon broken by the ringing of his phone. Hizashi is in the teacher's lounge, and he thinks it might be lunchtime, but he doesn't know. Time slips away from him sometimes. The other teachers usually try to give him space, and everyone is quiet. Even Vlad King is silently mourning someone who may or may be dead, and the two of them, Vlad and Shouto, used to butt heads over everything. "This is Present Mike, how can I help you?" Hizashi says blandly. He's staring out the window, out into the grounds where students are having lunch outside. It's a nice day out. Normally on a day like this Hizashi would be begging Shouto to go out somewhere with him. A park or a cafe, anywhere they can enjoy the weather. "I have a lead. A flimsy one, but it's something. I'll be at UA within the hour. I have guests with me. Please inform Nezu," Tsukachi says. It sparks a jolt of energy through him he hasn't felt in weeks. The teachers, almost all of them actually, All suddenly are looking at Hizashi as he surges to his feet with a shaky but real smile. I'll let him know. Thank you, Tsukachi. Like I said, the lead is weak, so don't get your hopes up, he says tiredly. Hizashi doesn't bother with the response and hangs up. Hizashi, what's going on? Snipe asks. Hizashi clutches his phone to his seat as if holding on to it will make the flimsy lead stronger. Tsukachi says he might have a lead. On Shoyuta? Nemuri asks, her breath hitched and hope shining in her eyes. Hizashi nods quickly. I have to inform Nezu, Hizashi says, rushing out of the room and towards the principal's office. And inform Nezu he does. He hasn't seen his boss look so excited in the entire month it's been since the disappearance. Just as he said, Tsukachi is arriving at UA within the hour, and he brought along a random kid with black hair who looks uncomfortable and a green-haired woman who looks as much of a wreck as he is. Hizashi can't bring himself to care. They're in the office now, the 5 of them. Nezu, Yamada, this is my ward, Toya, and this is Midoriya Inko. Tsukachi says. Mrs. Midoriya is the reason I'm here. Yes, you said you had a lead. Nezu says calmly. He's handing Midoriya a cup of jasmine tea, which she takes gratefully, sipping at it instead of wringing her hands nervously. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya, can you show them the letter? Tsukachi says. Please, call me Inko, she says, handing Nezu a paper torn out of a notebook. Hizashi edges closer to read over Nezu's shoulder. It's the very last thing on the page that catches his attention. 1217131SC. It's the code. The one Shoyuta was emailed right before he went missing. The last thread, the only lead, it's here. On a note written by a runaway child. Why would a child know this code? What does it mean? Inko, do you know what this code means? Nezu asks after a quiet moment of reading. Inko tears up a little as she shakes her head. Oh, I don't know what it could possibly refer to. I tried using it as a password for some of his electronics, but none of them worked. And the numbers don't mean anything to him that I know of, though that doesn't matter much. Inko says. Can you explain what you mean by that? Hizashi asks gently. It's just Inko sniffs and draws out a handkerchief to blot her eyes. Not that it helps much with the constant streams down her face. My son hasn't really told me anything in years. He was diagnosed quirkless when he was 5, and since then he's just closed himself off. He's quirkless? Hizashi asks, sharing a look with Nezu. He's a hero, and heroes have to know and understand the statistics. The statistics revolving around the quirkless are not pleasant to say the least. 20% globally are quirkless these days, give or take a bit due to biases, but only about 2% of Japan itself is quirkless. Most of those range in the elderly. Then there's the statistics of bullying. 1 in every 2 quirkless kids are bullied, abused, or both. 25% of quirkless kids run away from home at least once in their life, and the suicide rate is at a high 67% by the age of 16. It only gets higher as the age limit grows. 80% of young quirkless people don't make it to 30 due to hate crimes, suicide, or, the very worst cases, quirk trafficking and experimentation. The quirkless are considered the perfect control factor in a scientific experiment. It's illegal and immoral, and Hizashi can't even count the multiple quirk experimentation rings he's helped take down throughout his career. Jesus F-, a quirk experimentation ring was his first big publicized case when he went pro. Yes. Inko says, bringing his attention back to her instead of the multitude of numbers and statistics clogging his thoughts. He gets bullied, and I know he does, but because he won't tell me anything there's nothing I can do. But Maizuku would never just leave, he's a strong boy. I've never known him to give up on anything. Were there any signs that he was planning on leaving? Nezu asks. Inko shakes her head. No, it was just a normal day. I had asked him what he wanted for his birthday, and of course he said he wanted the new All Might poster that came out a month ago. I sent him to bed, but when I woke up was gone. Inko's crying gets a little harsher, and Hizashi's own instincts flare up, making him step closer to comfort her. He can't stand seeing a woman or child, or hell, even a grown man cry. It takes a few moments, but her tears slow into that quiet and steady stream of before. His backpack was dumped on the bed and some of his clothes and some of his hero notebooks were missing. But that was it, other than the letter he left behind. I see. Nezu says, humming, sipping lightly at his tea. Did you say hero notes? What do you mean by that? Inko laughs a little wetly. Izuku has always loved heroes, even after his quirklessness was diagnosed. Said he would be the first quirkless hero, and while at first I didn't believe him, after rereading some of things in his notebooks I believe it now. I have his latest one with me if you would like. Please, that would be wonderful. Nezu says. Inko sniffs once more, reaches into her purse and pulls out a normal composition notebook with the title Hero Analysis for the future volume. She hands it to Nezu, so while he reads what's in the notebook, Hizashi takes over the questioning. Ms. Inko, he says to grab her attention. Have you noticed any strange behavior from Izuku, or perhaps strange people hanging around? Maybe Izuku broke routine at random in the last few months before going back to normal right after? No, nothing out of the ordinary. But then again, I'm a single mother who works double shifts at the hospital all the time, so there would be a lot I might have missed. Inko admits. She suddenly looks him in the eyes. I don't mean to be rude, but why is UA looking into my son's missing case? Surely you are all very busy? The code on your son's letter matches one that a staff member received just before he went missing, ma'am. Tsukachi replies. We were wondering what the connection between your son and an underground hero would be. Izuku? We don't know any heroes personally, especially not underground ones. Inko says. Well, Nezu suddenly says, closing the notebook and laying it on the desk. Even if no connection exists, I'll be handling your son's investigation personally from now on. Nezu? Hizashi asks. The information and analysis written in this notebook alone, while unprofessional and rough around the edges, could very well end the careers of 12 heroes. Possibly even put them in grave danger if they fall into the wrong hands. Nezu explains. Inko positively gapes in shock, and Hizashi is right there with her. Yamada, you might want to read this. You have an entry as well. Hizashi takes the notebook handed to him and flips through the notebook quickly until he finds a very familiar face and name looking back at him. The drawing itself is amazing, a picture of him in a bracing stance he usually uses when bracing for a loud scream. Present mic Yamada Hizashi gives the user the ability to augment their voice drastically, which causes a blowback not unlike the backlash of an explosion without the fire. Well-known drawbacks. Inability to direct sound manually, see directional speaker for elaboration. Quirk overuse results in loss of voice for an indeterminate amount of time. Extreme overuse causes bleeding in the hypopharynx, the lowest part of the pharynx, and extreme stress to the vocal fold, the vocal cords. Can be deadly, i.e. choking on his own BLD, or permanently damaging, i.e. loss of voice entirely, and therefore loss of quirk. Hizashi nearly chokes when he reads that. He kept that information confidential. It's only happened maybe twice in his career. And this kid either watched enough of his videos to figure that out, or he just made an educated guess. He decides to skip ahead as he feels everyone watching his reactions. Possible mutations. Heightened ear protection. Edit. Evidence of loss of hearing. Subject could be vulnerable to his own voice, but not extreme sounds outside of his person. Target like eye configuration, common in quirks that have to do with sight, i.e. scope. See Pro Hero Snipe. Volume subject may be able to see the sound waves he can produce. Hizashi's fingers graze his glasses, which he's used his entire life to block out the very sound waves he can see because they used to overwhelm him as a child. He never takes them off for that very reason. How did this child know that? He skips ahead. Possible uses. Echolocation, production of sound waves that provide the person or animal the ability to seach by processing the indications of sound waves. Ability to raise pitch, such as using ultrasonic sound waves that the average human without a quirk to process it can't hear. He skips ahead. Support equipment. He skips ahead. Ways for improvement. Best matches for team-ups. How to take him out without a cheat. Jesus. FING. Price. We need to find this child. Hizashi grits out between clenched teeth. This is insane. One kid came up with all of this? Some of this, not even professional analysts ever thought of. Volume 10? There's more of these laying around? Yes. It's his only hobby these days, Inko says fondly. His first one was in crayon. It was so adorable I never discouraged him from keeping it up. Inko, Nezu says. If I may have your permission, I would like to look through recent emails or text messages your son received. Why? Inko asks, curious. The hero we told you about, Eraserhead, received an email with that code minutes before he left the station and subsequently went missing. Tsukachi explains. There was no evidence in previous emails, deleted or otherwise, to indicate what the message means. There might be something hidden in your son's phone or computer to give us more to go off of. Well, if you're sure it'll help. Inko cautiously replies. But I want to be kept in the loop, even if the case goes cold. This is my son we're talking about. Very well. Nezu says kindly. He's scribbling on a piece of paper, which he hands to Inko right after. This is my personal phone. If you come up with anything that may be useful, call me immediately. I'll do the same for you. Thank you. Inko responds, sniffling again. Yamada will take you back to your home. I hope you understand, but we must confiscate those notebooks. Having them out in the open is very dangerous. I understand. I didn't realize they were so good. I never understood half of what Izuku was talking about. I never understood quirks as well as he does. He gets it from his father. Inko says. Is there any way Izuku might have gone to his father? Hizashi asks. Oh no, his father has been absent for almost his entire life. I don't even have a way to contact him anymore. Last I heard he moved to America, but I always suspected he was lying. Inko explains. Izuku's never even met the man. Hizashi never even held him. For some reason the thought makes him upset. Who would just abandon such a brilliant, if a little terrifyingly soaked child like Izuku? Very well then. Nezu says. Thank you for coming all this way. If you have any questions, feel free to call at any time, no matter the hour. Thank you as well, it means a lot to me that you'll be helping find my son. Inko says as she stands up, dipping into a low bow. Hizashi stands as well, and when he turns around, he suddenly remembers the kid that was brought along. I need to take Toya home, so I'll be on my way as well. Tsukachi says, standing and holding the door open. However, hesitates. Can I see the notebook real quick? Toya asks hesitantly. Why? Nezu asks. The kid shrugs noncommittally. Curiosity's sake, I guess. Toya answers. He tugs nervously as one of his sleeves. Very well then. Nezu says and hands the kid the notebook. He flips through it quickly before landing somewhere in the middle. His eyebrows furrow deeply as he reads, but otherwise his expression remains blank. It's a few minutes of awkward silence as the kid reads quickly. After a few moments, the kid hands the notebook back with just a vague huts to say about it. Thank you, sir. Toya says, saying nothing more before giving a quick bow and walking out. Tsukachi looks suspiciously at him as he walks. Before giving another goodbye and walking out. Hizashi decides not to dwell on that strangeness as he gives Inko a kind smile. Well then, allow me to drive you home. The drive is quiet except for the few sniffles that escape Inko. Hizashi plays the radio softly to fill the silence, and before he knows it, the two of them are pulling up to an apartment building. He walks the young woman to her apartment in order to pick up the rest of the notebooks upon Nezu's request, and he's just about to leave when he's stopped by a hesitant voice. Mr. Yamada? Inko says. She's chewing on her lip in a nervous tick before she seems to gather her courage. Would you like to stay for tea? Hizashi almost declines, but then he sees the hope in her eyes. She seems so lonely at that moment, and Hizashi has a bleeding heart. Besides, what else would he do? Take the notebooks to UA and then go home to an empty apartment with only a depressed cat for company? Lay in bed and cry alone as he waits for the time to leave for his radio show? Hizashi doesn't even hesitate any longer as he closes the front door, kicks his shoes back off, and walks back inside, setting the box of notebooks on the floor to be grabbed later. I would love a cup of tea. And please, call me Zashi. Do you have chamomile? Inko smiles brightly for the first time since they've met only a few hours before. I do. Izuku thinks they're making good progress at this point. He decided to hold off on Toga's rescue until they found Twice, or Babigawara gene, so that they could make it happen at the same time. He remembers Toga becoming more unhinged when Twice died, so maybe by doing them both at the same time, at the very least they'll have friends with each other. Meanwhile, they've been systematically tearing apart All for One's laboratories. The third one they found happened to be a gold mine, seeming like the main or one of the main labs. When they raided it, Izuku managed to find some information on other locations around the country, and 3 of them started from Hokkaido and moved down the country to take them out one by one. It's grueling work though. They've hardly allowed for a break in between labs, not wanting to give All for One the chance to catch on fast enough that he can clean house and move locations. For almost a month, every night was a new lab. Constantly moving, constantly working. They've barely had time to rest other than when on the train or ferries to move in between the main island and the surrounding ones. If it wasn't for the fact that Hitoshi had stolen so much money from his last foster parents, and the fact that they take money from the occasional drag or trafficking rings they bust, they would be starving too. Either way, their luck is starting to run out. There are just so many labs, and honestly, he's not even completely surprised about it. There were just way too many Nomu already made when the war broke out. A single lab couldn't hold so many. But because there's so many labs, they've only made it halfway down the main island before some of the labs were already cleaned out. At this point, every other lab they raid is a bust. Within the rest of the month, all of them will be moved to new locations. Not to mention, All for One has clearly caught on to them. Already there's been a handful of times where traps have been laid in a cleared-out lab. They almost didn't make it out of the last one, since one of the villains decided to try and be a suicide bomber. On top of that, the media caught wind of them as well. The snakes, they're calling them. Perhaps to connect the fact that all 3, or 4 if you count Izuku's hacker zona, have vigilante names that start with us. Someone even made a logo for them. It's relatively simple, but it's still pretty cool. The English number 4 open at the top, connected and intertwined with the English letter S, with the image of a snake weaving through the cracks, the head of the snake laying lazily on the slanted line of the 4. It's cool and sweet and obviously fan-made, since none of the 3 of them would make a logo for themselves. Being recognized like this is nice, but strange. Almost like they're heroes. That's what gets Izuku all twisted. They are very well known as vigilantes, and for the most part, even if the public loves a vigilante, the media will always vilify them. Try to sway the public opinion against the vigilante and back towards licensed heroes. But instead of doing that to Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shoyuta, they treat the 3 of them like actual pros on the billboard. Sequence's posts have been linked back to him, so now every time Sequence posts something about Endeavor or the Commission or other corrupt heroes, the post goes viral instantly. Which is great and all, except now Izuku has to be extra careful about what he posts and when. The reason he's not waging all-out war on the Commission already is because he doesn't want to destabilize the country all at once. Hence the anonymous posting. That way, the posts slowly grow more popular over time, thus allowing Izuku to slowly sway public opinion without causing riots in the streets and protests and public outcry and unrest. But whoever the hell keeps linking Izuku's posts to Sequence is not helping. There's already been reports of protests growing across the country about the Commission and Endeavor's misdeeds. It's only a matter of time until peace turns violent and calm turns bloody. If Izuku isn't careful, he'll have multiple massacres staining his hands red. Izuku will just have to slow his posting rate at this point. And given his plans were already extended over the allotted time they have to be vigilantes and then go home, he'll be 30 by the time he gets it all done. That's way too long of a time for someone who is better at hacking than him can link Sequence to Izuku, and if someone links Sequence to Izuku, he'll have to go into hiding. There's a reason not all of the people trained by the Commission go into heroics after all, and Izuku likes living, thank you very much. There's still so much left to do and just not enough time. That's all it comes down to, time. How much time until All for One gets bold and irritated and decides to come for them himself? How much time until the Commission does the same? How much time until the heroes catch on to them, figure out they're well disguised if Izuku says so himself, patterns, and manages to catch, or worse, kill, them all? How much time until there's no time left to give? Aizu, stop stressing so much. Hitoshi whispers beside him tiredly. They're on a train bound towards Shizuoka so they can stop in at the base for their first real shower and break in a month. Izuku's on his laptop, trying to contain the madness of his own posts. Maybe at this point he should start making posts complimenting the commission and endeavor in order to hold the chaos at bay. Seriously, man. It'll be fine. After a good night's sleep or two, you can use that big brain of yours to find a solution to the problems. Toshi, it's all moving too fast. And that's coming from someone who had over 3 years completely mapped out by the hour. Izuku whispers back. If this keeps up, we'll be in a whole new apocalyptic era from before and it'll be all my fault. Problem child, he's right. Shouto says, plopping a heavy arm around his shoulders and pulling Izuku into his side for a lazy hug. They're all tired. Even though Mei and Izuku designed these suits to hold up to almost everything, bruises still happen, cuts still happen. It's a wonder none of them have gotten a broken bone yet. Which is great, because having to be down a member while they heal from a break will be dangerous. But it also means that karma is about to bite them in the butt. And that makes Izuku worried. Karma has never liked Izuku. All of his life, for everything good that happened, 2 bad things happened to counter it. Kaken gets his quirk, a good thing. Izuku is quirkless and Kaken becomes a bully. All Might offers him one for all, a great thing. The quirk breaks his bones for months and his class gets attacked by villains. Hitoshi is transferred into 2A, a wonderful thing. War breaks out and the Nomu apocalypse happens. Izuku has a civilian give him the chance to go back in time and fix things, a miracle. Izuku has to abandon his mother, fight for his life every day, and have the fate of the world resting on his shoulders at all times. At this point, why does he even bother? Relax, kiddo. Shouto breathes out, squeezing him tighter into Shuta's side. You aren't alone in this, alright? You have the 2 of us by your side. Pretty sure Nezu is smitten with your hackerzona at this point, and even the media likes us. I'm just scared it's not enough. I mean, what about the eventual fight with All for One? How the hell are gonna manage that? 2 non-offensive quirks and a quirkless against a man with so many quirks at his disposal it's ridiculous? Not gonna work. And then there's Shigaraki. What if we didn't go back far enough to help him, save him? I don't want to kill him, but what if we have to? And then there's the media always getting in the way, and UA's still looking for you, and the commission will surely be making their first move by now. Not to mention we still have to deal with Endeavor, and coming up with believable stories that will pass by Tsukachi's quirk with ease. And Overhaul will have Eri in hand by the end of the year at the earliest, and what about One for All? Will I be able to convince All Might to give me the quirk again? I only got lucky last time. And not to mention we still haven't located twice. Toga still needs help and Izuku is cut off when Hitoshi cuffs him lightly upside the head, nearly knocking his hood off. Izuku quickly grabs it to pull it back down before he can be exposed. Whoa there, motor mouth. Hitoshi huffs in amusement. Like Dad said, you aren't alone. Let us carry some of the burden, will you? I'm sorry, it's just that You're a worrier, I get it. Hitoshi says softly. Izuku tilts his head to see the soft look Hitoshi is giving him. But we still have time, Aizu. Rome wasn't built in a day, you know? The saying is actually, Rome wasn't built in a day, but they were laying bricks every hour, which means Izuku. Hitoshi cuts him off again, exasperated and fond. Not the point. The point is, these things don't need to happen right away. Worse comes to worse, we end up continuing the job past the entrance exams, whether by staying missing or by doing so at night. But what if Stop it, brat, the what-ifs will drive you insane. Shouto adds. Just lay your head on my shoulder, close your eyes, relax for once in your goddamn life, and then we can pick up where we left off later. Izuku sighs, and looks at the open laptop on his lap. It's been given the Hatsum special, making it untraceable and unhackable, able to hack, code, run traces, etc. It's still open on his latest post, comments and reactions steadily flooding the screen before being pushed down to make way for new ones before he can even really read any. He's so tired. Maybe it'll be okay to relax. But only for one day. That's it, anymore and they'll be grossly behind schedule. So Izuku closes the laptop and slips it into his bag at his feet. Okay. Izuku mumbles. As ordered, he lays his head on Shouto's shoulder, feeling warm and safe beneath the man's heavy arm, and he lets his eyes slip closed. They'll wake him if anything happens. That's my boy. Shouto whispers, running his hand lazily up and down Izuku's arm. Izuku wants to cry at the words. He hasn't been called that in so long. All Might, Toshinori, was the only one who ever called him that once upon a time. The words make his heart ache something fierce, but he just curls closer into Shouto's side and lets his mind go quiet. The image of the logo made by my platonic soulmate Ember, say hi to them everyone. Isn't it awesome? Shouto has never been the type to rely on other people, but for this he thinks he'll make an exception. Detective Tsukachi, a plain-looking man, was the one who made him change his mind. It's only been a few weeks since their secret meeting started. Shouto, his siblings and the detective, that is. Even so, a few weeks of short meetings inside or outside of the house where Endeavor can't possibly overhear has made Shouto hope for far more than just a few days without bruises. The first time Tsukachi approached them, Endeavor had been called away on a case for a few days. Shouto has a love/hate relationship with missions that keep his father away for days or weeks at a time. On one hand, he gets the chance to heal and rest and actually be somewhat of a normal kid. On the other hand, he's forced to train 10 times more to make up for lost time when his father returns home. Normally at times like those, where he's free of his father if only for a limited time, Shouto likes to do things normal kids usually do. Or try to anyway. He once convinced Fumi to take him to an arcade, but it was loud and crowded, with screaming children, and the games were strong to understand. Fumi was no help in that regard, seeing as she was never given a normal childhood either. Natsuo would have been a better choice for that particular attempt. Most of the time though, he likes to go to the park. Find somewhere secluded but where he could still watch the people, maybe take a book or something with him. It's peaceful when he goes, because he can be around other kids his age without having to interact. His favorite thing to do at the park is sketch. It's a guilty pleasure, one he hides from Endeavor religiously. Fumi is the one who holds onto his sketch pads and pencils, hiding them under a loose floorboard underneath her bed. She gave them to Shouto after Toya's death to help cope with the abuse, so she keeps them as safe as possible in her room. This way, when Endeavor decides to do a random room check on Shouto, he has nothing incriminating to find. It's where Shouto keeps all of his precious things. A single, small, All Might figurine. A picture of his older siblings and mother from before he was born. And most important of all, the only stuffed animal he ever owned, a small red panda bear, because Toya liked that it matched his hair. Now that little space is where they hide the evidence they gather against Endeavor. Which brings him back to the detective, Tsukachi. He approached them when only Fumi and Shouto were home, Natsuo having used the chance of their father being gone to hang out with some friends. Fumi, who's doing online classes so she can be home for Shouto, was in the middle of cooking lunch. It was Shouto who answered the door. Tsukachi, standing on the doorstep, was blunt and to the point. He's building a case against Endeavor for abuse and wants their help. Those were the exact words. For 2 hours, Tsukachi and Fumi spoke in riddles that Shouto didn't understand as he pleaded his case. He even gave Fumi a briefcase full of files. Shouto wasn't supposed to be listening, his sister having told him to go upstairs. Shouto, of course, didn't obey. Why would he? A stranger was in their home, saying he knew about the abuse, and wanted to help get them out from under Endeavor's thumb. It was the best hope for freedom Shouto has had since Toya died. Ever since that day, Fumi takes him and Natsuo to meet Tsukachi at a small cafe away from Endeavor's route when he's home, and invites him into the house when Endeavor's sure to be away for a day or two for a mission. There's only been one instance of a close call. Endeavor had come home early and nearly caught Tsukachi. The only reason he didn't was because someone, and Shouto doesn't know who, warned Tsukachi 10 minutes before Endeavor arrived. He doesn't think he's seen Fumi so panic before, and he's definitely never seen her turn off her emotions so quickly. They had only just managed to get Tsukachi out the back door and off the property, everything back in order, and Shouto and Natsuo back into their rooms before the slam of the front door happened. For 3 hours the pain of training was drowned out by the adrenaline and fear of the close call. Now, the 5 of them, Shouto and his siblings, Tsukachi and another person, are arranged to meet up at a different place than usual. Tsukachi said he had someone he wanted them to meet. It's a good day for a meeting, in Shouto's opinion. Endeavor is doing a few press conferences all the way in Shermaine, 2 whole regions away. So he'll be gone for a few days. Shouto waits patiently for the last 2 of the group to show up. Fumi and Natsuo are both with him, browsing the menu. Shouto doesn't bother. Endeavor only left this afternoon, and he squeezed in one last training session before he left. Shouto had taken a pretty strong hit to the stomach, and he knows better than to eat heavy with this kind of bruising. He already feels nauseous just by the smell of other people's food. The restaurant is relatively fancy. The tables are rather close, but with the noise of the restaurant around them, Shouto's sure they could yell at each other, and only the immediate surrounding tables will hear. It's certainly different from the other meetings with the detective. Usually it's in a small cafe that doesn't get much business, so it's more private and less likely for people to overhear. Tsukachi always picks up the check, never letting Fumi pay. He says it's because he doesn't want the purchases to show up on Endeavor's bank statement, but Shouto thinks he just wants to treat them. He's a very kind man. Another thing out of the ordinary is the fact that Tsukachi is bringing a guest. Usually the man says that he wants things to stay private until they have enough to proceed, not wanting to risk even a chance of Endeavor catching wind or walking away scot-free. Which will be difficult, given Endeavor's status as the number 2 pro hero. But something must be different now. Maybe they finally have enough to nail Endeavor? Fumi has taken photo evidence of every burn, every bruise, every cut on Shouto's body, recorded diligently with date, time, and location of injury to go with them. Every possible way that Endeavor has abused them, between neglect and physical abuse, all the way to financial and emotional abuse, is all recorded by his sister. They've brought this week's stack of evidence with them to hand over to Tsukachi as well. If only the man were here. It makes Shouto nervous. Tsukachi is never the last one to arrive. He's always there long before any of them. Sometimes more than an hour even. So why is he suddenly late? Did Endeavor catch on? Was there a last-minute emergency? Did he give up on the case altogether? Luckily for Shouto's sanity, he doesn't wait long to find out. I apologize for being late. My guest took too long to get ready for the meeting. Tsukachi says kindly, removing the hat from his head and taking a seat across from Shouto and his siblings. Shouto looks around discreetly, but he sees no guests. Where are they? Fumi asks. She's become far more confident ever since this all started. With someone to believe her and help her, she seems far less anxious and stressed than Shouto has ever known her to be. Even with Mother still around, she was never so relaxed around anyone. I had them wait in the car. I didn't want to surprise you all too much. Tsukachi explains. He slips his coat off and lays it on the back of his chair before folding his hands neatly on the table. The person I've brought with me today is the person who informed me about your home situation. I feel now is the perfect time to reintroduce you to him. Reintroduce? Natsuo asks. So we know this guy? You do. Although how much Shouto remembers I don't know. Tsukachi responds. He pulls out a file from his briefcase and slides it across the table. Shouto is the first one to grab it, his siblings sitting on either side of him so they can read over his shoulder. The picture at the front of the file when he opens it is familiar, and painfully so. Toya? Why do you have a picture of Toya? Fumi demands. Now that Shouto looks closer, he realizes that yes, this is his eldest brother. It's an older photo, of course, given he looks so young and unscarred in it. Tsukachi silently reaches across the table to place another photo beside his brother's. The people in the photo are almost the exact same. In the second photo, the person is older, like he's already an adult, with dyed black hair that is fading into white at the roots. Just like Toya's. The person in the second photo is smiling brightly, one hand up and rubbing at the back of his neck. His arms have fading burn scars on them. And the bright, ice-blue eyes of Endeavor stare back at them through the photo. How is this? Where did you get this? Fumi asks, pulling the file closer to herself, trembling fingers brushing against the second photo. I took it myself, just yesterday. Tsukachi says gently. Toya showed up on my doorstep one day, thanks to a few vigilantes, and he told me everything. That's impossible. Natsuo bites out. Shouto looks at him to find tears in his eyes and his teeth bared like an animal. Our brother is dead. Actually, I'm not. A new voice says from behind them. Shouto turns around to find the person in the second photo standing with his hands in his briefs pockets, a light blue jacket, and black hair fading into white at the roots. Fumi gasps beside him. Toya, I asked you to wait in the car. Tsukachi says, but he doesn't sound mad. Shouto doesn't know what he sounds like, but it isn't anger. You took too long and I got impatient? Toya fires back. He looks over Shouto, Natsuo and Fumi, landing on Fumi last. Hey Yumi, long time no see. His voice becomes extremely soft when he says it, and that's why he knows this is the real Toya. It's the same voice he used all those years ago to comfort Shouto after a training session. He still hears that voice in his dreams some nights. Toya? Is it really you? Fumi whispers. She stands from her chair, raising her hands to lightly hold Toya's face. Almost immediately after she touches him, she bursts into tears, attracting unwanted attention from the nearby tears. Shouto uses an Endeavor-patented stare to force every last one of them to mind their business. You always were a bit of a crybaby, huh? Toya responds, pulling her in gently, opening his arm for Natsuo when he makes a dive out of his seat. Shouto suddenly feels his nausea stir and he looks away. It's only when a hand settles into his hair gently that he looks back up again. Hey there, small fry. You sure grew up, huh? Toya whispers to him. Shouto doesn't know how to respond, so he just stares. Toya's eyes soften, looking less and less like endeavors by the second. He straightens up slowly and urges Fumi and Natsuo back into their seats, taking one beside Tsukachi across the table. Shouto doesn't let him out of his sight. I know you all want to interrogate Toya, Tsukachi says gently. So let's get business out of the way first. Right? Fumi sniffs, using her napkin to clean her face. Of course. I have this week's evidence with me. Tsukachi takes the file when she hands it to him with a smile. Thank you. He looks at Toya. Toya? Toya takes a deep breath before his face grows serious. All right, listen. The files we have from the vigilantes are enough to take Endeavor to trial. The plan is to bring him in on charges related to his hero work. Tsukachi says, picking up where Toya left off. Shouto finds himself watching them, together. They're very familiar with each other. Once we have him for those charges, that's when we'll bring up the charges relating to his abuse. I'm the pinch hitter, Toya says. Shouto wants to ask what a pinch hitter is, but he refrains. We'll start with Mom as a witness. However, due to her being in a mental hospital, no one will truly take her seriously. Then we'll bring in Yumi and Natsu to corroborate her story. Shouto, if you're up for it, of course, we won't force you. You will be the one to bring to light all of the physical evidence. The bruises, the burns, all of it. And just as we have the jury and judge on our side, I'll come in to serve the final blow. Why you? Shouto asks before he can stop himself. Toya's grin is almost terrifying when he responds. I'm the dead child walking. As soon as I'm brought in, with all the tests to confirm my biological relation to Endeavor, there's no way a jury would deny us a win. The problem we have right now, Tsukachi says, is that if I register him in the system, Endeavor may catch wind of the case. And we haven't been able to secure a secret meeting with Ray. That's where Fumi comes in. What can I do? Fumi asks. Her face looks like she's fixing to go to war. It nails home to Shouto just how much a little bit of hope can do for a person. Here is his sister, the walking ball of anxiety and fear and worry, who doesn't even speak louder than a whisper when Endeavor is home, ready to face the man in court with all she has. Shouto thinks he wants to be that kind of person. Someone who instills hope into others when their hope is dying inside of them. Someone who makes people feel not only safe, but strong enough to stand up for themselves. That's the kind of hero he wants to be. And that's a strange thought to have. He hasn't actually wanted, to be a hero since he was 5 years old and the training began. Not if that's what Endeavor wanted from him. He didn't want to be a hero because that's what Endeavor decided he would be. But now he wants that. He wants to be a hero so he can inspire the kind of hope that gives his meek sisters so much strength. If you could visit your mother in the hospital and record an interview with her, that would be perfect. I'll have a list of questions and follow-up questions for you to read from, as well as the proper words to say when you start the interview so it's not thrown out. Tsukachi says. However, there is one condition that we cannot avoid. And that is? Fumi asks. Only a detective can take an interview of a witness and have it be permissible in court? Toya says. There's a short silence among the table as Shouto switches from looking at Toya to looking at Fumi. Her face moves in a range of emotions he can't understand before she responds. Are you saying I'll have to be a licensed detective to get this interview on recording for us to use? Fumi asks. Tsukachi shifts in his chair. That is correct. Alright, what would I have to do? Fumi finally answers after considering it for a while. Toya breathes an audible sigh of relief. I can pull some strings to have the option of testing for detective early, but the officer exam is all on you. Tsukachi says, pulling out another file and handing it to her. When he reads over his sister's shoulder, he sees a training regimen, a meal plan, a study guide likely for common laws, and an application form before she closes the folder. How long will this take? Fumi asks. The next officer's exam is in 2 months' time. If you can manage to pass the test on the first try, I can have you as a detective in 2 weeks after that. Everything you need for both exams are in that folder. Tsukachi says. Shouto is a bit skeptical. How will his sister, as smart as she is, manage to pull this off? And still do her online classes for college? Fumi. Shouto says quietly. You don't have to force this. I can handle training for longer than 2 months if you need. You don't even have to take the exams, we can find another way. Fumi looks at him for a long moment. I think I've sat on the sidelines long enough, Sho. I'll take the exam in 2 months, and I'll pass it in flying colors. Both of them. She gives him a reassuring smile, but he can't help but still worry. Don't worry, little brother. Toya says. I'll help her every step of the way. We'll get you out of there in no time. Thank you, Toya. Fumi says warmly. Shouto still doesn't feel right about this, but if his siblings are absolutely sure, then who is he to deny them the chance? In the meantime, Natsuo says. I'll help out more around the house so Fumi has more time to study and train. It's my turn to take care of you. Natsuo ruffles his hair, making Shouto scowl and try to fix his part again. I understand it's a lot to ask for, Fumi. Tsukachi says, but Fumi cuts him off with a wave of her hand. Nonsense, for everything you're doing for us, this is nothing in comparison. Why are you doing this? Shouto asks the detective. It's something he's wanted to ask from the beginning. You didn't even know us. Toya smiles gently, stopping Tsukachi from answering with a hand on his shoulder. You know, he starts. I asked the same thing once. Those vigilantes who helped me? I asked them the same thing. And what did they say? Shouto asks. They said, we don't have to know you deserve a chance. Toya says. Tsukachi smiles at Toya in the way Fumi sometimes smiles at him. Soft and proud and kind. Couldn't have said it better myself. Running into twice while on a basic patrol in Toyama was not something Shoyuta had planned. He had only gone out to get rid of some of his excess energy after another failed raid on a lab. Izuku decided after this to move on to another path to interfere with All for One's plan, especially since Shoyuta himself narrowly avoided being impaled through the stomach. So Izuku is back on the computers in the base back in Gifu looking for leads. Hitoshi went to Nagano to do the same as Shoyuta, just random patrols at night. Being separate like this makes Shoyuta nervous, but at least something good came of it. Twice was in an alleyway deep into the maze of buildings, and the only reason Shoyuta found him was because he had to run from a hero and used the maze of alleys to throw them off. He nearly tripped over twice, literally. It was only because of his reflexes that he saved himself from a face plant into dirt. Twice flinches from him when he turns to face him, hands clutched desperately around his head. His nails dig in almost enough to draw BLD and Shuta's heart hurts. Katsuki did that too, once upon a time. Shoyuta can't remember how many times he had to help Katsuki after BLD caked in his hair from his own nails. When Katsuki first lost his hearing, that was when it was the worst. He would tear and claw and rip the skin on and around his ears apart when in the middle of a breakdown. For weeks, no months, It was all Shouto could do to keep checking Katsuki's head for fresh marks every day. This time, when the time comes, he'll do better. He'll help Katsuki more. But right now, it's time to help Twice. Hey! Shouto whispers, voice modulator off. Twice flinches again, whimpering quietly as his nails dig in harder. Shouto crouches before the young man slowly, settling on his heels. It's okay. Can I touch you? Twice, wheezing and trembling, nods his head once. Shouto scoots closer, slowly reaching out a hand to take a hold of Twice's hands. His fingers wrap tightly around Shouto's hands when he removes them from his head. Shouto ends up sitting on the alley ground across from Twice, bracketing the man's legs with his own. Follow my lead, yeah? Shouto says, still quiet. There's still a hero looking for him after all, he'd rather not draw their attention by being loud. Plus, gentleness is always the way to go with someone breaking down. Once upon a time he was never the one to help in situations like this, it was always Sunshine's job. But after decades of helping his kids through nightmares and panic attacks and flashbacks, he thinks he can be considered a pro at this point. Slowly, Shouto leads Twice into breathing evenly, if still a little weak and wheezy. There we are, he says softly, using the voice he used for Eri before, when she was still small enough he could pick her up with ease. Who dash, Twice gasps out, but never finishes the question out loud as he struggles to regain his even breathing. Easy now. No need to speak just yet. I'm Soldier, a vigilante just doing his best. Would you like a hug? Shouto asks. Twice hesitates but nods eventually and Shouto maneuvers beside him to hold Twice to his side. He gently manipulates the young man into curling into his side, tucking his head into Shouto's neck the way he does for Izuku. Izuku isn't really tactile when panicking, he doesn't like feeling trapped. This way, holding Izuku and now Twice into his side, Izuku can still get the physical comfort he needs, while still feeling free enough not to panic all over again. Twice relaxes quickly into Shouto's side, slowly but surely loosening the hold on Shouto's fingers. They sit in silence for a while until Twice's breaths stop wheezing. Sorry. Twice mutters into his neck before trying to move away. Shouto lets him, but he doesn't let Twice let go of his hands just yet. Don't worry about it, friend. Shouto says lightly. What's your name? Babigawara Jean, but you can call me Jean. It's easier. Like I said, my code name is Soldier. Do you have somewhere to go? Shouto asks. Jean shudders. No, he admits. Shouto hums lightly, having expected that. But let me message my friends to let them know what's going on and then I'll take you somewhere safe. Shouto says, already pulling out his phone. Tired, found Twice, what's next? Problem, that's great. Take him to a hotel for the night, I'll figure something out in the meantime. Stay with him. Menace, so should I make contact with Toga? Problem, that would be best, yes. Menace, Roger that boss. Problem, I'm not your boss. Problem, Toshi? Problem, Toshi. Problem, get back here, a-hole. Menace, sorry you are breaking up. Problem, this is texting. Problem, Toshi. Tired, behave both of you. Shouto snorts as Izuku starts spamming their group chat with angry messages. Hitoshi should really stop riling the kid up. He'll find a way to get revenge on Hitoshi, and Shouto genuinely doesn't want to deal with that mess. Alright, we're good to go. Shouto says. Do you mind if I stay with you tonight just to be sure you're alright? Twice Jean looks at him oddly. Are you sure? Shouto nods. Okay. Shouto leads them out of the alley maze and back onto the street, only pausing to have Jean turn around so Shouto can flip his jacket inside out and put the hood up. They head to a motel for the night, getting a single room. Jean fidgets on the bed when they get inside while Shouto seats himself on the chair by the window. He keeps the curtains down but pulls it just enough so he has a sliver to look out. Jean says, making Shouto look back at him. His hood is up to shade his face just enough to conceal some of his features. You don't have to stay with me. I'll be fine. Shouto doesn't respond for a minute, just observing. Jean is nothing like the deranged man who joined the League. From what he remembers of Twice, he had a dissociative identity disorder and the SWs between alters was quick and often, even happening mid-sentence. Right now, Jean doesn't seem to have it so bad, but they've only been around each other for the latter half of an hour or two. What was your attack about? Shouto asks bluntly. God damn it, he's still no good at talking to strangers. This is why the plan was to let Izuku interact with Twice, while Shouto provides backup. Jin startles at the new question and his fidgeting becomes worse. In that moment, Shouto is reminded again of another of his kids, Denki this time. Denki was always fidgeting and stimmying because of his ADHD. If Shouto had known the younger versions of his enemies would remind him so much of his kids, he would have been a hell of a lot more prepared. Now he's kind of winging it, trying to keep in the present as memories of his kids threaten to send him into his own breakdown. The voices were arguing and I don't like it when they argue. Jin eventually whispers. Ah, so more than the two Shouto himself observed? Do they argue a lot? Shouto asks. Jin looks surprised, but he smiles a shaky little smile. Not always, Jin says. Sometimes they do, but usually they just force their way forward when they want instead of arguing over it. It's strong to hold them back. I don't know much about dissociative identity disorders, but I'm pretty sure forcing the alters down isn't the best course of action. Shouto responds. Do you think you need help? Like from a professional? Jin shrugs non-committedly, but he still answers verbally anyways. It's strong to hold a job when they freak people out when they force themselves forward. Shouto is no therapist, although he thinks this time around he'll work towards getting the degree for it to better help his kids. Even so, he may not be a therapist, but the free way Jin talks about his disorder feels weird. Aren't people usually closed off to strangers, or is Shouto just a little more broken than he thought? Doesn't answer the question Jin. Shouto scolds lightly. Jin still winces before folding his hands against each other. I don't have the money for a therapist, Jin mutters. And the ones I went to when I did have it, they weren't very nice. Shouto hums. What if I said I had a therapist friend who could help, and who I can vouch for myself? Would you let him help you? Jin looks excited for all of a second. I can't pay for sessions though. Shouto considers Jin for a few more moments. He seems like a good young man who just wants help, but hasn't really had the chance to accept it. Someone the world and society pushed further and further down a hole before he eventually turned villainy to survive. It wouldn't be the first case. Toga is just another example of that. Dabi was another. So many hurt people who would have never turned as villainous as they did if someone had just offered a hand. I can take care of it, Shouto says, although that's a bit of a lie. Izuku will handle the details. Tomorrow, if you're up for it, I have a friend who can set you up. But why? I'm just a strange man you found on the street. Why would you help someone you don't even know? Jin asks. Shouto almost wants to laugh at the question. How many times has he been asked this question? Hitoshi, Eri, Izu, Toya, and now Jin? How many more times will he have to answer? How many more times will someone question him on why he just wants to help them? He answers the same way he's answered almost every time he's been asked. I don't have to know you deserve a chance. Shouto says, and just to soften the blow of the words he adds, besides, I like helping people. Even strange men I found having a breakdown in an alley. Jin giggles a little hysterically, but Shouto still counts it as a win. See, this talking thing isn't so strong. Now, get some sleep. I'll be awake all night, so if you need anything, I'm right here. Shouto says. Jin nods and turns off the lamp that keeps threatening his identity if he lifts his head too much and settles into the bed for a good night's sleep. Shouto waits until Jin is snoring before pulling out his phone again. Tired, I want to take him to Hound Dog. He needs and wants help and I want to give it to him. Problem, sounds good to me. I'll get everything in order so there will be no stress on Twice's end. Tired, Jin. He isn't Twice yet. Problem, gotcha. Anything else? Toshi? Menace. Toga was wary, so it might be a few more visits before she trusts me enough to let me help her. Problem, very well. I'll be sure to have enough yen on your card to cover a long stay in Nagano. Do you need backup? Menace, nah, I'm G2G here. Just gotta earn her trust. Problem, alrighty. I'll stay at home base looking for leads on AFO's operations. Text me if either of you need backup. Have a good night. Tired, night problem child, menace child. Menace, dad does care. Tired, detention. Shouto smiles as he turns his phone off. This life they're leading is a lonely one, but at least they have each other. Hitoshi isn't half surprised when Toga nearly bites his hand off at first, quite literally. He'd found her down the street from her house at a little playground, crying silently, BLD smeared over her mouth. Whether it's her own or not is up for debate, but still. She looks nothing like the deranged Toga he remembers. For one, her iconic hair buns are nowhere to be found, blonde hair long and perfectly straight on her shoulder. A few strands get hung slightly on the metal of the swing set. Her clothes are also more subdued, mainstream, and very much not Toga-like. It seems to be a running theme with the future villains they find. Dabi was scarred beyond recognition and mad, a wildness in his eyes that only comes from a broken mind. Toya is shy, distrustful, but still holding on to hope. Hitoshi has dropped by a few times in the weeks it's been since they took Toya to Tsukachi's house. Every time he peeks into the windows of the house, Hitoshi sees something utterly domestic. Most of the time Tsukachi is doing reports or other paperwork, a pair of glasses barely holding onto his face. Toya is more often than not either playing video games with a bit of wonder in his eyes, or reading with a small content smile. In the same room, doing separate things, but still spending time together. Hitoshi treasures the sight of an old enemy being so happy and not murderous. Toga looked so sad on the swing set, lazily pushing herself back and forth with bare feet. Hitoshi had approached, making sure to keep his feet heavy to alert her to his presence. When he greeted her with a simple, "Hey there," she bared her fangs at him and bit down on air where his hand had been reaching to touch her shoulder a moment before. It took everything in him not to immediately attack her. Even so, after their failed first meeting, Toga became a bit more receptive to his presence. Hitoshi is actually flying across the rooftops, using trees and light poles to help him across the gaps between the suburban homes, on his way to meet with her again for the third night in a row. He comes to the park and drops back to ground level so he can walk like a normal person. Toga is waiting on the swings as she always is, and Hitoshi drops into the swing beside like he has for 3 nights now. "Hey there, Blondie," Hitoshi says. She refused to let him know her name, so Hitoshi calls her Blondie until she lets him know her name. Even if he knows what her name is, she doesn't need to know that. So what's up for discussion tonight? It's another thing about their little conversations. Toga only allows him one topic to talk to her about, and once they run out of things to say on the topic, she leaves. Hitoshi doesn't mind. He's got a way with words, he can easily draw out a single basic topic for hours of intelligent conversation. Last night the topic was about homework from school. The night before was weapons and support items. The night before that was about clothes. He thinks she might be testing out how long before he gets bored and leaves her alone. Discrimination. Toga responds quietly. Hitoshi is almost startled at the topic. Jumping right into it, huh? Does this mean she's starting to trust him? Well, I can either talk about my own experiences or I can talk about statistics. Which would you prefer? Hitoshi asks, eyeing her reaction. Toga swings her eyes at him widely, the first time she's actually looked at him since the first meeting. Your own experiences? Toga whispers. He pretends to not see the way she stares at him, and pretends he thinks she meant which choice she would prefer. Very well. My entire life I grew up in the foster system, and for years dash. No wait, I mean you dash. Toga cuts him off. Hitoshi tilts his head at her and waits. You're dash. Like you? Hitoshi finally says gently. Yeah, no one liked my quirk either. I was abused most of my life until someone decided to help me. You know? Toga says, almost sounding betrayed. All this time you knew? Well, I only figured it out yesterday. He didn't, but that's beside the point. Like knows like, and I needed to know why I recognized some of the signs. Sorry, but I followed you home last night. I saw what they did. Toga stares at him for a few moments longer. I know who you are too, she says. Oh, do tell. Hitoshi says, amused. You're one of those new vigilantes who appear all over Japan, aren't you? Toga says, strong and confident at first, before finishing nervous and unsure. And which one am I? Hitoshi asks her. I think, silence? Because of the purple? Toga bites her lip, one fang-piercing skin, but she just runs her tongue over the little cut absent-mindedly. Dear God, Ijiro used to do that. Good job, pleasure to meet you officially, Miss Dashed. Hitoshi drags out the sentence for her to fill in. Toga smiles weakly. Himiko. Call me Himiko. Hitoshi smiles at her, despite the fact that she can't even see it. Nice to meet you, Himiko. Hitoshi says. Now then, are you ready to get out of that house? What? Where would I go? Himiko asks incredulously. I wouldn't survive on the streets. Hitoshi highly doubts that. I know someone who could help you, but my quirk dash is not an issue. There's no such thing as villainous quirks. Someone told me that once, and I've been so much happier ever since. Hitoshi says. Will you let me take you to this person I know? I promise they will definitely help you. They even have a BLD-based quirk like yours. They do. Yup. Hitoshi says brightly. They're mostly underground, but still. Underground? What do you mean? Himiko asks sweetly. She's so adorable. Hitoshi's more than 30-year-old mind just wants to pat her on the head and give her a sucker. I mean, he's a hero and he'll help you. Hitoshi explains. Himiko's eyes light up at the thought of meeting a hero with a quirk like hers. You think so? I know so. Hitoshi says. So? Are you up for it? Yes. Himiko squeals, looking happier than she has since they've met. Awesome. Here's what's gonna happen. Hitoshi says, twisting in his swing so they're facing each other. Tonight, I want you to go home, pack your things and get some sleep. Tomorrow night when you sneak out like usual, meet me here with your things. I'll take you to a hotel for the night, and then a friend of mine will have everything set and ready to go. That next day, you'll be taking your first step into a new life. Himiko nods, looking worried. Why do you even care? I'm just some girl you met in a park. Himiko asks. Hitoshi doesn't even hesitate to respond this time. I don't have to know you deserve a chance. Himiko smiles brightly at him, leaving her swing to hug him. I'm gonna go home and pack right now. You do that? Hitoshi laughs as she bounces away happily. As soon as she goes inside the house, of which he can the front door from his swing, Hitoshi pulls out his phone. Menace, secured Himiko, we'll have her out of the house tomorrow night, and we'll be on our way the morning after. Problem, gotcha. You told her it would be Vlad King? Menace, yeah. Problem, great. Tired. Update on Gene Toshi, Hound Dog took him in. He'll be just fine now. Menace, that's great, Dad. Problem, I'm still doing research on AFO, but maybe one of us could touch base with Tsukachi about the Endeavor case's progress? Menace, I can go tonight. Pretty quiet anyways. Tired, you sure, kiddo? I could go if you don't want to make the trip there and back to Nagano. Menace, nah, I've got it. Menace, besides. Menace, I love messing with detective. Problem, please stop with the terrible grammar. Menace, NVR. Hitoshi leaves the park to head all the way back to Mustafu for a late-night check-in. He'll probably bring some coffee to get on Tsukachi's good side for waking him up though, maybe something sweet for Toya too. Hitoshi's stomach rumbles loudly in complaint. Something for himself as well it seems. He honestly can't wait for 2 days from now. They've been working diligently to get everything done as fast as possible, and already so much has been accomplished. Himiko will be out of the house and with Vlad King within a matter of days. Toya is off the streets, an investigation into Endeavor being pursued by Tsukachi as well. Izuku's Hackersona's posts have already started making changes in the people's minds, even if far too much at once. Gene is already with Hound Dog and getting the medical attention he needs and deserves. All that's left of the main league is Spinner, which is still a while yet to be necessary, if it becomes necessary at all, and Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Compress and Magno were villains long before the league, so there's not much to do there. Then it's all for one and his operations. Overhaul and his operations, including the safety of Eri. The Meta Liberation Army will be a hassle. Gigantomachia needs to be located and killed. Izuku wants to save the water hose duo next year. Nai needs to be killed too. God, there's still so much left to do, and the first year is almost up. Todoroki Fumi never wanted anything to do with heroes as a career option. Police work, medical, anything that consistently interacts with heroes was off Fumi's list of things she could do with her life. She chose to be a teacher to maybe help curb some of the darker tendencies in children with powerful quirks, and besides that it would be a peaceful life that pays the bills and lets her have autonomy. But now, with Toya alive and a chance to free her baby brother, Fumi doesn't care. She'll do whatever it takes. Ever since Mother was sent to the institution and Toya was declared dead, Fumi had to be a child, maid, mother, and nurse all at once. Forced to stand by as Shouto was beaten and broken and bruised in a guise of training, only to pick up the pieces when father let him be. Forced to wrap her baby brother's injuries, to find ways to get Natsuo out of the house before he could incur father's wrath with his rebelliousness, to stand by as her family shatters one by one. This is her chance to make right what once went wrong. If that means going through Toya's hell training and studying relentlessly not only for the police officer's test and the detective's test, but also for her teaching degree, then so be it. If it means only sleeping 4 hours a night in order to make the most of her limited time, then she'll manage. If it means wanting to climb the tallest building in the city and scream until her throat is bleeding, then no one else has to know. It's all for her baby brothers. Natsuo has been a champ for the past few weeks. Cooking, cleaning, helping Shouto with his injuries and helping her with her studying. He has truly stepped up in Fumi's time of need, and she can't thank the gods enough for blessing her with such a kind-spirited little brother. Shouto is also doing his best. Natsuo's helping her study for her teaching degree, learning all the material for the day himself so he can teach her when the time comes. Shouto does the same for the detective exams. They're working so diligently to give Fumi half the chance she needs to pull this venture off. The funny thing is, there isn't even any guarantee that things will go as planned. No guarantees, and they still don't give up hope, still give it their all. Toya runs her body into the ground in order to shape her up enough to be satisfactory for the exams, drilling her on questions pertaining to the 2 tests she'll need to take and pass while her muscles strain and her body protests. He doesn't push her until she breaks like father does Shouto, but he pushes her nonetheless. In the 2 weeks since it's all started, she has not gone a day without pain. The day after the first physical training session was hell. Her body ached when she breathed, when she moved, when she didn't move or held her breath. Muscles she never knew existed were screaming in agony at her. All she wanted was to sleep for 3 days. If this is a fraction of how Shouto feels after every training session with father, it only makes her that much more determined. Her baby brother suffers this every day, she can suffer for a few months. Fumi forces herself out of bed early, too early in the morning. Father isn't even awake yet, and father wakes with the sun. Her clock reads 3 in the morning, and given she only went to sleep at 11, she wants to turn over and curl up for a few more blessed hours of rest. Instead, Fumi forces her groaning body to the floor so she can stretch her aching muscles and go for a run. Toya will meet her at the end of the block, and he gets upset if she's late. She has 2 or 3 hours until father wakes. The first hour will be endurance running, where Toya makes her run as long as she can, in the goal to aim for a full hour. Today's the day she manages it, that's a promise. Yesterday she tapped out at minute 47, so her goal to meet today is the full hour. After their hour-long run there will be another round of intense stretching to cool off. Toya will then run her through multiple reps of sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, and every workout Fumi has never heard of for an hour straight, all while he grills her on her test questions for the officer's exam. When the hour is up, it's a 10-minute sprint. The eventual goal for that will be half an hour, but that won't be a while yet. She needs to up her speed as well. Toya says when she can consistently sprint for 30 minutes, he'll start having her wear a bulletproof vest, which weighs 1,000 pounds in Fumi's eyes. Then it's home for breakfast. Natsuo has been waking up early so he can cook and pass it off as Fumi's work. Father will sit for breakfast, and then while he and Shouto are training, Natsuo will grill her on her teaching degree courses. After Shouto's training, Natsuo will patch Shouto up with Fumi's guidance, and father will be out of the house. Then the boys are off to school. For the rest of the day until her family returns, Toya will help her train her quirk, body, and mind in hour-long intervals. Then it's time for the boys to come home. Natsuo will begin on dinner, Shouto will do his schoolwork, Fumi will do cool-down stretches and yoga for flexibility. Before dinner, it's the detective's exam studying with Shouto while Natsuo does his schoolwork. After dinner, Natsuo will grill her on her teaching courses, and Shouto will be training with father. And then into the night, after father has retired to bed, until 11 p.m. it's a mix of studying and training some more. Rinse and repeat. Fumi is familiar with a scheduled day, she relies on it to keep her sane. Even still, the amount of stress she's forcing her body through is only relieved on the weekend, where Fumi takes the boys out to meet with Toya and Tsukachi for a day of relaxing and resting with intermittent quizzes on one of her studying regimens. It's a lot, to be honest. She can't help the slimy dread in her veins as she spots Toya, leaning in a little shadowed area as he usually does. It's vile, the emotion she's come to associate with seeing Toya so early in the morning. She hates that small little ball of hatred in her veins that grows as training begins, and fades as it ends, only to grow once more. Sometimes, she wishes she could be a bit more selfish. Get a job on the other side of the country to pay for a rundown little apartment while she studies for her degree in the meantime. Cut off communication with all of her brothers and father as well. Run away, change her name, dye her hair. Fake her death like Toya did even. She wishes she could be selfish like that sometimes. The only reason she doesn't is because of Shouto's little smile when she answers correctly on one of her detective exam questions. Natsuo's gentle reminder to rest so she doesn't kill herself. Toya's encouraging words as she struggles, with him struggling right alongside her every step of the way. Even Tsukachi's pride-filled eyes every time they met up for dinner or lunch or a walk in the park with her family. If her family weren't there helping her along the way, she would have given up within a day. So when Toya tells her to start running, she packs that little ball of hatred away and runs like her life depends on it. She forces her body a step further than the day before, Toya recording her progress diligently. Fumi keeps going, keeps pushing until she can't push any further. She was 4 minutes shy of the full hour, and she hates it. Anger is a new feeling for her to experience. Even with all of father's flaws, she never felt angry like she does right now. Usually she only feels fear or sorrow, never true fury, true rage. So when Toya says she was 4 minutes shy of lasting the full hour, the anger burns. It opens a doorway she's kept closed her entire life. When father started training Toya, Fumi pushed down her anger, locked it away tightly and is hidden in the very back of her mind. When father started doing the same with Shouto, she forced herself to not be angry. When mother scarred Shouto on his face, she wasn't angry, she couldn't let herself be angry. Fumi has never been allowed to be angry. She was the meek daughter in a house full of broken people. It was her job to take care of everyone. Help mother around the house as she slowly becomes more unstable. Patch up Toya and Shouto after training so they don't get infections or let the wounds fester. Keep Natsuo out of the house so he doesn't incur father's wrath. Ever since he was diagnosed quirkless, it's as if he was trying to make father mad, and maybe he was. There was never any time to be angry, and she never let herself be. Without permission, her quirk activates. Suddenly, her weak little ice quirk is blindingly hot. Ice isn't supposed to burn, it has never burned her. But right now, in a secluded part of a park where no one is there to see, Fumi burns with rage and she burns with ice. Yumi! Toya shouts at her, sounding far too distant. Fumi forces her eyes open, unsure of when she shut them, only to have them widen in shock at what she sees before her. The little clearing therein is completely frosted over. No, not frosted, frozen. Shards of ice litter the ground, climbs the trees, curls over their heads like claws closing in. Toya stands almost as far as the tree line, the immediate space around him untouched, but only due to the dying blue flames. He's staring at her in shock. She stares back. Fumi suddenly comes back to herself with a gasp and she starts to move to Toya's side to make sure he didn't burn himself. She's stopped though by a flicker of white beside her eyes. She raises a hand to the side of her head as she realizes that whatever the white is, that's what Toya is staring at in shock. Her hand warms when she touches her hair. Warmth, for Fumi, is a strange thing. Her quirk is a weak ice manipulation quirk. The most she can make is little frost granules. Not shards of ice so thick she can't see through to the other side. But because her quirk is ice-based, she always runs on the colder side. It's why she prefers to wear sweaters and have 3 comforters on her bed. It's strong to be warm. Inversely, her twin brother runs so hot she doesn't think he's ever felt the need to wear full-length briefs. So when Fumi removes her warm hand from her warm head and it comes away with a white flame, she thinks she reacts appropriately. That is to say, she screams and shakes her hand to try and rid herself of the fire that won't let go. Then she realizes the white pale bloom fire isn't exactly burning her. "Hey Tsukachi?" Toya says, and when Fumi looks up he's on the phone. "We have a bit of a situation. Can you meet Yumi and I at our clearing? It's an emergency." Fumi half listens as she struggles to turn off her new fire quirk. "Oh my god, what is happening?" No need for an ambulance." Toya says. "No heroes. It's a dash." She hesitates. "Family matter? Just get here ASAP man, I have no idea what is happening." Toya burns the ice away to make a little path to get to her where Fumi is trying to keep a steady breathing pattern. She knows an oncoming panic attack when she sees it, and right now is not the time. She can panic later. "Hey Yumi." "What?" Fumi snaps, and when she does the blue-white flames on her hands get bigger and start to hurt, so she quickly tries to do what Shouto does. Rein in her emotions and lock them up tight. "Look at me, hey, look at me Fumi," Toya says, gently reaching up to hold her face. She doesn't like that the normally extremely warm hands of her twin are suddenly not so extremely warm. They just feel like hands. Like a person's natural body temperature. That freaks her out so much. Her family doesn't do normal body temperatures. Natsuo is cold even while quirkless. Shouto is both warm and cold, and when he gets sick it's a nightmare trying to keep him from going into shock at the rapid temperature fluctuations. So why are Toya's hands not overly warm? "I'ma need you to calm down," Toya says with a serious tone she hasn't heard since that first meeting in the restaurant. "You're burning yourself, and I need you to calm down so we can extinguish the flames. Okay? That's not so strong, right? Just do it like your ice." Do it like her ice? How does she stop the frost? Fumi holds her breath for a moment, before slowly easing on the temperature. With her frost, she has to consciously warm herself up, so it should be the opposite, right? Thinking cold thoughts while holding her breath, she looks at Toya with watery eyes until he smiles at her. "There we are, there's my overbearing little sister." Fumi let go of the breath she was holding with a wheezy laugh. What happened here?" Tsukachi says as he climbs over a set of ice spikes with caution. Now that she's calmed down, she realizes that her body hurts more than normal, particularly around her face. Toya said she was burning herself. Yumi had a bit of a quirk awakening. Toya explains, still holding her chin gently, keeping her eyes on him. She wants to cry. She wants to break down. She wants to scream. "Easy there, Icicle. You're burning again." "Sorry." Fumi gasps out as she slowly forces the heat back down. She's so hot now. She's never been this hot. There's too many layers of clothes on her to be comfortable. Why is this happening? What is she going to do? Father can't know about this. "Fumi," Tsukachi says, grabbing her attention from her spiraling thoughts. "We're going to take you back to my house and we'll figure this out, okay? Everything is going to be fine." Fumi nods even if she doesn't truly feel like everything will be alright. She doesn't have the time for this. The officer's exam is only a month and a half away, the detective's exam right after. This is too much for everything to be alright. Nothing is alright. How is she going to tell Natsuo? Oh God, how is she going to tell Shouto? 7 years. For 7 years father trained him until he broke and trained him some more because Shouto had the ideal quirk of fire and ice. Will he hate her now, knowing that he suffered alone for almost all of it because Fumi didn't have a quirk awakening? And Natsuo? Will Natsuo hate her now too, the quirkless son with not 1, not 2, but 3 siblings with strong quirks? They never treated him any different, except for father, but now? Will they see her differently? Will she lose her family again? Toya taps her cheek lightly and she almost flinches, a smarting pain racing up her cheek. Come on, let's go home, we can figure this out, okay? How? Fumi asks, even as her mind locks onto that word. Home? They want to take her home? With father sure to wake at the extra commotion, and her brothers still sleeping soundly? How is that a good idea? I have some friends who might be able to help, okay? But we have to go somewhere safe, and being out in the open like this is not safe. Toya says. Fumi forces her panicking mind to lock onto Toya's eyes. Too much like father's and yet not at all. The family estate is not safe. So where is safe? Okay, Fumi says. The car ride is a blur, and the only thing she can actually remember from it is the notion that they aren't going to the estate. Before she knows it, she's sitting on a couch that's a little worn from use, with Toya, Tsukachi, and 3 people in black outfits. The sun is high when the 3 people enter the living room, making Fumi worry about what's going on at the family estate. Father is sure to have noticed her being missing, right? And her baby brothers too, do they know? Has anyone told them? Fumi, good, you're back with us? Toya says in relief as he enters with the 3 people in black. He kneels in front of her, taking her trembling hands in his to hold tightly. These 3 people are the vigilantes that saved me, Silence, Secret, and Soldier. They might be able to help. Will you let them help you? Fumi nods silently. Okay. Toya says. We called Natsuo and let him know there was a situation that would be explained after school, and he told Endeavor that you had a few errands to run if he asked. Okay. Fumi breathes out. Her shoulder relaxes at the news. One of the people in black takes a chair across from her, one with green accents on his outfit. My codename is Secret. I'm a trained analyst. Can you let me see your new quirk? The person's secret, sis. Fumi takes a deep breath and wills the fire back to life on her hand, but instead of the pale bloom-white color from before, it's a deep blue that she usually associates with Toya's flames. Without the threat of a panic attack, which lead to dissociation in the end anyways, Fumi stares at the blue fire with a sort of awe. It still makes her nauseous, it still makes her hate herself, but the flame is pretty. Prettier than her frost ever was. Which she also hates herself for, because this is her father's quirk. I see. Toya, you said that in the initial incident, the flame was white. Can you explain in more detail? Secret says. Fumi takes her cue to extinguish the disgustingly pretty flame. It's a lot easier this time around, almost natural, more natural than her frost has ever been. She got angry. Toya starts, quiet, watching her intensely. I've never seen such anger in her, but she was angry because she didn't manage to beat her score from yesterday. All of a sudden, there was a rush of ice stronger than she has ever done rushing towards me. And after I melted the ice coming at me, I looked back and she was wreathed in flames as white as snow. You used an interesting choice of words. What do you mean by wreathed? Secret asks. Toya shrugs almost helplessly. I mean she was wreathed in white flames. Her hair was like it was on fire, her eyes were glowing almost. Toya fumbles as he looks for the right words. She looked like a burning angel. Secret hums in thought, and it makes what Fumi realizes now is a voice modulator static a little. Fumi, can you try making ice for me? Fumi nods, and when she pulls for her ice it feels almost foreign. Her hand, the same hand she set on fire, becomes encased in solid ice an inch thick. But it feels wrong. Her ice frost has always been a conscious summons, unlike the natural ability most quirk users have, but it's almost like. It's like forcing a square block through a round hole. It doesn't fit right. Is there a place we can go where we can test the limits of the quirk more? Secret asks. Toya nods. Endeavor's estate has a top-of-the-line training room, we can go there while he's on patrol. Very well. Let's go then. Secret responds, standing up. Fumi follows silently, worrying over what these tests will show her. Maybe she's a bit more like father than she thought. This is certainly an interesting development. Izuka doesn't know what he's more shocked about right now. The fact that, in order to get a credible statement from Ray they are having Fumi test to become an officer and then right after to become a detective, or the fact that her quirk isn't frost. It's certainly a close race. Watching Fumi activate her flames compared to her ice was the most fascinating thing he's ever seen. He's seen Dabi's flames 100 times over. Watched the activation, the deactivation, the cause, effect, and backlash of cremation. He's made theories on what went wrong with the quirk to hurt Dabi so thoroughly every time he used it. Until now, he'd never seen a quirk more confusing, and that's including the sentient shadow Fumikage wielded. Then again, considering the owners of the two most confusing quirks he's ever seen, he doesn't know why he's surprised. Quirks in twins are already fascinating and rare abilities, usually mirroring each other. Combine the fact that Toya and Fumi are twins with the fact that they were born of both fire and ice lineages that extended multiple generations before them, it's clear to see that Toya and Fumi were never meant to fit one category. Like Shouto, their quirks are hybrids of feuding elements. Just as air and earth-based quirks don't mix well, neither do fire and ice or water. A fire quirk that masquerades as an ice quirk, and probably an ice quirk that masquerades as a fire quirk. He absolutely must know the details of these two quirks. He's never had such an opportunity like this, he can't let this chance go to waste. Standing in the Todoroki training room, Izuku is truly excited for the first time since the initial idea of the jump, or perhaps decorating the base. Fumi, I want you to use your fire, make it as hot as it can go, and when it starts to burn you stop, alright? Izuku says, notebook in hand, pen at the ready. Fumi does as asked and suddenly a blue flame coats her hands. Already he has a note to write down for her. Localizing flames that burn that hot in one spot will, inevitably, hurt her. Just like One for All did to him. He doesn't say anything though, allowing her to work up the heat. As Izuku watches closely, the blue fades into white, just as Toya said. The moment the flame becomes as white as snow, Fumi drops the quirk, breathing from the strain. Good. Now I want you to make ice. Start with your usual frost, and then increase until you can't make it any more stable or thick. Izuku instructs. Fumi shifts on her feet, doing as commanded, and already, Izuku can see the clear difference in the quirks. Whereas the fire came naturally, the ice came sluggishly. Like it fights her. As if the ice doesn't want her to wield it. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. You can stop now. Izuku says, and Fumi melts the ice from her hands. Toya, can you do me a favor? Toya perks up from where he and the others are all lined up on the wall. Izuku and Fumi stand a few feet apart in the center of the training room, but everyone else stands back and watches from afar. Anything you name it. Do what she did. Izuku says. Toya's excited smile fades into confusion, tilting his head just like Shouto always did. What do you mean? I mean, start with your fire, increase the temperature until you can't handle it anymore, then do ice. Izuku explains. I don't have ice though. Toya says. Izuku hums. Do you know much about quirks and quirk types? Izuku asks. As he asks, the three people on the wall come closer. Not really, I mean I know the basics. Why? Toya asks. There's the common misconception that quirk types are only emitters, transformation, or mutation types. It's the standard categorical process in Japan and most Asian countries, but there's more to it than that. For example, what would a sentient quirk class be? Emitter, or perhaps mutation? Or creation quirks? They could be transformative or emitter or mutation, or even all three at once. No, the three-class rule is outdated and biased. Izuku lectures, beginning to pace. Then there is the subject of twins. Twins? Tsukachi parrots. Izuku nods. Even before quirks, twins were different from other people, more specifically, identical twins. But when you add in quirks, things become interesting. The most common response of quirks to twin children are mirrored quirks, meaning that they are perfect opposites. One can have a quirk that enhances their strength, but the other will have a quirk that weakens their opponent. In your case, Izuku pauses, pointing at Toya and Fumi in turn. An ice quirk pretending to be a fire quirk, and a fire quirk pretending to be an ice quirk? What are you saying? Fumi asks. I'm saying, given the nature of your lineages, almost purely fire on one side, and almost purely ice on the other, when those two lineages combined, born into twins, they got all confused in your genes. Toya, has calling your fire forth ever felt forced, unnatural, wrong even? Of course, Toya says. My body can't handle the flames because it was made for an ice, oh my god. Izuku nods in smug satisfaction. And Fumi? WL. It's never hurt me, but I have to consciously call my ice forward. It's never been very smooth, which is why it was classed as a weak ice quirk. Fumi says. My point exactly. Your quirks felt wrong because you're using them wrong. The ice is there only to hold the flames at bay, and vice versa. They weren't meant to be like Shouto, perfect ice and perfect fire. Izuku says. Now that the quirk lesson is over, again Toya, do what she did. First the flames and then the ice. Toya nods determinedly as he braces his feet, calling forth fire on his hands like Fumi did. These start out bright blue, but they only barely become white before Toya lets it go. Without prompting, Toya concentrates strong as he tries to call forth his elusive ice quirk, and Izuku watches closely. If he's right, then Toya will never have to suffer the burns of Dabi again. It takes a while, to the point where Shouto and Hitoshi get bored and move off to the side to spar lightly. Tsukachi hovers nearby, chewing on his thumb in anxiety. Eventually, Toya huffs in frustration. I can't do it. I don't know how. Izuku taps on his mask as Fumi tries to comfort her twin. Toya said her fire activated when she felt anger. Maybe the same is true for Toya? Fumi has never felt that angry, at least in Toya's words, so when she became angry, truly furious, for the first time, after her body had been strengthened over the course of 2 weeks, if only barely, her flames responded to her anger. Toya's been training right alongside Fumi this whole time, so his body is stronger. If anger is what activates the fire, what will activate the ice? Joy. Quirk awakenings, and he uses that term lightly like Fumi's respond to the body, not the mind. Usually by a strong surge of emotion. Izuku thinks of Tenya. The fight with Stain didn't awaken a hidden aspect of the quirk in the moment, but later on, when Tenya felt that same hatred fill him, the day he died, his quirk suddenly evolved, allowing him to save the rest of the class, if only to kill him instead. Tenya's emotion was hatred. Fumi's emotion was anger. Kaken's emotion was guilt, in the fall of Hokkaido, turning him into a nuclear bomb instead of a regular one. What's the common denominator here? Hatred. Anger. Guilt. Guilt. Hatred. Emotions not commonly associated in those two particular people's personalities. Izuku was there both times. The guilt Kaken felt was bone-deep, soul. Penetrating. Strong enough for a quirk awakening. The hatred Tenya exuded was foul, wretched, burning. What is Toya's emotion? It can't be hatred. Dabi hated everything and everyone with a passion, so fierce he let it consume him without a regret. Not anger, his rage rivaled that of Endeavor on a rampage. Guilt maybe? Dabi reeked of guilt when he realized Shouto was dead after the commission broke his quirk. What emotion has Dabi never shown in such an intense way it could force an awakening? Izuku's battled Dabi hundreds of times. He's seen the man in every color imaginable. Jealousy, hatred, guilt, anger, joy. Izuku saw it all. But what he never saw in Dabi, not even in his last moments, was... Izuku removes a knife and throws it at Toya's face. What the F dash? Toya screeches as he narrowly ducks beneath the flying knife. His eyes are wild as he turns from where the knife lodges hilt deep in the wall 10 feet behind him. That could have killed me. I know. Izuku says. He launches forward to attack Toya, who narrowly dodges every move. Izuku projects his movements so Toya has a chance to evade, but he doesn't hold back. This isn't going to be a sparring match. This is intent to kill. Stop. Toya yells, throwing his body backwards to avoid the dagger that would have gone into his teeth. What are you doing? I'm gonna kill you, isn't it obvious? Izuku responds calmly even as he presses his attack. In the corner of his eye he sees Shouto and Hitoshi have restrained Tsukachi and Fumi, but he can tell they're hesitant. They don't know why he's attacking Toya, but they trust him. One day that trust will get them killed, he's sure of it. Even so, with Fumi and Tsukachi screaming in their restraints, Izuku presses the attack. Come on Toya, what's with the hesitation? Fight me. No. Toya responds, and one of Izuku's throwing knives nicks his hairline, causing a thin stream of BLD to trail down his face, tracing the path of his nose. Izuku forces away the guilt and attacks again. Every strike is aimed for a vital area, forcing Toya to retreat or be killed. Izuku grabs Toya's arm with one hand, yanks him forward and closer to his blade. Toya narrowly avoids getting a dagger to the stomach by forcing his body to fall, yanking his arm out of Izuku's grasp. Blue eyes are wild and panicked as he tries to roll away, but Izuku pins him to the ground. He plunges his dagger down towards Toya's heart, eyes focused on every detail. The moment he sees the beginning of frost, Izuku pulls his swing, striking the floor beside Toya's head. In a mere second after his dagger lodges into the floor, ice explodes violently out of Toya, starting from his hands. It coats the floor in a thick layer, as thick as Shouto could produce on a good day, smacking at the walls of the training room and rising all the way to and across the ceiling. Within moments, ice has completely coated this side of the room. Izuku leans back, releasing his dagger since it's frozen into the ice up to the hilt, and pats Toya's cheek gently. He ignores the barely there flinch. "There you go," Izuku says, and he tries to stand, but his legs are frozen to the ground. "Help me out here?" Why the hell did you do that?" Toya says, and there's that anger, feeding the oppressing heat that builds in Toya, which he can feel even through his thick outfit. It slowly melts away the ice, but Izuku is still stuck, basically straddling Toya. "You said you had never seen her angry before," Izuku says, voice echoing in the iced-over room. Everyone is silent for a moment. "What?" Toya asks. His eyebrows are creased in confusion. "Fumi, you said you had never seen such anger in your sister before, and even she agreed it was unnatural. In cases of quirk evolutions like hers, the quirk responds to the body, more specifically the surge of an unknown or uncommon emotion for that person." Izuku explains patiently as he waits for the ice to melt enough for him to move. "Her emotion was anger. Your emotion was fear. You made you think I was legitimately going to kill you for no reason to make you feel intense fear to activate your quirk so you would stop hurting yourself?" Izuku cuts him off. Yes I did. What the actual F-. Toya whispers. "Don't look so worried. I was never going to let my blades touch you," Izuku says. He reaches forward to check the cut on his hairline. "That was an accident. You almost took my head off. I projected my movements." Izuku retaliates. "You were never in true danger from me, because I projected my movements loudly enough that you had time to react and dodge. And since I know of your previous training by Endeavor, I also knew your reaction time was higher than the average person's. That's effed up," Toya says after staring up at him in silence. "I know," Izuku responds, standing up as he's finally free enough to break the rest of the ice. "For what it's worth, I'm truly sorry for scaring you. But it was better this happened in a controlled environment rather than on the streets. Fumi was lucky you were there. Quirk evolutions are dangerous." Toya takes his outstretched hand, letting Izuku haul him upward. He staggers a moment, shivering harshly from what must be a new sensation of feeling cold, until his fireside warms him up to normal temperatures. "No strong feelings?" Izuku asks hopefully. He wouldn't blame Toya if he doesn't want Izuku near him ever again. Toya stares him down strong before grinning sharply and yanking Izuku under his arm, pulling him close. "No strong feelings, Izuku," Toya whispers in his ear, and cold fear washes over him. Toya's hand pats him on the back. "Don't worry, your secret is safe with me." How did you dash?" Izuku stutters nervously. "Your mother really misses you," Toya tells him, and then just walks away back to the group. Izuku follows after a moment of hesitation. Fumi launches herself onto Toya the moment he clears the ice, Izuku following in his literal footsteps to avoid slipping. When Izuku comes within range, Fumi launches herself at him next, except more violently. "If you ever do that again, they will never find your body, you understand me?" She yells at him. Izuku nods silently just to make her stop shaking him back and forth. She pulls him into a brief hug right after he nods. "Thank you for helping us again." Izuku pats her back awkwardly. "Don't mention it." Hitoshi usually prefers to not dwell on the future that will never be. He prefers to focus on their mission, and reminds himself every day that the people he loves, his family, his lover, his friends, are all still alive and well. He prefers to think about the plan, pondering on repercussions and ripples and changes that they're making. It keeps him sane, keeps him from spiraling down a hole of what-ifs and could-bes. But sometimes he can't help but remember. Remembering the pain and the suffering and the fear. Remembering the grief and the hatred and the dying hope. He can't help but dwell on the future that will not be, because as much as they want to change it, that future still exists inside all three of them. Like scars etched into their hearts and minds. Most of the time when he thinks or dreams of the future that won't be, it's about Denki. Hitoshi remembers every word, every small little interaction between himself and the love of his life. How Denki would smile at him in a way that makes his heart squeeze. A little lopsided smile that shows off one dimple but not the other, baring his canines just a little too aggressively. A little feral even. It's something that slowly spreads through every person involved in the war, that feralness. When you've lost your morals and are forced to fight for your life at every turn, a little feralness is expected. Hitoshi remembers every single person they've lost. Katsuki went out like an exploding star. Bright, fierce, devastating. Kyuka was turned into a Nomu, tearing Momo's heart to shreds since she was the one to kill her. Tenya was one of the first in 1A to go, staying behind to allow the rest to evacuate. Hitoshi remembers them all. And sometimes he wishes he didn't. Sometimes he wishes he could forget about the way Pops looked without a throat his head could attach to. Sometimes he wishes he could wipe away the memories of Shouto dying due to his own quirk being broken, or how Fumikage was found after weeks of being missing, torn apart, and tortured. How Denki, when he died, set off electricity so powerful that it reached the heavens, letting Hitoshi know the moment it happened despite being half a country apart. That same electricity disturbing the weather patterns themselves so much that no hero, villain, or civilian could go above ground for almost a month because of the rolling electrified fog. And every once in a while for the years after, having to go to ground again because it came back. Most of their losses were due to starvation or electrocution in that month-long PRD. Hitoshi wishes he didn't remember, but he's also so glad that he does. With these memories fogging up his mind, he can use them as motivation, as cautionary tales, as directions when he feels lost. He hates having to wake up in the middle of the night due to nightmares. He hates being woken up by Dad or Izuku having nightmares. He hates reliving every aching moment of the war when his body is idle. But he doesn't hate the memories. He cherishes them, uses them to forge the path forward. That's what he'll say if anyone asks anyways. It's not uncommon for Hitoshi to leave in the middle of the night or day for a patrol to get rid of his nightmare jitters. Dad does it too even. Izuku usually uses it as motivation to do more research though. So here Hitoshi is, flying across rooftops in the light of day. It's usually dangerous to go out during the day, given there are no shadows to disappear into and heroes ready to arrest him. Even so, he doesn't care anymore. He just needs that boost of adrenaline, needs his muscles burning and his lungs aching. He needs something to focus on other than the memories and the what-ifs. He's silent as he works, which is unusual for him. He's usually chatty, fishing for responses to his quirk even when he doesn't need it, just in case. It's also a good workout for his quirk, even when he doesn't flip the SWH and take control. But today he's just quiet. So when he stumbles upon a mugging, he's ready to get it over and done with quickly. And then he doesn't have to because familiar yellow electricity sparks, knocking the mugger out. Then appealing, intelligent, dumb Denki. Hitoshi's Denki. Kaminari Denki, future student of UA, is standing there, freaking out in Hitoshi's face, and Hitoshi can only stare like an idiot. His hair is still a vibrant blonde with that cute little black streak. His eyes are still golden yellow, bright like the sun. He's still appealing and perfect and here. Oh my god, I knocked him out. Am I gonna get in trouble for quirk usage? It'll go on my record. Oh no, that means I won't get into UA. What am I gonna do? Denki rambles, suddenly spinning to face Hitoshi. Denki looks at him for a second, and then suddenly there's recognition in his eyes. Hitoshi silently wonders if he can get away with a embrace without being a creep. You're a part of that vigilante group, right? Purple, does this mean your silence? Denki asks excitedly. He seems to have completely forgotten he just unintentionally knocked out the guy who wanted to mug him. Can I get an autograph? Or a picture? Oh my god, this is amazing. In your face, alien queen forever. Alien K-Mina? Hitoshi doesn't have time to respond, given he's suddenly lost the ability to speak altogether, before Denki is throwing an arm around him and snapping a quick picture. Hitoshi has enough presence of mind to reach up and draw his hood down a little lower on his face before the picture is taken. Other than that, he can't get over the fact that Denki is touching him. Holy shit, Denki is touching him. Dude, this is awesome. Denki squeals, and he does something on his phone that has his phone vibrating furiously in his hands. Hitoshi clears his voice, making the modulator fritz a little, and he reaches up to turn the DMN thing off. When Denki looks back at him, Hitoshi reaches out to grab Denki's hand. Izuku is already gonna be mad, might as well make the best of it. You know my name, but I don't have the pleasure of knowing yours. Hitoshi says, deepening his voice just enough to make that pretty blush spread across Denki's face. Works every FING time, he's still got it. Oh, am I a name? Daminari Kenki. Hitoshi holds back a snort as the blush spreads and deepens. I mean Kaminari Denki. That's my name. Wow, your voice is nice. Denki whispers that last part, but not low enough for Hitoshi to miss it. Still holding Denki's hand, he bows his head over it, removes his mask with his other, and presses a brief embrace on the back of it. He puts his mask back on before he raises his head, and smirks to himself when he sees how flustered Denki looks. A pleasure, Denki. Hitoshi almost purrs. Dear God, Izuku will kill him if he finds out about this. Denki tries to stutter out a response, but Hitoshi doesn't give him the chance. He reaches forward to brush a hair out of Denki's face. Be more careful, I would hate to see you hurt. Of course, thank you, silence sir. No need to call me sir, after all, I'm not much older than you. Hitoshi responds. Yeah, Izuku won't be happy about this. He can't help it though. Denki is just too pretty for Hitoshi to not mess with him a little bit. Denki squeaks, and Hitoshi laughs that specific laugh that Denki always loved. Call the cops, tell them what happened, but say the vigilante silence knocked him out. I have to go before Secret gets mad at me, so stay here until the cops come, alright? Will do. Denki says, his voice a little more high-pitched. Hitoshi offers a two-fingered salute before taking to the rooftops. He stays just long enough to see Denki fall against the wall of the building with a sigh. He wonders what social media Denki posted that picture to. Hitoshi wants it for himself. Hawks is circling around trying to find a good spot to rest when he sees a figure standing on the edge of a building. He's been a hero for 2 years now, and he knows better than to turn away when someone is standing on a ledge. Especially when it's already dark and late enough that the streets have cleared a bit. He lands lightly on the rooftop behind the figure, and that's when he realizes this isn't the regular jumper case. For one, they look way too relaxed. Standing with one foot on the flat of the roof, the other propped up on the foot-tall ledge, hands casually tucked into their pockets. They are far too casual for a normal jumper. Most jumpers are anxious and jittery, prepared to jump but also scared to. Most jumpers are skittish, and one wrong move would force hawks to send feathers after them to catch them before they hit the ground. For two, they're wearing what looks like a professionally made hero suit. It's black, and it has dark green stripes that reflect the light of the moon running down their sides and down their arms, 2 stripes over his shoulders and down the back in between the shoulder blades. Their hood is raised. Hawks can see multiple hilts of knives along their waist. They look nothing like any underground heroes Hawks knows patrols around these parts. Hawks moves closer warily when the figure's hood shifts to the side and they raise a hand and beckon him closer silently. Good evening, Hawks. The figure says, and Hawk's ears almost twitch at the sound of a voice modulator. Now that he's closer, he recognizes the figure. Black outfit, green accents, short, but so is Hawk's, and a voice modulator. He's speaking to the vigilante Secret, one of 3 that have caused chaos across the country. For if you count their hacktivist friend. Secret, right? Hawks asks cautiously. Why aren't you running from me? And why isn't he running? Hawks is one of the top 10, he's slated to make top 5 within the year. He could easily arrest Secret then and there. Why would I run when I've been waiting for you to show up? Secret asks in an amused tone. It makes alarm bells ring quietly in his mind, not quite blaring like he's in immediate danger. Quiet, as if warning him that something is up, but whether it's good or bad remains to be seen. And if there's one thing Hawks trusts about himself, it's his sharp instincts. And why have you been waiting for me? Hawks asks, keeping a casual air about him, even as his body tenses in preparations to be attacked. Just had a few things that I needed to discuss with you, that's all. Will you hear me out, or will you attack first and ask questions later? Okay, I'll hear you out. Hawks responds after considering for a moment. What did you need to speak to me about? Project Icarus? Secret says bluntly, and Hawks feels like he's been shot. Project Icarus. It's a program that Hawks shouldn't know the name of, but he does. He knows because the project is him. The commission started Project Icarus after his parents sold him to them. The idea was to create a perfect hero, someone who will take over for All Might when he eventually retires. It's something Hawks has been aware of since his training began. Be perfect, Hawks, you will be the next All Might. No mistakes, Hawks, heroes like All Might don't make mistakes. Keep going, Hawks, All Might doesn't rest and neither will you. Be better, be perfect, be the best. How does a random vigilante who's been active less than a year know about Icarus? What's Project Icarus? Hawks asks instead. If Secret is an agent for the commission, then he can't give away that he knows what Project Icarus means. If the upper echelon of the commission find out he knew all along what he was being bred for, they'll consider him a failed project, and he'll be taken care of. After all, their perfect little hero can't be disobedient. That would defeat the purpose. He can't be autonomous. That is not the point of the project. The point of the project is simple. The commission has no control over All Might. They have nothing to hold over the hero's head to make him do the commission's bidding. They have no BRH name, no quirk details, nothing. They have no control whatsoever. And that's exactly the problem, hence the BRH of Hawks. A hero with no name, but that the commission still has control over. The next All Might that they will be able to control. That is what Hawks is for. Come now, don't play coy. I'm not working for the commission if that's what you're afraid of. Quite the contrary, I'm pretty sure here soon they'll want you to assassinate me and my partners. Secret says far too nonchalantly when talking about his own possible murder attempts. Why do you say that? Hawks says. Because the commission doesn't like us, especially since someone keeps outing sequences linked to those commission-bashing posts. Secret replies. Hawks knows what posts he's talking about. They've been the cause of many meetings at headquarters. Hawks has had to listen to enough rants from his handler about the subject that he could be classified an expert on the situation. That was sequence? They've certainly caused a stir, Hawks says. He still wants to keep his cards close to his tea. So if Secret is lying, or this isn't the real Secret, he can claim innocence. Secret huffs a little, making the modulator fritz a little. A stir indeed. Have you heard there's been protests around the country because of the posts? Secret asks, and it's in a tone of voice that Hawks recognizes. Secret is playing along with his word games, it seems. He doesn't know how to feel about that. I've actually been there for a few myself, just to keep things from getting out of hand. That's good. I would hate to see people rioting in the streets over a few call-out posts from my partner. Secret responds in kind without a beat of hesitation. Hawks decides to throw the guy a bone. So what do those posts have to do with Project Icarus, was it? Yes, that's correct. Secret says. I was just wondering if you knew anything about it. Can't say I do. This is the first I've heard anything about it. Which translates to, I know enough, what do you know? Ah, well, I would hate to burden you with the knowledge. Which translates to, I know more than you might think. Knowledge is the greatest weapon of all. I would be a fool to dismiss it out of hand. Tell me everything you know and maybe I will too. Very well then. Project Icarus is a commission-based experiment to create a hero to take over for All Might, one that they have some sort of leverage over. Do you know who they chose? What I know is more than I've said. Do you know who the project is based around? Not really, no. Are they already a hero? I know exactly who it is. Do you? Ah, yes they are. But seeing as you know nothing of Icarus, I don't see the need to continue this conversation. If you wish to take this elsewhere, we can. Hawks might have been intimidated by the fact that he can understand the words in between the lines with this stranger, but he's too curious. He wants to know why this vigilante knows, how he knows, and what he plans to do with the information. After all, in a roundabout way, they're speaking of himself. And it's in his best interest to know what the vigilante knows. If that's what you wish. This conversation has been enlightening. Perhaps I'll see you on another patrol sometime. I'm intrigued. When and where can we meet? I'm usually based more in Gifu, but I'll see you around. Hawks is prepared to respond in their silent conversation when Secret reaches out to brush his feathers. It's an incredibly rude thing for the vigilante to do, and he's about to puff up in anger when he feels it. There's a slip of paper wedged into his wings. You have appealing wings, Hawks. But I must say, I'm partial to the color green myself. In their not conversation, Hawks thinks what Secret means is pertaining to the paper within his wings. The only thing he's confused about is what green means. A confirmation about which one he is? A clue? Something more innocuous? Either way, he keeps up their not conversation as he bids goodbye. I appreciate the compliment. I must be getting back to my patrol now, so stay safe out there. I got the message, but I have to leave before I'm noticed. With a two-fingered salute he backs away and then leaps off the ledge of the building to take to the sky. Before it has the chance to be lost, Hawks grabs the slip of paper on his first downstroke. Purposefully heading towards a more well-lit-up and crowded area, Hawks opens the slip of paper, holding it to his palm to hide it from anyone who may be watching a little too closely. On it is an address, with a small message scrawled underneath, signed with a flourish on the S of Secret's name. Tell the detective that Secret sends you. On the back of the note is another message, this time with tomorrow's date and a time. It's perfectly scheduled for after his patrol tomorrow. Soon enough to not be in the middle of the night, but late enough that he has time to head back to his apartment and disguise himself for the trip. Hawks doesn't know how Secret got a hold of his patrol schedule, but he thinks it's best not to question it. He tries not to dwell on the strange meeting, but it keeps running through his head all night. Even his sleep was fitful as he kept replaying every word, every minute movement Secret made. It's so bad that when he finally drags himself out of bed for the day, earlier than usual, his feathers are a mess. Grumbling with frustration, he spends the extra hour he had before he had to leave grooming his feathers into something more presentable. Patrol is, thankfully, nothing heavy. A few muggings, a handful of purse snatchings, 2 or 3 attempted robberies. Highlight of his long and slow day was his lunch break, because he managed to squeeze in a fitful nap at his agency. The sun doesn't set fast enough, and when his patrol is done, he heads straight home. Normally he would spend an hour, maybe 2, just flying without direction or reason. He'll step in if any crimes are being committed, but he usually uses those few hours to enjoy the wind in his face. Not tonight. Tonight, he lands on his balcony, muscles twitching with his anxious jitters. Heading to his closet, he grabs the disguising clothes that Rumi bought for him, since he didn't want the commission to know about it. Heroes are meant to be seen, Hawks. He covers his hair with a beanie, his facial markings with makeup. A heavy trench coat slides over his wings, which he tucks tightly against his back. He uses a scarf to hide his lower face, so that all there is to see of his head are his eyes. As usual when he wears the coat, he tests the hidden holes to see if he can free his wings. One of the many things Rumi has done for him, to allow some sort of autonomy in Hawk's life. She had learned how to sew just so she could make holes in the coat, but still keep them hidden. She buys him junk food to keep in his room where the handlers won't check on a cursory visit. She set up a separate bank account for him to use without the commission's knowledge. Bought him a separate phone from what the commission gives him so he can have a social life that isn't monitored 24/7. A part of him knows he never would have survived this long without her. Hawks slips out the back emergency exit to his building, where Rumi has long since disabled the sensors, and heads to the address he remembers from the slip of paper. It takes longer than it would have if he were flying, but he eventually gets to the building with 10 minutes to spare from the meeting time. He knocks on the door, and is greeted by a man he's had few dealings with. Detective Tsukachi, another bane of the Commission's existence. He's protected by All Might, so the Commission can't control him either. There's a few people like that. All Might, of course. Principal Nezu of UA High School. The detective, an underground hero named Eraserhead Hawks, has never met in person. Another hero named Present Mike, who has a radio show Hawks has interviewed with before. A few others he doesn't know the names of. One is an analyst, another is a lawyer. Can I help you? Secret sent me. Hawks replies. The detective's eyes widen comically before narrowing, darting around the quiet street behind him. Do come in. Detective Tsukachi says kindly. Hawks steps into the house, and the moment the door is closed, Hawks sends out his feathers. It takes only a few moments to check for any listening devices, and when it's clear, he relaxes. What the F dash? Another voice hollers from deeper into the house. There's stomping as someone comes down the stairs to Hawks' left, and Hawks is soon face to face with her appealing angry man. Heroes don't have relationships, and certainly not with another man, Hawks. Who the F are you? The man, who looks Hawks' age, almost screams at him. He removes the beanie and scarf, flashing his most charming smile. Sorry about that, I was checking for bugs. The name's Hawks, Secret sent me. All at once the man calms down, looking at Hawks calmly and curiously. Is that so? Hawks nods. Yes, he asked to meet me here, he should be here anytime dash. There's a knock on the front door. That would be him, actually. Come in. Tsukachi sighs out, and the door opens to all three vigilantes. If he's remembering correctly, purple is silence, red is soldier. Interesting names for vigilantes. Especially ones as infamous as they are. Normally vigilantes who get noticed have attention-grabbing names and personas. Hawks, thank you for meeting us here. Secret says kindly as the three move in tandem to the living room. Why did you choose my house to meet with Hawks? Tsukachi asks. We couldn't exactly take him to our evil lair. Silence snarks back. That would be dumb. Silence. The pretty young man says, greeting Silence with a bright smile and a brief hug. Get off of me. Silence responds, but his tone is of amusement. Let's go to the living room. The foyer is hardly a place for a clandestine meeting. Soldier says, sounding tired of life. They arrange themselves in the living room, Hawks opting to drag one of the kitchen chairs in to sit backwards. This way he can let his wings spread and relax, the coat dropped over the chair's back as a cushion for his arms. The vigilantes take the couch opposite of Hawks, Tsukachi in his own kitchen chair to Hawks' left, and the man Toya, as he introduces himself, lounges in the armchair. He's playing on his phone as if Hawks can't see him listening to everything happening around him. Why are we here, Secret? Hawks asks the moment everyone is seated. Secret pulls up a large briefcase he didn't notice until now and sets it on the table silently. Oh no, what this time? Tsukachi asks under his breath. Project Icarus, am I correct in my assumptions that you actually know what it is? Secret asks. Hawks feels his heart skip a beat as he stares at the briefcase. He can't bring himself to smile. Heroes wear a smile at all times, Hawks, no matter the circumstances. I know it well, given it's about me. He responds quietly, still staring at the briefcase. He has a suspicion of what's inside, and he doesn't think he likes it. Then you know the unethical qualities the project has? Secret replies. Hawks grits his teeth. It is my duty dash. Your duty is to be a hero, not a robot. Secret cuts him off. Tell me now, tell me that you are completely okay with what Project Icarus stands for, and I will let it go. We will go our separate ways and I will never broach the subject again. Hawks hesitates as his head is filled with memories. Memories of them taking away his name, his real name, to the point it hurts to try and remember it by force. Memories of training and training from the age of 7 until he could hardly move. Memories of being forced through that same training without use of his wings, his eyes, his ears, or all of the above. Days that turned into weeks where every single feather was systematically plucked over and over again so that they regenerated stronger than before. Years without seeing the sky when it's not through a window. A caged bird forced to sing for its emptiness. You know I can't say that. Hawks finally answers, eyes stinging. Heroes don't cry. Why you crying? Stop crying, Hawks. How do you even know about Icarus? What's Project Icarus mean? Tsukachi asks. Not now, detective. Secret responds before turning back to Hawks. I know many things about many people, and it's my job to set things right. Hawks scoffs. And what exactly can you do? You're only a few vigilantes. Not even heroes. No one will take you seriously if you try to expose Icarus to the public. That is your plan, isn't it? Part of it, maybe. Secret says. It won't work, just forget all about Icarus and move on. I can handle Dash. Why don't you look inside the briefcase before you reject my offer? Secret cuts him off. He slides the briefcase across the table slightly, turning it so that the clasps are facing Hawks. That's all I ask. Just look at what's inside, and then you can decide if I have a leg to stand on or not. Hawks looks at Secret, but with the mask and goggles and hood, there's no possible way for Hawks to read his facial expressions. With a huff, Hawks stands from his chair to turn it around, tucking his wings uncomfortably against his back, and grabs the briefcase. He opens it to find layers upon layers of papers and files. Hawks warily picks up the first file, closing the briefcase to lean on it. And what he reads in the file makes his face pale. Project Icarus. Classified in progress. Subject: Takami Kigo. Alias: Hawks, Icarus. Hawks doesn't continue, staring at that name with wide eyes. Is that Dash? Your name? Yes. Secret says quietly. His name is Kigo. He doesn't know what to be more surprised about right now. The fact that, somehow, Secret, or perhaps it was Sequence, got a hold of the original, unredacted file of Project Icarus. Or the fact that this isn't all they have. Takami Kigo. Hawks thinks he likes the name Kigo. Hawks continues digging through the briefcase, and every file he schemes over makes his stomach twist more and more. Project Hades. Classified, inconclusive. Project Zeus. Classified, failed. Project Daedalus. Classified, failed. Project Apollo. Classified, inconclusive. Project Astrea. Classified, failed. Hawks takes a shuddering breath when he recognizes Project Astrea. Lady Nagant, his predecessor. How do you have all of this? Hawks asks, looking at Secret with wide eyes. Keep going, he says instead. Hawks keeps going. Not only are all of the previous projects here, unredacted, but there's everything else. Evidence of all of the Commission's cover-ups. They like to help out heroes by covering up some scandal or crime so that they're indebted to the Commission. There's evidence of the Commission embezzling money, of them taking care of problematic people. There's enough evidence here to rip the Commission to shreds. And Hawks thought those posts on social media were exposing the Commission. This is on a whole new level. This is equivalent to an atom bomb. Hawks looks through every single file and piece of paper inside the suitcase, hyper-aware that he's being studied as he does so. This is why. Like I said, I want to help you. Do you want to be free of Project Icarus, now that you know what I know? Secret asks. Hawks can hardly imagine it. Be free? He ponders what free means to him. Free means to eat junk food whenever he wants without having to hide it. Freedom is choosing his own patrol route and not having to work from dawn to dusk. Freedom is, well, doing what he wants. He often thinks to himself that his project should have been named Atlas. He doesn't want to be Atlas. All Might is Atlas, holding the world on his shoulders as it slowly tears him to pieces. He doesn't want to be the next symbol. He doesn't want to forget his name again. My name is Takami Kigo, and he doesn't want to be forced to spend his life doing the bidding of others. He could be free. Secret is offering him a chance of freedom. What do I have to do? Hawks says, staring down at his file at Project Icarus. I have a few things in mind. Secret says. There's a hand in front of his face, Secret reaching out for Hawks' Kigo to take. He grabs it willingly. Welcome to the team, Kigo. His name has never sounded so sweet. Explaining to Kigo the gist of what they need him to do was easy but time-consuming. Izuku handed the man a list of things he needed Kigo to do and explained why and how when the man asked any questions. The list, for the time being, is relatively short. It'll still be a while yet to completely dismantle and rebuild the commission without breaking society, but there are things they can do to help Kigo specifically in the meantime. First, get a job at UA. People who work at UA and have a rapport with Nezu himself get a lot more freedom. They all use that freedom in different ways. Shouto used his connection to Nezu to not do the commission's dirty work, and to expel and re-enroll students as he pleased. Hizashi uses it to speak out about discrimination and build charities that will, ultimately, bring the commission's ire. Nemuri uses her freedom to work as she pleases, and not being forced to adhere to commission standards regarding costume regulations and things of that nature. The general rule of thumb is that, if you work at UA and have Nezu at your back, the commission can't hardly touch you. The idea is to give Kigo the open Class A homeroom position in Shuta's place until the mission is over, one that makes Shouto grumble about over private comms every time it's brought up. Once Kigo has his position at UA cemented in the press, he can use it to gain back some of his autonomy. Second, Kigo needs to record a video detailing everything the commission has put him through, which will come into play later on down the line. Almost like the Endeavor case Tsukachi is building, Kigo will be the pinch hitter. Take commission officials to court over unrelated issues, and when they try to wiggle free of the accusations, that's when they'll bring in Kigo for the final blow. Since both cases are likely to get a lot of press, there would be no way for commission officials to talk their way out of it. Third and last on the list, Kigo needs to make friends with some very specific people. He's already friends with Mirko, but he needs that friendship to be more public, so they know that yes, Mirko is backing Hawks up on his claims, and not without reason. Kigo needs to befriend Present Mike, Nezu, All Might, Sir Night-Eye, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Ingenium. Present Mike and Ingenium are known in the community, both online and the ones they patrol, as being people who stand out against abuse, discrimination, and the advocacy of villain rehabilitation. Nezu and All Might are there to be the powerful people no one can really deny. Sir Night-Eye, Best Jeanist, and Edgeshot are known for their efficiency, their penchant for following the rules, and most importantly, their obsessive-compulsive need to verify all leads personally in their cases. Mirko will be the friend who is concerned. It doesn't seem important from an outsider's view, but Mirko is adored by fans because of her blunt nature. Getting her on board, making it more public, and having her take her own stand against the commission without giving away Hawk's story too early, and they'll have a leg to stand on when it all goes down. Fan analysts, like Izuku used to be, will compile every word and action that Mirko displays of any sort of displeasure with the commission and know that this hasn't come out of the blue, that it's been slowly building until the pot boils over. She's the key to jumpstart the whole operation. Her job, as villainous as it may sound, is to manipulate the public's opinions. And add that to the bash posts Izuku makes, and the people will already have a half-informed opinion by the time it all comes to light. The posts have already gotten the job started, but Sequence is not a trusted hero. It's a face hiding behind the screens. While the easier ones will hop on board the moment they read something that looks well-informed and factual, the skeptics won't trust him at his word. But with Mirko making similar moves as Sequence, it changes the game entirely. And, if Kigo ends up standing against Endeavor when the case is brought forward, it'll give people more reason to believe Kigo is speaking the truth. They already have a mountain of factual evidence against the commission, but that will be for the court. Kigo will be there to sway the public. All in all, Izuku thinks approaching Kigo early was the right idea. The three vigilantes make their way out of Tsukachi's home to head out on separate patrols. Izuku designed it this way because he has another important meeting to attend, and he has to go alone right now. It's one he never expected to happen so easily, but he can't deny it helps. Shigaraki Tamura has requested an audience with the leader of the snakes. Someone, Kurojiri most likely, contacted Sequence quietly. From Izuku's conversation with him, Shigaraki has asked for a meeting in peace, in order to discuss the reasoning and intentions the snakes have with their operation. Shigaraki agreed to a neutral meeting ground, a sketchy internet cafe in Kamino, close to, but not inside of Shigaraki's home turf. It seems the bar was their long-stay base even before everything with UA happens in 2 years' time. Not that Secret is supposed to know that. The meeting is only between Shigaraki and him, No Kurogiri, no all for one, no silence or soldier. Just the two of them. Izuku agreed on the terms that, even if things get heated, they walk away and fight again another day. It's Shigaraki's terms that they only communicate through a game, to leave no traces, and so no one will overhear. Izuku has about 2 hours until the meetup is scheduled, so he heads straight there after sending Shoyuta and Hitoshi off on patrols. They know he's meeting someone, but they don't know who. They trust that he'll explain when the time is right. He said it once, he'll say it again, their trust in him may get them killed one day. Either way, Izuku is strapped to the nines as he approaches the cafe. It's tucked in a little corner between two taller buildings, almost unnoticeable except for the god-awful neon sign above the door. The windows are blacked out so no one can see in or out, and the door screeches when he opens it. It's relatively empty inside, with only 2 patrons and the workers snoring lightly at the desk. Izuku doesn't bother approaching, he just looks for Shigaraki. It's easy to find him, despite his different appearance. Shigaraki's hair is darker than Izuku ever knew of him, despite knowing he inherited Nana's silky black strands. The Shigaraki he knew always had a bad dye job, only his roots growing in black. Right now though, Shigaraki's hair is a light brown, the hair still badly dyed, but the bleached locks make the contrasting colors look far more natural. Izuku takes a seat at the computer across from him silently. Without even looking at him, Shigaraki slides the information needed to log on across the table. Izuku logs on promptly, logging into the game that Shigaraki put down on the piece of paper. He makes quick work of designing his character for the relatively crappy RPG they're playing. Shigaraki lets him set up his character silently, and by the time he's done, he already has a friend request. Accepting the request and opening the chat logs, Izuku messages him first. Shigaraki's username is MustyDusty23 and Izuku's username is SASecret92. What did you wish to discuss, Dusty? I want to know why you and your little buddies have been targeting my operations. Your operations? Don't you mean your MSDRs? Shigaraki doesn't respond as they set out on the first quest of the game, fingers flying across the board to fight off the terrible graphics of what Izuku thinks is some sort of Minotaur octopus thing. The plot isn't too terrible, but the bad graphics and the bugs in the game make it strong to really enjoy it. I don't have MST, I'm the boss around here, Shigaraki responds. Izuku replies quickly. Don't play me for a fool, Dusty. You won't like the results. You are a fool if you think you scare me. I've seen far worse than the likes of you. I'm sure. Izuku responds, and he smirks beneath his mask when Shigaraki breathes heavily through his nose. What do you even know? You're just a wannabe hero brat who couldn't hack it. Pot, me kettle. I know a lot of things, Dusty, would you like a short list? I hate heroes, don't compare me to them or I'll kill you. Izuku snorts audibly and watches Shigaraki's red eyes snap to his before looking back at the console. Not that I care, but what things do you know? There it is. Izuku scares him. A vigilante with no civilian identity he can find, who's been tearing apart the doctor's laboratories like a wild bull, and who knows there's someone else behind the scenes. A vigilante with no obvious quirk, who is able to outlive every assassin all for one has sent their way. A vigilante unafraid of death and even less afraid of killing. A vigilante who threatens his entire world. I know how to build a bomb, I know that All Might is oblivious to the hatred harbored by his number 2, and I know what your MSDR's true name is. That gets a real reaction. Dusty pauses the game, and Shigaraki glares at Izuku with wide and horrified eyes. Bullshit. Shigaraki hisses out loud, but Izuku simply places a finger over his mask in a shushing gesture. Shigaraki growls low, but he does as demanded. I don't even know his true name, you can't prove that you do. And isn't that saddening? Shigaraki practically worships All for One. He claims AFO was the only person who ever truly cared about him, and yet he doesn't even know the man's true name. Izuku, when he had One for All and could regularly communicate with the vestiges, learned All for One's true name after much strong work with Yoichi. It took years of clawing through Yoichi's memories, one by one, in order to find the name that had been static every other time, but it eventually happened. It took a while just to find Yoichi's, let alone the greatest villain ever known. Combing through the memories of the past users was what kept him alive for so long after the hero schools fell and war broke out. Izuku has the equivalent to 9 lives full of different techniques and fighting styles and knowledge crammed into his head now. To be fair, that knowledge sometimes forces the unimportant things to be forgotten to make room. Things like how to tie his shoelaces, ride a bike, what the details of quirk history are. He's quite literally forgotten half of his childhood, and luckily most of it seems to be centered around useless knowledge and bad memories. Even so, he's forgetting a lot more the longer he's in his child body. In the future past, Izuku was once kidnapped by the League and tortured. They wanted Izuku to give up one for all, but he wouldn't. He refused. It was all he had left of Toshinori. One of the ways Shigaraki tortured him was through the give and take of quirks. He would give Izuku a multitude of quirks over a period of time, and then take them away, just to do it all over again. Both ways were painful, excruciating processes, and even though he was born without the quirks Shigaraki crammed into him and took away, it always left an aching hole when a quirk was taken. One of the quirks Izuku had been able to keep was an intelligence enhancer. It was the only reason the knowledge and memories of 9 entire lives and 8 deaths didn't drive him mad or force him to forget more important things. Now, without any quirk to aid him, he's slowly forgetting. And he knows he's forgetting the 8 other lives crammed into his head, because he can't remember Tu's name, or Nana's husband's face. He's also written everything down over the 4 months of being in the past before Shouto jumped, and some of the things written he doesn't remember. Each of the vestiges got 3 notebooks, for all might given he lived the longest of them all. 8 lives written down in excruciating detail from quirks, to experiences, to the passing of one for all the way to favorite colors or recipes. But enough reminiscing. I don't have to prove it, I still know it. What do you prefer to call him, all for one or sensei? Shigaraki trembles minutely across from him, and before he can respond, Izuku is already sending more messages. I know a lot about you as well, Shigaraki. Or should I call you Shimura? I know you don't actually like the life you're leading, that it has been forced on you from a young age. I know you regret killing your family, not including your abusive father. And above all, I know you were quirkless once upon a time. How Shigaraki starts to whisper, but he quickly types out a message instead, adhering to the agreement of the meeting. I'm not quirkless. Then why do you wear primordial shoes, the shoes of the quirkless, to accommodate the extra toe joint? You don't know anything about me. Then break it down for me. Why do you really hate heroes? Because AFO told you to? Or is there an actual reason? Heroes are selfish and entitled obviously. Okay and what? Why else? Is that it? Because heroes are selfish? Because I'll admit, some heroes are quite selfish and are only in it for fame and money. But to call heroes as a whole one thing based on the few is impractical and illogical. It's like saying all dogs are rabid beasts, or all villains psychopathic murderers with no remorse or morals. So why do you actually hate heroes? Give me a reason, a real reason, and I'll back off from your operations. I already gave you a reason. You gave me an excuse. Give me a reason with logic, with passion, with actual standing. Give me something to work with here. I'm not all-knowing. I can't read your mind, or see your true emotions. So tell me why you hate heroes. The chat log is silent for a while, and Izuku watches as Shigaraki's character is killed. Izuku doesn't bother trying to save his own character, the game SCKS anyways. When Shigaraki takes too long to respond, Izuku messages back one last time before logging off and leaving as quietly as he came. When you figure it out, give me a call. Here's my burner number. Plus 8124-210-8217 chapter text. Nezu likes puzzles, especially difficult ones. The thing with puzzles is that there is always a solution, always an answer. As long as you use your brain and work at it, you can always complete a puzzle. He personally thinks it may be a byproduct of both his quirk and being experimented on by humans and treated like a lab rat. Nezu, given his higher intelligence, doesn't find difficult puzzles to do all that often anymore. The record for the longest time he took on a puzzle was 2 hours, and that's because Shouto purposefully made it answerless. It was one of their first bonding experiences. Shouto got to outsmart the smartest person he knows, and Nezu had his worldview changed slightly. It seems Shouto has given him a new puzzle with no answers. A quirkless child with a mind comparable to his when it comes to quirks, who ran away even though there had been no warning signs in his behavior previously. One whose thought process was visible and especially riveting to follow along with in the notebooks Nezu has read. One who left a note that basically said that he doesn't want to leave, but he has to for some reason or another, and that he does plan to return home eventually. A quirkless child who had received an email with the exact same confusing sequence of numbers and letters. An email that came the night before his birthday, or should he say, the very morning of. There are far too many similarities in the 2 now 3 missing persons cases that have no correlation to any other case being worked on currently or in the past 30 years. The last one, a boy Midoriya's age, named Shinso Hitoshi, is the only outlier of the 3. Midoriya and Shouto had no reason to run away until that specific code was sent, but Shinso did. Midoriya, Shouto and Shinso all disappeared in the middle of the night the morning of their birthdays. Midoriya and Shouto both received emails with that code, while Shinso did not. Shinso has to lead to the key. Or perhaps he is the key. Shinso had a reason to run away, and seemed to have set a plan in place beforehand. The foster parents, before they were arrested, explained that Shinso had stolen roughly 2 million yen, $17,500, give or take, from their safe, and supplies for winter such as a blanket and heavy clothing. He disappeared from street cameras until he arrived at a late-night train, took a train to Aichi Prefecture, and disappeared shortly after once more. Midoriya only appeared on cameras at the train station closest to UA, and was met by someone with the same height and build of Shinso. They took a train into Gifu Prefecture, and disappeared once more. Shouto was in Mustafu the entire time when he went missing, from the precinct to the abandoned building. After that he disappeared, and didn't reappear again. But all 3 knew the code. Shinso had emailed Midoriya the code the night he went missing. An unknown entity with an email address that targeted Nezu himself sent the code to Shouto. If it was only Shouto, like he'd thought in the beginning, Nezu believed it was because of Shuta's connection to Nezu. The code has no meaning to himself, nor any of his remaining staff members, and no one has received an email like Shouto did since. He and Shouto were careful not to broadcast their closeness, so how someone would have known Nezu was quite fond of Shouto is a mystery. But with these 2 children, it changes things. Neither children were living close enough at any time for them to have met, none of Shinso's previous foster homes having been in Midoriya's district or close to it. They would not have crossed paths with each other in person. Nezu has checked every form of social media the boys owned, and how Midoriya knew how to access the darker sections of the internet escapes him as well, but he can certainly take a guess. A child that intelligent, by quirk or otherwise, likely ostracized by his peers, if not abused by them completely, would find somewhere to be seen and heard. Shinso may be the outlier, but Midoriya is the mystery. Nezu found plenty of online forums and Reddits the child was a part of, mostly anything to do with heroes. From the photos of the boys' room, Midoriya was a huge fanboy. Obsessive even. Mostly of All Might, but it was clear that the child loves all heroes indiscriminately. There are 3 forums that are out of the ordinary regarding the hero obsession. One was a dedicated, well-protected forum for the quirkless. It requires background checks and permission given by the moderators only after a certain point of evaluation. Midoriya didn't participate often, but it was a place where he vented about the bullying and discrimination and received comfort from those who were like him. The second one was a dedicated forum to underground heroes and vigilantes. While both children were on forums of the kind, they weren't on the same one. No private messages between each other in either of their accounts. It's the last one that worries Nezu a little bit. The last forum was one where villains often frequented. While normally, this would raise more suspicions in Nezu's mind, it doesn't. He's linked Midoriya to being an anonymous tip raiser, Someone who calls the police with tips on villain activity. Always from a payphone, and it took Nezu tracking the boy through his entire life to connect the dots, but it's clear to him that he takes what he sees on the forum and reports it. He's clever about it too. He doesn't report everything he sees, only ones where people are clearly going to get hurt. He keeps silent on the forum, lurking without contributing. He doesn't tip until the very last moment where it would be effective, to raise less suspicions among the villain community. His tips are almost always call-ins, and from what few recordings Nezu could listen to, he's good at masking his age. Deepening or raising his voice, speaking with authority, using words an adult would use. To Nezu, the practiced speech-like quality of the boy's information is clear, but it wouldn't be to the average human. Midoriya is his own puzzle, missing case not included. Intelligent, but his grades run middle of the pack. Resourceful, but he doesn't stand up for himself, only others. He's quick on his feet, but he doesn't always run away from a beating. Nezu has watched through cameras as the child was a few seconds longer of getting away without harm, and then he stops moving, waiting, before taking off again and purposefully going into an alleyway without cameras. Always leaving with bruises, but on those occasions, there's satisfaction in his face. Nezu wonders, idly, in the back of his mind when he's alone with his thoughts, what a conversation with Midoriya would be like. Or a game of chess. It makes Nezu want to find the boy even more than his strange connection to Shouto, if only to satisfy his curiosity. How does a child who is beaten and broken and put down on a daily basis for something out of his control become the deviously clever young man Nezu has found him to be? Someone with a smile that's a little broken, but far more bright than all mites could hope to be? And what has become of him since he ran away? So many questions, answers to none. Nezu ends up forcefully changing thought processes in order to stop spiraling in a whirlpool of answerless puzzles. If he keeps pondering on what Midoriya is and isn't, he'll drive himself mad with a need to know. So he changes over to the case of Japan's newest and brightest vigilantes. Silence, Secret, and Soldier, with Sequence as their hacker and informant. The three of them are unlike any vigilantes Nezu has seen before. For one, they don't stick to a regular patrol route, they go all around the country. They've even been spotted on the edges of China where Japan rests. Another thing is their patterns, which is the fact that they hardly have one. Patterns and puzzles are the way of the world, and these vigilantes defy both. Their minuscule pattern is only the fact that they're base and he knows there is one. Sequence is a smooth talker, but Nezu is better, is located somewhere in the Chubu region. Mostly spotted around Nagano, Shizuoka where Ue is, Gifu, and Aichi. They also split up often, whereas most vigilante teams don't stray far from their partners. Their fighting styles are a mix between professional training, street fighting, and something more. Something deadlier than anything Nezu has seen outside of the Commission's elite agents, assassins, and perhaps even more so. And yet, they have yet to actually kill anyone that they have been connected to at least. Not to mention, they're particularly tied with UA staff for one reason or another. Toga Himiko, sent to Vlad King with instructions to take care of her or else, and a promise of a favor. She's been readjusting well, and Hound Dog says she's very open in their sessions. Vlad King had done a home check with her parents, arrested them, and officially adopted her within 3 days. With Nezu's help, the entire process went 10 times faster than it usually would. Chio has offered to set up a charity BLD bank among the staff and students in order to keep Toga's craving for BLD satiated. Luckily, BLD is not a staple in her diet, so she only needs about a bag of BLD a day to keep from starving herself. Babaigawara Jean, sent to Hound Dog with enough yen to pay for 2 years' worth of therapy sessions, another promise of retribution, and a promise of a favor. Jean, as he's requested everyone to call him, was the most surprising one the vigilantes helped. They put a lot of effort and money into getting the young man the help he needs, and that, more than anything else the three have done, has spoken volumes of their characters. And lastly, Todoroki Toya, sent to Tsukachi, who has been more involved with UA than not since Shuta's disappearance, with a veritable noose for Endeavor's career, and ideas to end his private life as well, and a promise of a favor. Learning endeavor has been abusing his family for decades. Right underneath Nezu's nose is a personal affront. Nezu will not let him get away with it when the time comes. Until then, he will not interfere with Tsukachi's investigations. Things get blown out of proportion when Nezu gets involved early, and that would cause issues. The media has also caught wind of them, and while at first they were treated like other vigilantes, put down and demeaned so the public didn't get too many bright ideas, their tune soon changed, out of the blue. The snakes, as the media calls them, complete with a cute little logo. Now, they're being treated much like lower-rank heroes climbing the charts quickly. All excessive praise and expectations of the future from them. Best part is, the vigilantes don't seem to care. These vigilantes are a curious sort. More often than not, vigilantes don't last long. Whether it's due to them not being able to handle the stress that comes with a secret identity, both mentally and physically, or because they are killed. Due to lack of professional training, support items, credible information, and a good option for medical care, the mortality rates for vigilantes are high. And if they aren't taken out by death or stress, it's because they're recruited by an official agency and given the chance to get a license. And yet, these three defy those standards. Well-made support items by one of their own. Basic to advanced medical knowledge by all three of them, varying from one to another. Someone who works as the man in the chair that gives them information to use. These three act as their own small underground hero agency. Sequence is an entirely different subject as well. Intelligence to keep pace with Nezu, strong opinions and not afraid to share them, and yet unbelievably kind. They don't treat Nezu like a higher being, a lesser being, or a threat. He just is. Nezu finds himself growing fond of his and Sequence's conversations. He looks forward to the few hours Sequence can spare him, just for the conversation, and not even the information Sequence might let slip. Although it is most certainly a bonus. He's gathered a small amount of useless data on the three vigilantes through his conversations with Sequence. Silence has insomnia, and it's hell to make him sleep unless he's ready to pass out. Soldier has a bad habit of not eating actual meals. Secret made the support items himself. Soldier has a lover, and he's older than the other two. Silence is constantly risking Secret's wrath with stupid stunts. Useless but insightful. These small little details Nezu is given like starving animals are given scraps, and he hates that analogy even if it feels accurate, help him get a better reading on the personalities of the three vigilantes. The picture Sequence paints of the three's interpersonal relationships is interesting. Silence and Soldier act like parent and child, and Secret is a part of that dynamic but separated slightly. Like he's a child or father adjacent. Nezu can't help but find himself growing more curious by the day. Within a few months, these vigilantes, these snakes, have done more to change the system than Nezu himself has managed. Nezu is constantly stonewalled by the commission due to them perceiving him as a threat, so his strides in change are small, slow, and marginally localized. He's still trying to convince the school board to change the entrance exams, but given at least half of the board are on the commission payroll, and the rest are likely being blackmailed, progress in that nature is near impossible. And these young men have done so much in only a few months' time. There have been rallies and protests in the streets up and down the country, one of the bigger movements being in Tokyo. People are in outcry, demanding a response to the accusations laid at the commission's feet. Already smaller cities have begun a time of reform. Even other countries have people standing with the Japanese citizens, demanding their own reforms. Americans are demanding that heroes be given more training, since civilian casualty rates are high there. Chinese citizens are demanding a looser hold on quirk usage laws. Switzerland, one of the most neutral countries in history, is dealing with riots and looting, the people demanding for more anti-discrimination laws. Japan was one of the first countries to advocate for rights for the quirked population, and because of Secret, Silence, Soldier and Sequence, movements and reform has begun worldwide. And Japan is once again in the heart of it. Nezu's heart feels lighter than it has in a decade as his dreams are becoming reality, even if not by his own hand. He's standing in the center of a new era, and it's about high time he takes matters into his own hands. She can do this. She can do this. Just one more day and she can finally rest. Fumi has worked her butt off for the past 2 months. Her body has become stronger, and she finally made her goal to last the full hour. In fact, she can half-reliably last an hour and a half. Her strength stats, as Toya calls it, he's become obsessed with video games over the past 2 months and it's honestly too cute to make fun of, has increased drastically. She can carry a full-grown man, usually Toya, but Naomesa sometimes helps alleviate the monotony of the exercise up to about a mile now. Her quirk control has increased as well, and she can make fire without even thinking about it, though her ice still comes sluggishly. It's actually gotten to the point where she has to actively bottle up her fire when around Endeavor. Toya has her calling him that instead of father now to further increase her distance to the man emotionally, and it's honestly helped a lot, or else risk showing her cards before the game even truly begins. She can always feel it underneath her skin whenever they fail to drag Shouto away from training, ready to burn and burn bright. She's lucky that Endeavor hasn't caught on to her fire yet, honestly, given little flames spark from her fingers whenever he manages to aggravate and irritate her. That's another change in her life. Her anger is a lot more insistent now, and she's found herself biting through her tongue, literally, on more than one occasion to avoid saying something that she might regret. But she's learning to cope with the new emotion. Or perhaps not new, but no longer restrained. Naomesa, and her heart warms knowing she can call him that now, has insisted she starts seeing a therapist on her days off once every other week. Once the exams are over and done with, the plan is for all of them to start going to therapy twice a week, but this is the most she can handle right now. With everything going on, even just the bi-weekly session is almost too much. But that's not something she wants to think about, so she continues reviewing her stats. Her speed has picked up exponentially, and now that most of her body fat has left her and her stamina has increased with the rigorous training, it's almost like she has a secondary, tertiary, minor speed quirk. She can outpace Toya, Naomesa, even Shouto eventually falls behind her in a race. She's slowly become addicted to running. It's freeing, thrilling, being able to feel the wind in her face and the burn in her legs and the ache in her lungs. Running, jogging, sprinting, all of it has become her go-to stress relief. Her mind is always calm and clear while she runs, and her heart feels lighter. She feels like she can fly when her feet pound against the pavement or the dirt or the sand of a beach. Another thing she enjoys is yoga, if only to bask in her brother's winces when she becomes particularly pretzel-like. As for her studies, she's pretty confident she can not only pass, but make top marks. Naomesa tested her only yesterday on anything and everything that could possibly be on the officers' and detectives' exams, and she managed a solid 85%. Given that not everything she learned will be on the exam, she and Toya have made a bet to see whether she makes it into the top 3 percentile. Toya bet that she'll make the top 10, but she thinks she can do it. She thinks she can make top 3. Shouto, sweet little Shouto, claims that she'll make the highest marks out of anyone taking the test. It might be brotherly encouragement for the most part, but Fumi appreciates it all the same. Everything is going so smoothly that the pessimist in her wonders when the other shoe will drop. What will be the thing to break the streak of good? Will Endeavor end up training Shouto too strong by the time the test is over at the end of the day? Will she fail the exam? Will she lose control of her new fire quirk and hurt someone? She can't help but worry that. Yumi! Shouto whisper yells as he barges into the room, Natsuo hot on his tail. She hasn't even removed herself from bed yet, hasn't even done her morning stretches. The two of them quietly close the door and race across her room to jump into bed with her. She grunts as one of Natsuo's elbows nail her in the side as the two of them get under the blankets. With her and block her in on both sides. This is, by far, one of the best changes to happen in the past 2 months. Shouto and Natsuo have begun to almost cling to her, seeking affection where they never used to before. Shouto loves hugs, or just pressing into her side. He hates his hair being ruffled, but will push into her hand for head pats, a sweet little smile gracing his face every time, a light blush on his cheeks. He likes to hold her hand too, his cold hand in hers because her new raised body heat warms his hand up. Natsuo will accept just about anything she gives him. Head pats, hair ruffles, hugs, you name it. He likes to lay his head or feet in her lap, or curl up into her side. His smile is always bright when she offers affection, and he always accepts eagerly. Very rarely do they seek it out themselves, but even on the worst of days they won't deny her. Who knew that the prospect of taking Endeavor out of their lives was enough to rebuild her relationship with her baby brothers? And it's not just them either. Toya is still relatively skittish when it comes to physical touch, but the one thing he always does with her is press their foreheads together while holding the back of her head. It's usually after she does good in her training or studies, or just does anything he can even relatively be proud about. Win a race between her brother? Forehead touch. Try a food she never tried before? Forehead touch. Down 3 shots in one go without gagging? She's a grown but adult, she can drink if she wants to. Naomasa accepts and offers affection too. With Toya, it's mainly hair ruffles. With Natsuo, it's an arm over the shoulders with a quick squeeze. With Shouto, it's usually brushing his hair gently off his scar. Fumi gets full hugs and shoulder squeezes. She wouldn't say it to his face, but the man has quickly become a father figure for all of her boys, and even herself. Naomasa is a gentle soul, someone who takes on more than he should because he wants to help as many people as possible. He puts the same amount of effort into a minor shoplifting case as he does a kidnapped child or a murder. He works diligently without expectation of reward, and he never raises his voice. He gets loud, but he never yells in anger. He is kind, patient, and encouraging. She wants to do good. She wants to pass this test and the next just so he'll have that spark of pride in his eyes. It's almost like an addiction. She's never had someone be proud of her like her brothers and Naomasa are right now, and she wants more of it. Yumi, are you okay? Natsuo asks quietly into the dark room, bringing her back to herself. In response, she curls her arms tighter around her boys, her baby brothers, and pulls them in closer. Yeah, I'm fine. My mind is just wandering a bit. What are you two doing up so early anyways? Fumi says. Shouto nudges his head into the crook of her neck. We're worried, Natsuo says. Shouto nods into her shoulder. You don't have to take the test for me, Shouto says. Oh boys. Fumi sighs, hugging them tight for a second, just long enough that Natsuo squirms in her hold. I want to do this and I'm ready. Toya thinks so, Naomasa thinks so. Today is going to be just fine, no need to worry about me. I wish we could be there for you like Toya will. Shouto says. You'll be there with me every step, because I hold you in my heart. Death itself could not change that, remember that? Fumi says firmly, glancing at the clock to make sure they're both back in their rooms before Endeavor can wake up. They still have an hour or two. You two go to school, and when you get home I'll be a certified police officer. And we'll go get ice cream to celebrate. They're both quiet for a moment, and then Shouto lifts his head to look at her with wide eyes shadowed by darkness and messy hair. She gently brushes some of his hair off his face. You promise? You'll pass and get your licenses and then save us. I swear on my life, Shouto, Fumi says. Whether I pass this test or not, we are not staying here. I will sooner steal you both away in the night than let that man make you suffer any longer. I love you, Shouto says, tone serious and eyes imploring. Her breath hitches slightly as emotion wells up in her like a broken dam. He's never said that to her before, not since before his quirk came in. I love you both so much, Fumi says in return, words choked in the back of her throat. I will do anything for you boys. Say the word and I'll do it always. You two mean so much to me, you have no idea. Shouto smiles his small little smile at her and settles back into her side. The three of them lay in silence as her boys drift off into sleep, Fumi running a hand up and down Shouto's back, her other gently combing through Natsuo's hair. She'll let them sleep until the very last moment to get them back in their rooms. Pressing an embrace into Shouto's hair, she closes her eyes and relaxes into her pillows. She doesn't have to get up and do her stretches just yet anyways. Toya is so FNG proud of his sister. The physical test hasn't even started yet, but just one look at all the other rookies and he knows in his very soul that she will be at the top of the class. These losers have spent however FING long in an actual classroom, learning at the pace of the teacher, only exercising during class exercises, and it shows. They look cocky, untested and amateurish. A few of the guys are goofing off to the side, while his twin sister is doing her warm-up stretches and jumping jacks. They look at her in ways that makes Toya want to ice them to the ground. Objectively, he knows his little sister is appealing. Her stark white hair with the red streaks, her gray eyes, her smile, it all adds to her beauty. He gets this? He does. But can these FING losers not see the amount of effort and work she put in to pass this test? Can they not see her focus, her determination? Do they not respect that she is working to do the exact same thing they are with half the resources? How can they look at her and think only of what she looks like? Toya wants to knock their heads together, but he can't for a handful of reasons. Reason number one, and most important of all, his sister can handle herself. He hasn't trained her into the ground for no reason after all. Even though she's not going to be an actual cop and detective, and even though she wants to be a teacher, he wants to know she can handle herself in a fight. And demon can she handle herself? He can't count the amount of times in the last 2 months she's knocked him on his butt. Reason number two, he isn't allowed to interfere. He's literally not even supposed to be here, but Naomasa pulled some strings to get him to watch. He can watch on the sidelines, but he cannot interact with any applicants before or during the tests. He can't cheer his sister on or boo the others, he can't do anything but sit and watch in silence. And reason number three, he wants to see those assholes' faces when she outmatches them. The instructor calls everyone to attention, and Toya leans forward in anticipation. It seems the first test is going to be physical abilities. Most sit-ups, push-ups, etc. in a limited amount of time. Toya smirks at the same time Fumi does. These little boys don't know what's about to hit them. The applicants go one at a time, and Toya is not impressed. The guys are decent, yes. They clearly trained for this. But he can also tell they only trained to meet the minimum requirements. Toya had no idea what the requirements to pass were while training Fumi, so he pushed her until she could go no further. Then he pushed her even more the day after. She's not only going to pass, she's going to demolish the competition. When Fumi goes up, Toya is unsurprised at how much further she goes than everyone who went before her. She doesn't even stop once time is called at first, her face falling into that blank look of concentration she gets when she's in the zone. It takes a few seconds for the instructor to grab her attention and make her stop. The girl who goes right after though? She keeps up with Fumi's score effortlessly. This pattern continues through all the physical requirements. The other woman, the only other woman taking the test, matches Fumi step for step, and Toya can see a fire light in his sister's eyes even from a distance. She's smaller than Fumi, lithe and short, with bright neon green hair in an undercut. The woman has a mutation-based quirk from what he can tell, with strange little antennae peeking out from under her hair. They twitch and move, straightening up or flattening down, and Toya wonders what they do. He wonders if secret Midoriya Izuku, a literal child, would have figured out yet or not. He wouldn't be shocked if the kid would. After the physical tests, the group moves on to the shooting ranges, and the guys seem to gain more confidence here. One of them even claims he's a natural aim and will definitely make the best marks on the exam. Toya is doubtful. Naomasa handled Fumi's weapons training, so he doesn't know exactly how good of a shot his sister is, but from the natural movements of the woman with neon hair as she assembles and disassembles her gun, Toya knows where to place his money. And yeah, he's got that right. Neon, as he's going to call her until he finds out her name, is the first one up to shoot. Toya watches as she nails every single one of the targets in the head, dead center, and not even second-guessing moving past a civilian tag target. In the minute and a half it takes her to complete the range, only 3 targets weren't perfect scores, but they were still nailed in the head. Fumi takes the stage right after, quite literally shoving a man out of her way in her eagerness. Fumi does just about the same as Neon, in just a little more time. He snorts in amusement when the two of them share a look of frustration as they step to the side. They stand next to each other, Fumi with her arms crossed, Neon with her hands behind her head. They don't speak, other than the few quiet comments that make the others snort in amusement. Toya is not ashamed to admit to himself that he thinks it's cute. His baby sister is making a friend, how sweet. The rest of the tests are rather boring, Just more physical training things like endurance runs and flexibility, which his sister absolutely beats Neon and everyone else at, even if he has to look away from the painful position she's twisted herself into. All in all, the test goes so well that Toya doesn't even bother hiding his smile when it's over. Fumi and Neon are off to the side talking while ignoring the glares of the men around them. Toya stalks up and throws an arm over his sister's shoulder in a rare display of affection. "Look at you, all grown up and making men cry. I'm so proud," Toya says, wiping a fake tear off his face. Fumi scoffs and shoves his face away with her hand. "Oh, go to hell, Toya," Fumi says, even though her ears are red. "It wasn't that impressive." "Au contraire, little icicle," Toya says seriously. "You and Neon over here knocked the socks off these guys. Man, watching their faces was the best entertainment I've had all week." "And who the hell are you?" Neon says, sneering at him. Toya arches an eyebrow. "What, can't you see the family resemblance?" he says, gesturing between his sister's face and his own. Neon rolls her eyes at him. "I'm Toya, and you are?" "Not interested," Neon says blankly. Toya scoffs. "Oh please, sweetheart, you aren't my type." Missing a few key details below the belt, if you know what I mean. Toya shoots back. Neon actually snorts while Fumi gasps. "Toya, what?" Toya responds, hands in the air defensively. "It's true. I'm Hiranake Iane. Nice to meet you both." Hiranake cuts in before his sister can start smacking him. "I'll see you when the results are up, Fumi." Toya waits until she's walking away to turn to his sister and press his forehead against hers. He doesn't really like skin-on-skin contact very often, given that his arms and his teeth are still rather sensitive from the fading scars, but this is his way of sharing contact with his sister. She hums as she leans into him, the two of them holding the position for a moment longer than usual. "I am so effing proud of you, Icicle," Toya whispers. "You have grown up so much in such a short time, and I am honored to have been there with you every step of the way." "Toya," Fumi whines. "You're gonna make me cry." He laughs, lets her go, and nods towards the building. The test results should be in within the hour, so all they have to do is wait. They head inside in silence, hands linked loosely. It's still strange, feeling heat come from his sister's skin, while his own is rather cold. To think all this time, all the abuse and suffering and living on the streets, all because he was using his quirk wrong. Well, joke's on Endeavor. He has 3 powerful kids now, and he didn't have a hand in any of their progress. If anything, Endeavor only set Toya and Shouto back in their progress. Soon enough now, Endeavor will be out of their lives for good. All because his sister is a badass. Toya wonders what his life would have been like if Secret, Silence, and Soldier didn't find him that day. Would he ever have this? This appealing relationship with his siblings, the chance to take down Endeavor the legal way? Would he still be on the streets, burning himself alive if only to survive? If he's being completely honest with himself, he probably would have gone down a much darker path. He probably would have been Endeavor's second coming. Even now, he still sometimes wants to burn with his rage and take his abusive father down with him. But then he thinks of his family. Fumi, who has given her everything for what almost seems like a long-shot plan. Shouto, who is so endearingly kind. Natsuo, who has recently decided he wants to help people, but by being a surgeon instead of a hero. Even now, the man who opened up his home to a stranger just because he wanted to help. Now, who brings home at least 12 cases a night to complete off-duty. Who sacrifices his own sleep just to bring these people justice in the only way he knows how. Who loves to read, but his taste in books are horribly written romance novels that basically have the same exact plots every time in a different font. Now, who can't cook for sheet, but he still tries anyways just for Toya, before defeatedly ordering takeout when the food comes out inedible. Now, who spoils his baby brothers, and who has taken Yumi under his wing to guide and teach. Yeah, Naomasa is definitely family now. Shouto looks at the man like he hung the moon in the sky. Natsuo hangs off Nao's every word when he tells stories of past cases. Yumi brightens every time Nao even mutters a good job in her direction. Toya himself can't help but treat the man like a father, or even an older brother figure. Hey, the results are up. Yumi whispers to him, and they stand to look at the bulletin board with the results. Toya elbows his way to the front of the group, Fumi and Hiranake using the path he clears to follow. He starts at the top of the list, and he doesn't have to go any further. In first place with the highest scores, Hiranake Iane. And right below, with only a few points less, is his appealing, intelligent, perfect twin sister. Fumi's eyes water and she clamps a hand over her mouth, while Hiranake laughs boisterously, swing an arm around Yumi's waist and cheering. Hey you two, come on, let's get out of here. The two of them follow Hiranake diligently as she carves her own path from the disgruntled men, elbows jabbing harshly into sides as she makes her way through. As they leave the building, Hiranake hands Yumi her phone. Give me your number, we're getting drinks sometime. Oh, okay. Fumi responds, eagerly entering her phone number. Toya smiles at her fondly as her hands shake from excitement. I guess you can come too. Hiranake tacks on, looking at Toya, and he rolls his eyes. Before Yumi can hand the phone back to Hiranake, Toya snatches it and enters his own number. He makes his contact name Hot Gay A-Hole. He sends himself a text before handing it back to Hiranake, who looks at the contact and laughs sharply. At least you're self-aware. Hiranake walks away without another word and he looks at Fumi. Ready to share the good news with everyone? Fumi smiles, lips trembling. She sniffs and wipes at her watery eyes. Yeah, let's go. Izuku. Fing. Called it. He knew it. He knew this would happen sooner or later. They were working on borrowed time, and now time has come to collect. Karma hates him, this is not new, but did she really have to take it out on Shouto? It was a routine little mission, shutting down one of the Yakuza's other facilities. Eri turned 3 in December, which means any time before her 4th birthday at the end of this year, her quirk will come in. They know that Eri will be taken in by overhaul shortly after her quirk comes in, and they want to get to her as soon as logically possible. They need to leave her in overhaul's care for at least a little while, so that when they take her away, they have a reason for the heroes not to send her back. Otherwise it's just plain kidnapping. They know in 3 years, after Izuku got his provisional license, where overhaul will have her kept, but the building Izuku remembers is currently abandoned. They must have moved in sometime within the next few years, but Izuku doesn't want to wait that long. It's why they've been attacking Yakuza bases in order to try and corral them into the building Izuku already knows the layout of. Since the labs have all been abandoned by now and relocated, Izuku has to relocate where they are, so making moves on overhaul is their next step. This base was supposed to be abandoned, damn it. The job was to burn it to the ground and take any vital evidence or information with them. But when they went inside, they were ambushed by 4 of the 8 precepts. They came out on top, of course, but not without making sacrifices. Which is why Izuku knows karma has finally caught up to him. Shouto took a huge hit to the side, ripping a hole straight through him the size of Izuku's fist. If Izuku remembers correctly, it was that diamond/crystal creating a-hole that Sun Eater fought and defeated in the original raid. One of the pieces of crystal struck Shouto, and he went down. Hitoshi was the only reason they got out of there intact and victorious. Now Hitoshi may be the reason they die, because of his shitty driving. Would you keep the car steady? I'm kind of trying to save a life here. Izuku screams at Hitoshi as he makes a sharp curve that sends Izuku slamming into the backseat car door. Shouto is laid out across the backseat awkwardly, Hitoshi is driving, Izuku is crouched on the floorboard trying to perform field surgery. You want him alive or not? Hitoshi screams back at him. Izuku doesn't bother responding as he uses his teeth to keep the bandages he had wrapped around Shouto's tight. His hands are full with the emergency BLD transfusion tube he's putting together. Suddenly, there's another voice, tinny and almost drowned out by the honking cars around them. This is Principal Nezu speaking. I apologize, but I'm in the middle of dash. Is Recovery Girl with you? Hitoshi screams. So that's where they're going. He's been a little preoccupied. Izuku sticks the needle harshly into his arm with a grunt, then grabs a tourniquet wrap to tie around his upper arm. He pins it between his teeth with the bandage as well. Excuse me? Who is Dash? Damn it, Nezu, this is silence. Is Recovery Girl with you? Yes, she is. I'll put you on speaker. Wonderful, secret, Arj is on the phone. Hitoshi says, far more calmly than he's been since they stole the car. The car lurches as Hitoshi speeds up suddenly. Izuku finishes setting up the transfusion tube, suddenly infinitely grateful he's a universal donor. Once he does, he removes the bandage and tourniquet wrap from his mouth. The tourniquet he finally finishes wrapping so he doesn't have to hold it tight, but the bandage he quickly unwraps. There's too much BLD, he needs to sew the wound closed or the transfusion will be useless. Secret. Hold on a-hole. What's going on, dearies? Recovery girl says calmly and firmly. Izuku doesn't answer as he finishes setting up the needle and thread in order to sew Shouto up, and Hitoshi growls at him. Secret. Hold on a second. Izuku yells back. As soon as the thread is secured, he answers recovery girl's question in one breath. Soldier was injured, a hole about the size of a small fist that was through and through located to the left of the abdomen. I've set up a BLD transfusion to keep him from bleeding out, and I'm about to sew the skin closed. I'm not sure what the internal damage looks like, but it looks bad enough. Izuku reports. Where are you? Not sure, driving too fast to see any road signs. Hitoshi answers. Izuku is launched into the door again as Hitoshi swiftly takes an off-ramp. It makes pain flare up from his broken leg, but he just grits his teeth and keeps trying to sew Shouto up when he's being thrown around in a moving vehicle. All three of their outfits are equipped with heavy-duty medical supplies, but Izuku's set also has what all he needs for field surgery. Though it's a bit difficult to do field surgery when he's tossed around like a goddamn salad. How far out are you? Hizashi's voice suddenly says. Izuku suddenly wonders if they're interrupting anything at UA. Too late now, he supposes. The GPS says an hour, but it also said 2 hours 30 minutes ago, so somewhere around 30 minutes. Give or take based on traffic? Hitoshi answers and then, oh dear. Izuku may not have danger sense right now, but he knows that tone, and alarm bells in his head start ringing anyways. What oh dear? What's going on? Izuku asks. He fights the urge to look out the windshield, since he's currently got a needle in Shouto's skin. Silence, what's going on? You should really brace yourself right about now. Hitoshi responds calmly, and that calm tone freaks him out even more. This ride is about to get a little bumpy. What do you silence what the F dash? Izuku screams as he has to not only brace himself, but Shouto as well. Whatever the hell Hitoshi just did, it made the car flip upside down. They make a full twist and land harshly back on the wheels, before the car tips to the right and stays there. Izuku clings to the door, the one he hasn't been thrown into yet, and screams. He can hear sparks and scraping coming from the car from whatever the hell they're driving against on 2 wheels. Hold on. Hitoshi yells, and suddenly the car is back on 4 wheels, before tipping to the left and throwing Izuku back into the left car door. His scream is of pain this time when his already broken leg gets twisted. What's going on? Hizashi is yelling, and Izuku answers hysterically. Silence is trying to kill us. I am not, don't be such a baby. Who taught you how to drive? Dad did. Hitoshi answers, and they're both quiet as the car finally rights itself and stays that way. Izuku suddenly understands, and he tries to shove Shouto back into the back seat. Shouto's been half-tossed into the floorboard, and picking a grown but man up with no way to get any leverage is not exactly easy. He heaves Shouto back up with a grunt, sweating from both the effort and the pain radiating through his banged-up body. GPS says we're about 15 out now. Izuku shakily leans back over Shouto to fix the BLD transfusion tube that was ripped out, and to finish sewing the wound closed. He's a lot less precise this time, because he wants to get this done before Hitoshi tries to kill them again. Izuku turns Shouto around so he's laying on his stomach so he can sew the other side closed. We're coming in hot, so be ready. I've already sent a few staff members down with a gurney. Recovery girl responds. Make sure they stay clear of the parking lot, and Nezu, please make sure the gates are open. Hitoshi says. Wouldn't want to dash, Hitoshi cuts off suddenly when they both register the blaring sirens. This is the second time cops have tried to run them down, but Hitoshi shook the first set off. Cops. Izuku says. On it. Taking a detour, hold on. Hitoshi commands, and then the car drifts as Hitoshi makes a sudden turn to the left. Izuku cuts the thread and turns Shouto back around before the next sharp turn. He braces himself as the car turns sharply again, and when he has a moment, he checks Shouto's pulse. Pulse is thready, hurry up. Izuku hollers. He keeps his fingers pressed to Shouto's neck to keep track of his pulse count. Yeah. Hitoshi mutters. There's another sharp turn, and the car scrapes harshly against the walls of the alley they're driving down. Izuku listens for the sirens, but they're starting to fade. Almost home free, Hitoshi says. They break out onto a relatively quiet street, tires screeching as Hitoshi corrects the car's course back towards Yue. There's a huge thump and crash as they take out a sign. Glass rains down on them, and Izuku covers Shouto with his body. Hitoshi only mutters AF and hisses in pain as he presses back down on the gas. I see Yue's gates, we'll be there in 3, Hitoshi pauses, 2, and pauses again. 1. The car screeches as the brakes try to do as commanded, Hitoshi drifting the car again to soften the stop. Izuku holds on tight to Shouto as the car stops, tips, and then lands back on 4 wheels. Hitoshi is out of the car and he's opening the back door within moments. Ectoplasm has 4 clones, or maybe 3 clones and himself, drag Shouto out of the car and onto the gurney, taking off before Izuku can even say anything or even remove the tube from his arm. Fingow. Vlad King steps up next to help Izuku out of the car, and takes his full weight so he doesn't have to walk on a broken leg. They make it to the infirmary in time to see Ectoplasm come back out. You two need medical attention too, he says, and Izuku shakes his head, letting go of Vlad King to lean against the wall, before just straight up collapsing to the floor with a groan. Hitoshi ends up sitting next to him. Silence, status report, Izuku says tiredly. Dislocated shoulder, possible fractured wrist on same arm, sprained ankle, possible concussion, cuts, and bruises. Status report. Broken leg, likely in multiple places, cuts, bruises, more likely than not I have bruised or broken ribs thanks to your sheet driving. Otherwise I'll live. Izuku responds dully. And soldier? Major puncture wound in the abdomen, possibly a broken arm, possibly a concussion. Hitoshi nods slightly before leaning his head back against the wall. Izuku does the same. You boys look like you've been through quite the ordeal. Nezu says as Hizashi approaches. Nezu is riding on his shoulder. It's kind of a weird sight. Usually it's Shouto that Nezu rides on. Hizashi is wearing Shouto's scarf, even with his hero costume on, the scarf wrapped tightly to the sides of the shoulder, across the chest and back, and down the arms. Indeed. Izuku responds. You should both be seen by Recovery Girl as well, when she's done with Soldier. Silence can, but I won't. Izuku responds. And before anyone around them can protest, he explains. We're vigilantes in the heart of UA. One of us needs to be awake and aware at all times just in case. I'm less injured, shouldn't you get healed first? Hitoshi says. Izuku goes to refute, but when he breathes in, his ribs smart and make him hiss. He holds an arm around his ribs gently. My point exactly. I have a high pain tolerance, I'll be fine. Not helping your case? Hitoshi fires back. Izuku glares at him through his goggles. Hitoshi sighs and gently grabs Izuku's wrist with his good arm. Look, I just worry about you, okay? I know, but I want to be awake when Soldier wakes up. Sorry, buddy, but I promise to take care of you, Hitoshi says. Izuku looks down at the wrist Hitoshi is holding before snapping his head up. Don't you effing dash, Izuku starts to say. Sleep. Izuku has only a moment to curse Hitoshi out in his mind before he's listing to the side and knocked out.